please remember to leave a like, a comment, share the video about, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Thank you. Well, isn't this just fantastic? On January the 1st, 2024, Amberlynn Reid uploaded a video titled My Goals for 2024, a birthday surprise and target haul vlog. It has 57,000 views, 4.8k downvotes. Top comment: my therapist once told me that some people are addicted to setting goals. The act of setting goals, journaling, making lists, talking about them, etc., gives them that dopamine hit that others might get from actually accomplishing those goals. So once the goals are set, the dopamine rush is over and they don't care about actually achieving it. I think this describes ALR perfectly. She gets a rush from setting and making goals, talking about them, making lists and calendars and cute little journal entries. But once that part is done, she loses interest. There are 3 parts of this video that have peaks, most replayed parts as it were. Those are the 3 parts I'm going to show you from this video before we move on.
Nothing really. So I clearly need to go grocery shopping, which will be happening soon. I'll give it a few days. I've been literally just ordering most of my food. I'll order about 1 to 2 times a day.
Well, imagine my shock.
But come 2024, January 1st, I'm getting back on track. So I kind of actually wanted to talk a little bit about my goals for 2024. I have a lot of personal ones that I'm not going to share online, obviously.
Mind your business.
That's her cute way of saying there's actually more going on than there really is. Considering her vlogs are typically done over a 5-day period of 15 minutes long, 3 minutes for each day, you can be damn certain she is inflating the level of importance for goals that do not exist for our dainty girl.
But I have those written in my journal for sure. But there are some that I would like to share with you guys. So the first one, I'm actually gonna try my freaking damnedest starting January 1st to upload every other day again.
I can confirm at time of recording on the 17th of February 2024. Since this video was uploaded, Amber has uploaded a total of 16 videos, meaning there is no version of a reality where she actually managed to do this. So yes, that does in fact mean one of her resolutions, the very first one she was willing to share, has in fact been banished, broken, tarnished, sullied, abandoned.
So I'm also gonna weigh in every single day in 2024. I know a lot of people are rolling their eyes, which is totally fine. But for me, when I'm weighing myself frequently, I'm paying more attention to my weight and the things that I'm eating.
Another resolution defeated within the very first video she uploads. Honestly, this is quite embarrassing, and I should add, Amberlynn has made it quite clear that when she does regular weigh-ins, there is a negative side to this. And that is often the reason why she doesn't do it, but in the image you earlier saw, you may have noticed not only did she upload not enough content, she did not do, and I can confirm this after going through all the bleeding content, she did not at any point upload regular weigh-ins.
I really want to make a point to weigh myself every single day, and my goal is to share my daily weigh-ins with you guys. Yes.
Joke goals. Joke goals.
Do you guys ever have that where it's is the boogeyman back there? Is Pennywise chilling back there? We don't know. I'm gonna do a reenactment of a literal situation that happens more times than it should. Do, gotta go pee. Oh my god, wait, what if? You guys don't even know, it's the anxiety.
This video is spread out over a period of a number of days, obviously, recorded ahead of time, which is why Amber makes the goals for the girl, yes. But she also finishes the video with a celebration part, which is another part of the most replayed. We don't need that, so instead we shall move on. But we will insert, it is quite impressive you managed to get to the age of 33. In the second video she uploaded in January, titled First Weigh-In of 2024, Amber was, at this point, maintaining her once every other day upload schedule. Now there's a reason why she wants to do this. It's an obvious one. Her views are diminishing and she needs to be a more regular uploader as a content creator if she is to sustain the lifestyle she now wants on her own. If she wants to keep that without having to get another wipey, yet, although there might be one, you never know. At time of recording, I don't believe there is one yet. Amber has to be more active. It has 4.6k downvotes, and the top comment reads, "Only ALR would make content out of literally just closing her closet's door."
I plan on going into 2024 like alcohol free a little bit. So this is my closet, and normally I keep this door open and this door open because I just like them to be open, but Rarity keeps playing with my balloons, and I'm about to leave the apartment, so it's like I don't want her to like hurt herself with like the ribbon or whatever, so I have to keep both of my doors shut, which hate that.
I'm starting to understand why later in the month you start calling out French fry girl, because you really do need the attention for views since your content is quite stale.
Alright, here we go. First weigh-in of 2024.
515.8 pounds.
515.8. Oh my lord. There it is.
Small modicum of credit, you at least posted this weigh-in, although I'm still not overly fond of the angle being pointed at the ceiling to make it seem like you are actually doing the weigh-in. This could be though because perhaps you're doing it accurately. You are removing things that could weigh you down a bit more, clothing for example, and of course we don't want to see that. I doubt you want to either. But for the sake of this month, we are going to put the 515.8 in the top corner here. And every time we get to a weigh-in, we'll put it on the screen. Progress is vitally important, and perhaps if we do this in February, March, and so on for the year, we will be able to see just how well you actually do over 2024. On January the 5th, 2024, Amberlynn Reid uploaded the video titled "Am I Going to Be on TLC?" and starts with a weigh-in, which means this number in the top corner is going to be changing. It is the most replayed part of the video, but there is something right at the end that we probably might well introduce for the sake of a little variety here. Oh, and just before we get to the video clip itself, it has 5,000 downvotes, and the top comment reads, "Texting someone who asked you not to isn't breaking no contact, it's violating a clearly defined boundary. I hope Feline blocks you and keeps her peace."
So let's get right into it.
Hello. It's ready.
Alright. Stepping on now.
517.8 pounds.
517.8.
It's just water weight, guys, don't worry.
One day I woke up and I was just as big as a house.
Now, 4 minutes into this 13-minute vlog, we get to the very next day and another weigh-in. So obviously this number is going to change again because Amber's going to focus her energies this time.
Hello, hello. Next day, January 3rd, weigh-in.
It's ready.
Okay, stepping on. Oh, hi, you see my hair.
516.4 pounds.
516.4. Hello, it's January 4th. I don't know how it's already the 4th.
It's ready.
Righty, I'm hopeful for this one.
514.6 pounds.
Yes, 514.6.
Credit where it's due. For the time being, Amber does at least maintain a modicum of let's actually present weigh-ins, and is, for the time being, on the right track, and she does like buying different calendars when she fails and starts again. Earlier I read a comment about her breaking the no contact rule. Right at the end of the video, after going for a walk in the rain and wind, Amber discusses this because feels.
I mean, I love that. Okay, guys, so I'm actually just scrolling through TikTok and I just saw like a clip from her talk show and it just made me kind of emotional, actually. I don't know what it is, but I've been thinking so much of my ex lately, and it just like reminded me of her. And I broke no contact, by the way. Yeah, it happened. I ended up texting her and I still haven't gotten a response. I don't think that I will.
I do not believe at time of recording Feline has made any contact with Amber. She has well and truly separated herself from the life and the hassle that was Amber being in her life. From somebody that was considered once a hugely positive influence to what Amber treats her as now, which is the token I'm going to use for emotional, well, this content. It's quite tragic, and Feline needs to live her best life away from you. Now, the subject of Feline actually continues on to the next video, uploaded on the 7th of January, titled I regret hurting my ex, meeting new people, and Ross Hall. It has 6.3k downvotes. Have you noticed the downvotes have increased in every video? The top comment, it's called love, folks. That's the quote. No, it's absolutely not. It's the height of selfishness to blatantly violate Feline's boundaries because you can't cope with the consequences of your own behavior. It's childish and narcissistic and abusive. Stop it. A clip of this video was shared to Twitter and it happens to be the most replayed part of the video. So I'm going to play that clip for you now.
I hurt her and I regret hurting her, like, more than anything. And it's like, I have apologized and obviously I wanted her to have that, like, closure, knowing that I was sorry and stuff. But I just feel like after not speaking to her for months, I just feel like with a more clear head, I would love to talk to her and, like, maybe just, like, be her friend. I know it's crazy. And I have gotten contacted by so many of you saying, like, you guys have been in, like, the same position as me. So just know we are not alone.
We should also include, before we move on, the weigh-ins from this video.
Hey guys, it is January 5th. It's time to weigh in.
Hello. It's ready.
Okay, stepping on.
514.8 pounds.
Okay guys, so January 6th.
Hello.
Hello.
It's ready.
Thank you. All right, stepping on.
513.6 pounds.
January 7th. Hello, hello. I should have my vlog up today.
Hello. It's ready.
I'm a little nervous about this. I'm not gonna lie to you.
513.6 pounds.
Okay. So, in my opinion, because of the party yesterday, they had food there, and I just feel like I didn't make the best choices I could have.
Those 3 weigh-ins took place in the same video within the space of 6 minutes. And you may have noticed I left in a bit at the end where Amber spoke about going to a party. She talks about things that she does, but as a vlogger, she fails to show us anything that she does. She is a budget vlogger at best. Her entire YouTube channel of the non-tent era that is in 2024 that has bled from the past 3 years is basically her Dear Diary, because she can't be asked to simply write this down on Wattpad with her poetry.
Did you not hear me the first time, or the second, or third, or fourth?
On the 9th of January 2024, Becky, her ex, was asked whether or not she would be up for an interview with Mr. Snowflake. This is quite important, because much in the way of discussion has been taking place as to whether or not Becky would actually air her dirty laundry in a different setting on the channel of Mr. Snowflake, because he does a video series akin to Gino Samuel's Chris Chan but on Amberlynn. Becky would feature quite heavily, and also a lot more information could be gathered from Mr. Snowflake. Becky said the following at the question of whether or not she would be willing to do an interview.
Am I going to do an interview with Mr. Snowflake? Possibly. I'm definitely thinking about it. I'm not wanting to get on there and say a bunch of nasty things, but I do want to speak my truth. I just don't want to do it maliciously.
And this is because, if anyone is interested, one of Amber's ex, Rafe, has done an interview with Mr. Snowflake. It seemed inevitable Destiny, Becky, and others could feature.
What advice would you give Amber's future girlfriend? Don't.
Do you get shirtless in front of Becky?
Yes.
On the 9th of January 2024, Amberlynn Reid uploaded a video titled The Truth Weigh-In Week 1 and What I Am Doing to Lose Weight. It has 3.7k downvotes, a downward trend. The top comment, I don't know who's crazier, Amber for losing and gaining the same 20 pounds or me for watching. Here are the weigh-ins from that video, before we get to the most replayed part, which is Amber working out.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
It's ready.
All right, stepping on.
512.6 pounds.
In this video, that is the only weigh-in we get. So just how is Amber working so hard to bring that dainty weight to be underneath that of a quarter-ton princess?
I'm gonna do an unedited version of me walking, so I'm about to press start when I go to stand up, and yeah, so let's do this. Oh, my back hurts. My breathing is really bad today.
So yes, at her dainty weight of 512 pounds 6 ounces, Amber managed to vaguely stand and walk on the spot for 2 minutes 19 seconds. Am I the only person that thought she looked like a South Park character? On the 11th of January 2024, Amber maintained her consistent upload schedule of once every other day. In this, she walked a mile, eventually, and did get much in the way of praise in the comments section, because she is actually trying. After the rip-roaring success of what you saw previously, this is a step in what can be considered to be the right direction regardless of how hard it was. In fact, her like-to-dislike ratio was vastly better than it usually is, with 1.7k upvotes to 2.8k downvotes. The top comment, "Walking is how I lost 100 pounds in a year. Stick with it, girl, you can do it, it's all up to you." If Amber maintains consistently the effort put in to walking more and more, she will lose a phenomenal amount of weight in no time at all. But first the weigh-ins, and then the walk itself.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
It's ready.
All right, stepping on now.
513.4 pounds.
Hello, guys. So it is January 10th. We're now in double digits.
It's ready.
Stepping on. I'm actually surprised I am still succeeding. Oh, hi, guys. Still succeeding in this.
510.8 pounds.
As you can see from the top right corner, we have been keeping up to date with this. Amberlynn appears to be going in the right direction. For now, I'm inserting this as the obligatory fair use comment. So now on to the walk itself, which by the way was not the most replayed part. The most replayed part is actually taken from the thumbnail image. Amberlynn simply talking about her outfit and turning sideways. The profile part was what people wanted to see the most, apparently. How fascinating.
Okay, so I've been walking for like a minute. I do have Twinkie with me. And it went from excited to nervous because it's like, I'm afraid, am I not going to be able to do this? I think I'm putting too much pressure on myself because it's like, I haven't been able to walk a mile, I don't know, over a decade. And I did it. I don't know what else to say other than we did it.
Because we can't go through every single video Amberlynn Reid uploads because it's remarkably non-tent blah, we're going to skip ahead to the 15th of January, my birthday. How exciting. Where Amberlynn put out a video titled Thoughts on Becky, (my ex), Week 2 weigh-in, during which Amber says something a bit more interesting than the weigh-in itself, but we will include the weigh-ins because they're relevant to this month. It has 6.1k downvotes. I see we're back to that. The top comment, even though it's not the top comment, but it is on my end, "I'm so tired of hearing that she's not a meat girly. She eats meat in every single one of her videos, clown face emoji." To the part that I think is more interesting before the weigh-ins though, we go to what Amber likes to do when she gets feels for someone.
What are your thoughts on sending nudes? So honestly, that is something that I low-key do. But I only do it if I'm really connected with someone, we're really into each other, I trust them, and they have to like ask for it because I'm sorry, but unsolicited, no. But if you two are vibing and they're like, hey, you want to send over like a pic? But you have to be really special because I don't just be sending those out to anybody. Like, you have to be a special girly pop, okay?
Sex life.
Considering how quickly Amberlynn falls in love with people, the end of the relationship with Wipey being a great testament to that, I can imagine she has sent many a, and it rhymes with the word bitty, pic to, well, literally anyone, but apparently they're not so online that the farms have it yet. To the weigh-ins.
Hello. It's ready.
Okay, stepping on.
510.0 pounds. Hello.
Hello.
It's ready.
Thank you. Stepping on now.
509.6 pounds.
Hello, it is January 15th. It is Monday.
Hello.
Hello.
It's ready.
Okay, guys, so I'm stepping on.
507.4 pounds.
By the middle of January 2024, she has lost 7.5 pounds. She is getting closer and closer to being able to say she is no longer a quarter-ton princess. The most viewed part of that video wasn't the weigh-ins. It was actually some crappy bit in the car just before one of the weigh-ins where she was showing off some random tat she'd bought from the shops with her mother. Not going to play that, we're instead going to move on. I just want to highlight that this is still the kind of crap she puts out. Now Amber is, at this point, still active on Instagram. You'll see a video now showing her feed, the standard stuff we are quite accustomed to her posting, quite thirsty, and lip sync content, which also finds its way onto TikTok. This is where we insert Tammy with the video you see on the screen, where Tammy was lip syncing and dancing to a Michael Jackson song. Amber was also doing the same. When this was tweeted out and shared all over the place, people responded by saying maybe Amber should take a literal page out of Tammy's book and get herself in order, her health, that is. Because Tammy and, is it Amy Slatton? Both have done tremendously with their weight. Amber has not. In fact, all the weight that they have lost, she has just gained. Continuing on with her month, to the next video, I don't want to admit this, best snack recipe ever and Walmart haul vlog. It has 5.4k downvotes, and the first comment on my end, so top but not, it's weird how she honestly thinks she has nothing to be depressed about. She has a laundry list of health and mental health issues, much of which is self-diagnosed. Can't sit in most chairs, can't drive, can't go to an amusement park, has no friends because she's insufferable. Girl has like a bajillion reasons and she needs to face that. She's so out of touch with reality, it's wild. You simply can't fix your problems in life without facing them first. Around this time, I had discovered a Twitter account, or it was shown to me, so I guess I didn't discover it at all, called Girl World Garden. They, instead of watching her content, would recap it for everyone else so you don't have to watch the content. And they do recap it. Over that one video, Amberlynn Reid goes from losing weight to regaining the weight. And by regain, I mean she went from 507 all the way up to 513 pounds. Nearly 514 actually. She did not, though, finish the video with a weigh-in on the final day in that vlog, so her actual weight is not known. Over a period of many months since moving to the Sooner state, Amber has indicated she's bumped into and taken photos with many of her fans. I have not seen, at time of recording, any of those photos, but I did see a more recent picture of her spotted in the wild doing her laundry. The person who tweeted this, called Despectful Piece of Shrimp, tweeted, "Well, looky here, a wild Amberlynn has appeared at my laundry mat." They follow up by saying, "I'm so shy, y'all, and she keeps changing seats. Apparently, according to someone on YouTube, I'm creepy and weird for taking this picture, and all 258 of you, too, for liking it. Quote, most people really hate people like this, they say. You guys hate me?" Amber does look miserable in that picture. Taking pictures of others in public, of course, disclaimer, you probably shouldn't do that. Regardless of how it can be interpreted, Amber does look quite lonely. On the 29th of January 2024, Amberlynn Reid actually addressed this in a video titled "Someone Took a Photo of Me in Public, Weigh-In, and My Friends Are Coming to Visit." It has 6.4k downvotes to 1.1k upvotes. Top comment, "Oh god, if a desperate homeless lesbian that isn't camera shy doesn't move in soon, I'm gonna poop." And that is legitimately the top comment. Oh, I like that one. There are, in this video, weigh-ins, but she also does address the photo part, and I think that is the more pertinent and contextually relevant thing we need to address first.
Okay guys, so I just got home and someone sent me a picture of someone seeing me at the laundromat and like taking a picture and posting it online. So I get recognized a lot in public. I do have a smaller channel, but I really think since so many other channels also talk about me, that I'm recognized from also other channels. So yeah, it's just something that happens. And something that also happens is like people taking photos with me or of me without my knowledge. And it doesn't bother me as long as it's not like a stalker situation. Like,
it was around this time Amber started teasing little bits here and there, inserting FFG into her content. My belief was that she was doing it knowing that if FFG responded to it, it would drive up additional interest in Amberlynn's content, as her views are still fairly stagnant, yet still impressive for somebody who is producing non-tent. She would want to try and find a way to get more attention if she could, using FFG, and any other creator that can generate that kind of response would be the way to go about it.
I just got done laughing for a good solid 10 minutes, so thank you. That was funny. That was good stuff.
No one said I'm ripped. I'm a fat.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
To the final weigh-in of the month though, because this is relevant to this video. Amberlynn Reid finishes the month at 510.4 pounds. Here is the weigh-in to confirm it.
Okay guys, so It is January 25th. I have not done a weigh-in since I last did one for you guys.
Hello. It's ready.
All right, stepping on.
510.4 pounds.
510.4.
So yes, she's actually lost weight in this month, but she has bounced a bit, which is what happens on anyone's weight loss journey, especially Amber's, where she has lost, gained, lost, gained, lost, gained, lost, gained, 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 lost, gained, lost, gained, and so on. On to February. So the month of February, yes, I can't say that word correctly, you're all welcome, was quite an interesting month for Amber, first of all, and more importantly than anything else, her inability to continue with her New Year's resolutions carried on in this month. There are 29 days in February, this year anyway. She uploaded 9 videos, which means instead of one every other day, she did one with a 3-day gap, and each video has 3 days worth of content in. Some, actually. Correction, some of these videos were so short they were 1 day. They were so short they didn't even qualify for additional ads. The era of absolute non-tent, drivel, trite, gauche nonsense is carrying on under the guise of, but I'm doing things and telling you about it. Not showing you me doing it, but I'm doing it anyway. Something which during this month Amber does show a modicum of self-awareness and try to explain, whilst simultaneously continuing to live her delusional interpretation of a lie. So for the first video she uploaded for the second month of the year 2024, I had to say it that way obviously, is called An Honest Look into What I Ate Today at 500 Pounds. Now this is a misleading title. There are a few rather interesting ups and downs within the month, but what she provides food-wise is cliche for Amber, and I'm going to demonstrate that now with a short clip.
So today is a what I ate today video. Okay, so the first thing I'm having today is this Gatorade Zero. Okay, you guys, so I got some Mediterranean food. This is rice with some chicken. That salad slaps. I am having a Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Cherry. Next thing I'm gonna have is a Sprite. Cheers. Okay, so I ordered ramen. All right, so the next thing I am having is another Gatorade Zero.
Now, I can't be the only one that thinks to maintain the weight, you have to be eating more than what you present on camera. And that is true. Of course, she likes to wonder why her weight is not going anywhere when she's consuming so many fizzy drinks, soda pops, as it were. And I have to keep reminding people, if you want to lose weight, you need to switch to water. First of all, it has definitive substance. Second, it'll flush all that crap out of your system. That's kinda the point of it. Amber does not understand that. Proof here.
Okay, guys, so that is everything that I'm gonna be having today. I feel like today overall, I'm gonna be at about like 7.5. Obviously, everyone's scale is gonna be different because normally I'm down here at like a 3.
The next video uploaded is titled Living My Best Life, a week with friends, palm reading and Michael's haul, a vlog. Now this one differs from the predecessor video, firstly because it has less dislikes by a considerable margin. In fact, the previous video has more than double the dislikes. It differs also because Amber went out. Now I did have a few queries when I first watched it. First, I can imagine that her mother dropped her off in these locations and she was on her own the entire time. The second, apparently a fan approached her. It's in the video, so I'm going to play that.
Sorry, are you Amberlynn Reid?
I am.
I love you. Oh my god.
I'm actually filming right now. Oh my gosh, how are you?
I'm alright. I love your videos. You're so funny. What are you doing right out here?
I live here now.
You live here?
I do.
It's good to see you. Hope you have a good day.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Get a picture.
Oh, of course. Of course, of course.
Amber also liked to show us that she was doing things, but simultaneously not. And you'll understand when you see more of the video, because in it, what she does, she makes it seem like she's doing something like taking a picture of a drink that she sips on, but you can't see anyone around her. So you could in fact believe she was on her own, something which she does in a future video address, which we'll get to soon. But I will show you some clips that lend credence to the theory that she was simply dropped off by family and she hung out on her own for the day, because it does look like that.
Y'all, look at this pretty art.
I have seen more effort put into a vlog from a corpse in a coffin. I'm not surprised that when you make it seem like you're doing something, you get less views on that than what you did on the what you ate in a day video, the third video you uploaded. This conversation gets really serious and dark. Within this video, Amber speaks about mortality. She also speaks about the rise in positive body influencers passing away. She also talks about the rumors she's faking her weigh-in. I'm going to insert this now. I think you're faking your weigh-ins, because we don't see you get on the scales. Granted, I get weird tingly feelings when I see someone like Hungry Fat Chick get on the scales in a Nikocado video. I would feel the same with you, but the only way to know you're actually telling the truth is if people see you get on the scales. You make the excuses in this that you've done it in the past at a doctor's and it wasn't good enough. Yes, because you were holding onto rails and pushing up. Additionally, there is no way of knowing that that is what you're doing. You believe that because it's the most viewed part of your video, that is an indicator that that's what people are there for. For the good reasons though, in your head. They are there, but they're there to see how bad you're doing. So of course, in this video, I'm going to show not the part her discussing mortality because it's not relevant, but her addressing the rumor of her weight and weigh-in and the weigh-in in this video itself.
First one is, what do you say to the rumors that the weigh-ins are fake? I just think that's silly. This is something that's always been going on my channel where people think I fake my weigh-ins because people think that I weigh more than I actually say that I do, which, let's be realistic here. Scientifically, that would be impossible because for someone my size, over 500 pounds, like I just recently walked a mile. Do you really think that someone like, if I was even bigger than that, if anyone was even bigger than that, like that would have been like possible?
She continues on using a level of mental gymnastics that are far beyond her intellect to try and make it seem like there is some sense to what she is trying to say, because she's the authority on this. Until she gives full control to a professional, she will never be in control of her life. She has to surrender that so that they can rebuild her, but she won't and will never learn. The weigh-in actually proves she has no control.
I'm going to do my Wednesday weigh-in for you guys. So it is February 7th.
Hello. It's ready. 515.0 pounds.
Amberlynn Reid has gone up from 508 pounds, 8 ounces, up to 515. Why, it's all the water weight, everyone. That's what it was. Not the copious amount of takeout and fizzy drink she was consuming, but it's all sugar-free, everyone. It's all sugar-free, and she's healthy, Lynn. Yes. Okay. The next video Amberlynn Reid uploaded. What my Valentine got for me for Valentine's Day, and why don't people want to be in my vlogs? This is where the self-awareness I earlier mentioned comes up. Of course, this video was made 7 days before the actual Valentine's Day video, something which I noticed when I was doing a research stream on Amber, because she references when she made and got the present, when she made that video, on a Wednesday. Valentine's Day was a Wednesday, but she mentioned it was last Wednesday in a future video. She's really, really bad at making videos, everyone. Here is a relevant clip of her shopping haul.
Realistically, this isn't gonna make me gain weight if I try a few. So let's not get mad at the Jelly Bellies. We could do like a little taste test. There's a mango milk tea, a taro milk tea, a matcha milk tea, strawberry milk tea, and Thai milk tea. I'm not feeling that one. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys one of my new favorite meals that I've been getting lately. Okay, so I get it from a Mediterranean place. This is seasoned beef. That's literally all it is.
Here is the Lego.
I literally said I had to have it. Like, tell me that isn't freaking stunning.
And here is her explanation as to why she doesn't have people in her vlogs.
There is like a hot topic that people are talking about. People are thinking that I lied about having friends come visit me because they weren't in my videos, their voices weren't. And that's because I highly respect people's privacy.
So I don't believe that it was because you respect their privacy, it's because they're not stupid. If they were in your videos, there are places on this internet where people would go to town, find them, and make their lives miserable for associating with you. So if they are real, they are smart enough to know that that is bad for them. They have to protect themselves. You're in a very unique position now, because anyone that features in your videos is going to get a considerable amount of blowback. either because they are an enabler or because they're under your thumb. The next video Amberlynn Reid uploaded was actually on Valentine's Day, where she speaks more about her crush. Now this same crush is the one that purchased that Lego set for her, although to be honest, when I first saw her pull that Batcave out, I genuinely believed she bought it for herself.
So last week 515.0, and today, here's my weigh-in. It is Valentine's Day, February 14th. So happy Valentine's Day. So I got a little sneak peek. I stepped on the scale yesterday and y'all are about to be shocked. So I hope you're ready for it.
Hello. It's ready.
Okay, stepping on.
501.2 pounds.
Oh my, 501.2.
And thus the cycle has been renewed. Soon she'll be saying goodbye, ta-ta, Alvita saying goodbye to the quarter-ton princess era and replacing it with something much healthier because she's found a new love, her friend, her bestie, her crush, who is inspiring her to get the best out of her. Does this remind you of anyone? Like Wipey when they first started dating, Becky when they first started dating, Destiny when they first started dating. Do I need to continue with this? Because it is one hell of a cycle. If there is a new Wipey in her life called Alexis, I noticed a slight change in name from the predecessor, okay, fair enough. Are we to believe that this is definitive change for Amber, where she's gone in the space of 7 days down 14 pounds, which is impressive, but also highly dangerous, but then understandable when it comes to someone like Amber, who with her cycle, once she's into somebody, she'll make an effort for a small amount of time until the novelty of the euphoria wears off, and then she'll regress back to her usual state of 600 pounds.
What?
Sex life.
Okay, a lot of you are probably super confused, like what is happening? Let me explain. Not only is my mental health right now at the peak that it's been in a very long time, I feel happy. I feel hopeful. I feel motivated.
See, the cycle's renewed, everyone. Don't forget to pay your subscription fee on the way out. Now, it can be safe to say that with regards to the honeymoon phase, of course, that's going to fluctuate. We all know that to be true. But we also know during the month of February, Amber is phoning this month in, knowing that she is still able to get reasonable views for low effort. And I'm quite impressed that she still gets more views than a lot of us that make more of an effort by doing nothing. It has led to a rise in, as I mentioned in January, accounts on Twitter simply summarizing her videos in a thread, something which she hasn't addressed yet. That's interesting to me. Now, something that does baffle me to an extent is that within her content she does the What I Eat in a Day video series, I guess, for now, when she could, because it gets reasonable views, just do a mukbang. Because we know she eats enough to maintain her weight at least 500 pounds, so within one sitting she has to be eating at least 2,000 calories, but also because they are easy videos for her to make. In the past, she got hundreds of thousands of views off one of those. She's unwilling to commit to those videos, yet she will unironically do versions of it with single bites or 2 bites of each item of food and then make it seem like she's put the rest in the fridge for later. We're going to skip over the video she produced on the 15th of February titled What I Ate Today and instead go to Let's Talk About My Dating Life, a grocery haul, let's walk another mile.
Okay, so, sorry. Hi. Okay, so hi, Amberlynn in the future. So what just happened here is I had to click off because the guy that I said hi to, he complimented my hair, asked me what I was doing tonight, looked at the food in my cart, which at that point I was about to check out. I had like everything in the cart and he was like, invite me over and I'll cook for you. I was like, oh my God. Obviously I said no, but just had to clarify that that's what happened there. That was weird.
I think I speak on behalf of all your audience and especially those that disagree with you all the time. So your entire audience when I say no one believes you. No one believes you in the slightest. But let's see your grocery haul and see just how lazy you are.
I bought a ton of hard-boiled eggs that are already cooked.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that's the only part of that you need to see because it gets referenced in the next day. Because as is often the case with a 15-minute video, it is split up in 2 days of 3 minutes. Just for a moment, if you will, indulge me with this. You're a full-time vlogger, that's your job, and you vlog for 15 minutes, 5 days worth of content and you make it into one video, what are you doing for the rest of the 23 hours and 57 minutes of your day that none of it is worth vlogging? You are beyond lazy at this point. There are people who sit at their desk behind a microphone with a cartoon avatar who put in more effort and go to work, and they still consider themselves lazy. Like, you have all that free time, and you still do nothing. You phone it in for the easiest views.
Just because I don't want you guys thinking that she's my Valentine, because it's not her. And I know a lot of you are gonna be like, oh my god, this is just like Amberlynn lying so we don't find out like who it is. Like, no, Alexis is literally just like my best friend. So this is the filming that I did for this day. So now let's move on to the next day. Love you.
I'm not even joking, one of those days was less than a minute, and it was a recap while she ate various bites of different foods. I guess the most important part of the video is the walk itself, so here is a short clip of that before we continue.
I've only actually smoked nicotine like once in my life. It was when I was in high school. Not my thing.
Wait, Harvey.
Oop, I see some chemtrails. What about you guys? 2 of them actually. I made it back and I think I'm in one piece. Twinkies in one piece. We made it back in one piece. Last time it took me 52 minutes and today, dun dun dun, literally took 45.
The next video on the list, Help Me Weigh In, Eat and Shop With Me, Meeting Subscribers vlog. This one had some rather interesting comments underneath, and actually view-wise it started to tank. Another 8-minute phone it in video where she barely makes any effort. One of the comments of note that really needs to be mentioned. Gone a week, no communication with your audience as promised, which she had promised right at the start of the month. Eating poorly for your conditions, and we get 8 minutes. I'm starting to understand people's disheartenment. This video doesn't have a most watched moment, which is quite fascinating to me in the context of her videos, where usually people do really latch onto the weigh-ins. And there is a weigh-in, so here's that first before we play some other pertinent clips that summarize her video quite well.
Hello, February 21st.
Hello. It's ready.
Okay, stepping on.
505.0 pounds.
So I see we haven't said goodbye to the 500s yet. Congratulations.
No, I don't want it. You could just add it into yours.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it is the next day. I'm currently in the middle of filming a what I ate today video, but I do want to end this video. I hope that you guys did enjoy it, and I'll see you in my next one.
No effort Lynn strikes again. Not even joking, she couldn't even be asked to put the next day at the relevant parts where the next day actually began. And there were 3 in that. The final video she released for the month of February is called My New Meal Plan, What I Ate Today at £500. Well, 505. I see that honeymoon phase is really worn off quickly. The one thing I wanted to play from this was her explanation about eggs, because everyone knows she's allergic to eggs. It's fascinating.
Let's chat down on some freaking eggs. Tapatio on eggs. It hits different. And yes, every time I eat an egg, people are like, aren't you allergic? No, not allergic. I do have an egg intolerance, which actually runs in the family because my aunt and my mom also suffer with the same thing. Certain ways that eggs are cooked, the protein just does a weird situation type deal. And scrambled eggs actually used to make me super sick. Like, I would literally feel like I had the flu for a solid like 3 hours after I would eat scrambled eggs. And it's weird. As I've gotten older, it's gotten better. There was like a moment in my late 20s where it was like the worst ever, but it's actually gotten a lot better.
Something else of interest I noticed, firstly, caffeine sensitive, yet she was drinking another blonde coffee with far too much sugar in it.
This is blonde roast, unsweetened black. I have some Coffee Mate. This is 0 sugar French vanilla creamer. I also have some sugar-free French vanilla flavoring. And I have Splenda made with stevia.
She also mentioned how the audience keep telling her to drink more liquids. They're not telling you to drink more liquids because you do drink a lot of liquid, usually carbonated or that Gatorade crap. They're telling you to drink water, to which you reply,
that's amazing. I'm also quite thirsty because I haven't drank anything today besides the coffee, which I know a lot of people are going to be mad about that because you guys are telling me I need to be drinking more liquid. I'm not a liquid girly. I mean, I am, but I'm telling you, I can go hours and hours and hours without drinking a single drop of anything. Anyways.
The level of delusion, stupidity, and willful ignorance, and it's willful at this point, is a consistent trait on your part, Amber. Before we finish this month, I do want to offer a conclusion for this month. To summarize this month, it was a phone-in month. She made little to no effort at all, and still got a considerable amount of views for that month. But her views, as you see on Social Blade here, are diminishing. She is not doing well financially, and there's no way she can be at this point. She is clickbaiting her audience with thumbnails that make it look like she might be going back to the era of the mukbang, but she's not. She's alluding to doing things, but actually does nothing at the same time, and then says, but I did all these things, so it must be real. She is as much a vlogger as Paul Heyman is a man with a full head of hair. She is a vlogger in name only. Her ability to try and make things seem grander than they are, to attempt to make things seem like it's all getting better, everyone. The era of non-tent is ending. We're picking it up, girls, is a farce, which is typical for Amberlynn Reid. Let's move on to March.
People are complete haters.
March 2024. The era of non-tent continues. In reality, only one thing really happened of interest, but there were a couple of things that we do need to talk about. We can start with the fact that with her New Year's resolutions, Amber stated she was going to make one video every other day. She owes us 8 videos for the month of March because she made 8, all but 2 of them being very short. Those that are short have multiple days within it, where she does 3 to 4 minutes at most and then goes to the next day. This phoning it in mentality is persisting, and it is quite frustrating, and when opportunity presented itself for her to actually take advantage of something, to make more of it, she didn't. Because Amber really is phoning it in, and Amber really does need someone else with her to make content with. She is a creature of habit, she's also a leech, a parasite. She needs someone there to give her ideas. While she is in control, they are the ideas person, and of course, the willful sap giving up their life to care for her. In Amber's first video of the month, titled Was I £600? Amber addresses this question, eventually, and I think that's a good starting point for this video.
Actually, before we get to it, I do have one question that I feel like is like literally the biggest question when it comes to like my weight. It's people thinking that I have weighed over 600 pounds at one point, especially like 2019, because your girl looked, she looked like she weighed over 600 pounds. Let's be real. Not only did I look it, but my lifestyle was very much that, very much 600-pound life-esque. Not gonna lie to you.
Don't worry, she's getting to the answer, because she clearly was at one point 600 pounds. But as is often the case with Amber, she chooses what is important and what is not. This is important. What she deems not to be important we'll get to soon.
I have recently opened up more about that past time. Obviously at the time it wasn't even something I was even able to admit to myself, because my normal was that life at the time. So I was just like Delulu in my brain, but it's just like looking back now, I'm just like, wow. So I get it, you guys. I 100% understand why people think that at one point I was over 600 pounds. But I can safely say, like, when it comes to me stepping on the scale, I physically have never seen anything higher than 572.4.
Now that was the most replayed part of that video, where she does a few weigh-ins. Don't worry, I'm not going to put the number on the screen. There's no point. A lot of it is easy to work out why it is the way it is for this month anyway. What's interesting about this is Amber says when she got on the scales, but as we all know, for a number of periods of time, she couldn't get up because she was bedbound. Therefore, her weight would have undoubtedly been higher until she was able to be mobile again. And if she wants to try and obfuscate or rewrite history, she can try, but the internet is far too much of a weapon against her. Now, while she made over the period of March 8 videos, I'm going to skip over the next 2 because they are utterly irrelevant. Instead, we're going to go to the video that did the best for her in this month, entitled The Truth About My Weight Loss Surgeon and Everything Else I've Been Avoiding. Now this got a lot of dislikes because Amber tried to talk about her surgeon. We're going to talk about that soon, don't you worry. First though, I want to talk about a few of the other topics she has actually chaptered in her video. starting with Rag Me.
What's one thing people rag you about online that you feel bad about? So by rag me, I'm assuming the person meant like something that people like constantly bring up. And the first thing I think of is just like my ignorance with like certain words that I've used years and years ago. Like I'm talking over 7 years ago.
I had to throw in something inconsequential because I can't give you everything that you want in this. Also, she's remarkably dull. You need some of this dullness. You need to feel it, so that when you fall asleep, I get all the ad revenue. We're going to move on to a part in the video called My Worst Habit, or The Worst Habit. And the reason why is because this will set up something later, but also show WebMD Dr. Lynn Reid at her finest, because she has everything. Papa Nurgle has blessed her.
The question is, what is the worst habit that you do when you're in love with someone? So not only do I have BPD, but I have massive anxious attachment issues. Like it is so freaking bad. But when I'm in love with someone, they become my everything. And I know it's because of the BPD. I know it's because of the anxious attachment. So it gets so bad, it's to the point where it's like my emotions, my feelings, my thoughts, the way my day goes, etc., is all based on the way that they are treating me.
When people look at the non-tent era and the lack of anyone really being involved in the content, there is some credit to her making that person her world. Except in the past, prior to YP, whichever number they were on camera in the form of Destiny and in the form of Becky. Amber then likes to say she has all these mental health issues and she knows she has them. Okay, fantastic. I'm not going to denigrate anyone else's mental health, but Amber says she has everything at every point in time. So the ability for me to believe anything she says is limited. Now you've had this, let's get on to the doctor drama, because this one's fascinating, and Amber doesn't know what doxing is.
What really happened during the weight loss surgery era?
Before Amber gives a long-winded response, which I will undoubtedly have to break up into multiple parts, I will give you the condensed version. Amberlynn quit because Amberlynn was instructed to lose weight consistently and not binge eat for a whole year. If she had done that, she would have proven her willingness to have the surgery and commit to a very different life. There are other factors as well. For example, she really didn't want to and just used it for attention. The Belgian contingent are no longer here. She is not getting the attention. She needs something new, and she's not very good at actually creating drama. But here's the long-winded response.
Okay. I specifically said repeatedly during that whole era, I will explain later. You guys will see why I'm upset later. I can't tell you now, but I'll tell you later.
Yes, we got that, you patronizing tart. Perhaps instead get to the bleeding point instead of wasting time. This video is a 31-minute long video of yours, and within this video you speak as if you are speaking from a level of authority and understanding. It's a fallacy, and you're a moron.
I could easily do a whole story time, but I'm just not going to even do that because I'm not going to put my energy into this that hardcore because I just don't want to.
This, on Amber's part, is the wrong decision, because if this video is really, or this story is as juicy as she wants to make it seem, but also a nothing burger to her, you would surely want to put it into one concise response, because you then respond to this in 2 to 3 separate videos in bits. And because of the law of diminishing returns and you being stupid, it goes nowhere.
So if you guys remember, I came on my YouTube and I said, oh, I can't get weight loss surgery until I don't binge for a whole year. It came out of nowhere. It was confusing. It was weird. It made no sense. But I held on to that and I said, okay, let's do it. Then I had an appointment with my dietitian and she said, you're gonna come meet the surgeon because we need to talk to you about something. And this was before I was even supposed to meet the surgeon.
Can you tell that the drama in this is palpable right now?
So anyways, I was gonna meet the surgeon even before I was supposed to. So long story short, hundreds and hundreds of people were emailing my surgeon, finding his Instagram and messaging him. They were contacting my surgeon's office through the phone, through messages, any way that people could contact my surgeon, they were finding it and they were doing it.
Owing to fair use rules, I have to insert this interjection, but also a valid comment that needs to be made. Because of your personality online, yes, there is going to be some blowback that you did leave breadcrumbs. You showed emails. Those emails had names. You gave locations. You gave up a lot of information that you later tried to debunk in a separate video because you start to throw others under the bus because you claim that what they did was doxing. The doctor is a public figure that operated on one of the Slattons. They are famous, well known, and if you Google search weight loss surgeon, famous, Slattons, and the state they're in, you will get all the public information. The consequence next is not ideal, but it is a consequence you must have known about, which is why you originally lied and said the surgeon was female.
So how did people find out who my surgeon was? A reaction channel. How did that reaction channel find out who my surgeon was? Because I read maybe 2 sentences of an email that was sent to me by my surgeon's office. This reactor wanted to know so badly who my surgeon was that they faked wanting to get weight loss surgery just so they could get that email back to them to confirm who my weight loss surgeon was. And once they confirmed who my weight loss surgeon was, what did they do? They doxed him.
The creators in question are Kicking Geese and Narc-Alert. They did not dox the surgeon was publicly known, and no one believed for a second you were going with a surgeon in the first place because of all the details you left out, and you did in fact leave enough information which we covered in last year's end of year review that it was quite easy for that person, Narc-Alert, and of course Kicking Geese's involvement, to work it out. You made the information public, even if it was just a breadcrumb. And by the way, Kicking Geese and Narc-Alert signed up for the same online seminar from that weight loss clinic. It was a pre-recorded video and online course. Mountain, molehill, entirely your own machination.
My surgeon was Dr. Smith. So when I met him and we had that meeting, I explained to him everything. He explained to me the type of messages and things that he was receiving. It was people saying how I binged and I lie.
Now Amber within this video prattles on for about 3 minutes about this and tries to act as if she's above it. However, it is vitally important to acknowledge, of course, no one should have been doing that in the first place. At the same time, not one of them was wrong. You do lie, you've been proven to have lied many times over the years, and we know this now from Destiny and Becky. A lot of your lies have really undone your reputation that you undid anyway yourself. It's just even further in the mud. Additionally, you do binge, because your weight has consistently stayed around the same area for years. The only way to stay there is to be binging. That has been proven demonstrably true because you only show us you eating these small, dainty queen portions, yet your weight is in the 500s. Your caloric intake is significantly higher. Now, 2 videos later, Amber does indicate Kicking Geese had sent an apology. Not going to touch that, but in that same video, she talks more about the claim of doxing, to which she then rolls her eyes and dismisses the very concept of whether it was or was not, because it is to her. It is a completely pointless, trivial video, yet again produced revising history and information, all because she left clues but the timeline doesn't add up. Forgetting here that a certain forum called The Farms worked it out within 10 minutes. Many people frequent that platform, and so with the information all being there and lined up, it didn't take long. Don't forget here, people managed to work out exactly which cheesecake factory you went to. This was years ago, by the way, based on a picture of a sodding car park. It didn't take long, Amber. How are you this internet, non-internet savvy? We're going to go to the video though before that and not play any sodding clips from it because it's just not worth it. Instead, we're going to skip over I Lied to You, Not Clickbait, and Lies Exposed, the 2 videos she made where she does talk about this more and didn't get many views compared to the first video, but if she had put this all together, she would have gotten a lot more views. And instead let's go to Target, because this is peak Amber content. There's only one more video after this, don't worry. And after that, we've got some interesting images to look at. How exciting.
I got 2 chips, although I asked for an apple.
Not even joking, that was in fact the most replayed part of the video, but there is a way in. It's much further into the video, closer to 12 minutes. So we're going to go to that next, because Amber's weight had started at 50 something, but she seems to be doing something right, and we'll get to why soon.
Alright, you guys, so I'm going to be weighing in.
Hello. It's ready.
Stepping on. I figured I would record this one for you guys.
492.2 pounds.
492.2!
Of course, the congratulations are in order that you are in a region that you haven't been in for, well, years actually. At this point, you have been fluctuating for quite some time. Congrats. To the last video, called Weigh In What I Ate Today, Counting Calories and Cook With Me. The most replayed part is the weigh-in. I don't care about the cooking at all. It's typical nonsense of her pretending to be eating healthily and good, but really she's eating really good, but off camera. So to the weigh-in.
Hello. So we're gonna do a weigh-in. I'm pretty pumped. Hello.
It's ready.
Yes, it is. I've been doing pretty freaking good, you guys. So stepping on, let's see where I'm at.
489.6 pounds.
Shut up! Wait, what?
I am still going to call sus on all of Amberlynn Reid's weigh-ins, not least because she doesn't look any smaller, discernibly smaller anyway. In fact, somebody managed to prove a point with comparison pictures of her when she did weigh less to how she looks now. If anything, she just looks saggier, and I do not have that picture to hand. For that I am very sorry. This is all quite sus, and I'm not overly fond of people saying they're one thing but not providing any proof of it beyond a camera facing the ceiling. Her reaction is not much of a brag really, is it, Amber? Come on. So perhaps now we should get to the motivations for why she may well be losing weight. This is quite important. This is very important in fact, but it involves two pictures. Those two pictures include Becky and Destiny. And the reason why is because Destiny recently got married. You got big shoulders because of that suit. Congratulations to the happy couple. The other news is that Becky is now dating a significant improvement, certainly when compared to Amber. Congratulations to both Destiny and Becky. Amber, like a pro, has some views on this. On her Instagram, she was asked, what do you think about Destiny being married, Beck and taken, is taken, and you are single? Reply, who said I was single? Don't you think it's a bit strange that now Destiny and Beck have a wife and girlfriend and you're suddenly not single, lol? I've been talking about this person way before those two things happened. Stop trying to make something out of nothing. All three of us have moved on. It's time for you to do so as well. Amber is alluding to the Valentine's Day nonsense, drivel. Okay, congratulations. Question, are you in love? Amber, yes I am. Question, what does your dream woman look like? Reply, honestly, I have her. When Amber gets into new relationships, she usually loses a bunch of weight at the start, as is typical for her cycle. Once they get settled in, that then changes and Amber gets comfortable, Amber starts binging, Amber gets relaxed. Amber is free from the shackles where she made an effort. Now if this new wifey is making an effort, they'll be smart enough to keep Amber further back for longer so Amber can use that as a reason to continue to make an effort. But Amber, because obviously she has BPD, she has PTSD, she has autism, she has Asperger's, she has Nurgle's rot, she has unicorn farts, and she has, ADHD as well, of course, ADD, she also has FATOBCD. She can't focus for very long or commit for too long before she has to regress, like a hibernation cycle. This will be testament to it. And go figure, the moment two of her exes have well and truly moved on, Amber has to make something about herself by announcing in a sly little, ooh, I'm coy, look at me, way, look, I've got something going on because I are better than them. FYI, you're not. And I'm sure you've claimed somewhere you have FYI as well. To summarise the month of March, it can be summarised as the following. Wasted opportunity, multiple times. While she likes to claim to be removed from the drama, she watches the drama channels. She is no better than them if they are considered lowly to her, then she is just like them. She watches them like a whore and doesn't even take advantage of the opportunity presented to make the content that would get her the most views. Based on this time of year and her viewership, she was barely making $2,000. I've heard about the cost of living, by the way. I'm sure you have, Amber, too. If you have savings, they are being eroded at by your inability to be creative. Amber's inability to be creative is actually a curse of being Amber, because on her own, she does not have the mental acuity or innate intelligence to be able to come up with something that makes her look better or do something that makes being a vlogger justifiable, viable, and sustainable. Amber is on a losing streak, and she is still losing. She will continue to lose until her channel is done or she goes first. At this point, I'm not entirely sure who wins that if you can consider either a win. As far as the weight loss goes, I'm not convinced this will stay off for the remainder of the year, but I want to be proven wrong. So let's get into April and see what she does. The month of April 2024 is a fascinating one for Amber. There are multiple arcs going on at once. For someone who doesn't do much, it's actually quite impressive. For example, on Instagram, she spends a lot of time doing Q&As, which we'll get to in a moment. On TikTok, she thirst posts. On YouTube, she does a few different things while not doing anything at the same time all at once. Her New Year's resolution was one video every other day. She owes, for the month of April, 7, because during this month she produced 8 videos. She could have, much like in March, produced a lot more talking about some very interesting subjects, but a few purchases were made in her name in the form of her content, and the receipt came when the online space decided, no fam. And we'll get to all the videos in a moment. We're going to start with the Instagram posts and then touch on her thirst posting on TikTok, because there is a wider point to make when it comes to her TikTok presence. To keep in with the theme of last month, where Amber says she has a girlfriend and no one believes her, what does your dream woman look like? Amber: honestly, I have her. What's the last unfiltered photo you took? Amber: last night. That is not unfiltered, don't try me. The lack of darkness around the eyes was the giveaway. The responses she's giving, alluding to there being a new wifey in her life, are entirely because of her jealousy towards the fact that Destiny got married and Becky is seeing someone way above Amber's pay grade. How many girls and guys have you had sex with? Amber: I've had sex with 5 girls, I've never had sex with a man. Now, there were 2 points of contention with this from those within world. The first concerned the relationship with Casey, but I do not believe they had transitioned at that point. The second being that Amber had, in older content, and I wish I knew where the clip was, indicated she had dated a man in the past. But sex with does not mean just because you dated, you definitely had sex with. What inspired the new hairstyle? I think the 2 little ponytails are your cutest look yet. This is the look in question. Amber: I've been doing it for years. First time in 2020. Not gonna lie, Mama Lynn low-key hyped me up about the hairstyle, so I've been enjoying doing it again. Thank you. You are 5 years younger than me, and you are desperately trying to fob yourself off as if you are 15 years younger than me. Please stop. You have great hair, but let's face it, at this point, the rest of your body is starting to fail you. Clinging onto your hair with youthful hairstyles that even children don't use doesn't help you. Not a question, but I hate reaction channels. It's like a group project that only you did. Ugh. Reply: whoa, mind blown, I never thought about it like that. I'm surprised you haven't, because you are entirely the reason the entire community exists. And I'll include those that went to Chantel as well, because you started this. It was all on you. You have made a career out of being hated. You've made a career out of being hate-watched, reacted to, responded to. However, you are so boring now that many people don't bother with you, and that has in turn led to your views going even further down the drain, which we'll get to soon. Courtesy of one of my lovely patrons, even if they aren't German, do you know Kiwi Farms was to blame for the doxing? No one called till months after Narc Alerts live. Now this is in relation to last month, where Amber fundamentally misunderstood what doxing was. Something that's going to resurface and have a renaissance in this particular month. Amber replied: I was told that it all started in December. Well, of course, if you're told, you must believe it. Why bother going to look? Which was never when she doxed me. I never said Kiwi Farms wasn't at fault either, but there's a difference between a website who thrives off of threats blank and blank versus a woman with an impressionable audience. She should have done the right thing and she didn't. That's not how this works, Amber. You fundamentally misunderstood what doxing is anyway. But alright, we'll let it go. One more before we move over to the TikToks. Zachary Michael wants to know, why didn't you go into more detail about what you admire about Valentine? Now this is important because Amber keeps on talking from this position of, as a vlogger, this position of, oh, how amazing her life is because of Valentine. Hell, she's lost over 10 pounds because of it. She weighs in the 480s at present. Amber replies, because I'm keeping things about her private for now. I could go into detail about why I love her dedication and strength, but I'm protecting our privacy right now, while still allowing myself to be happy and talk a bit about her. My answers being vague publicly doesn't make our relationship any less meaningful. Zach needs things to make videos about, so of course he is finding something to complain about when it comes to me. He acts superior, he isn't. I'll be honest with you, Zachary Michael is a far more regular uploader and does really well on views. Zachary Michael doesn't necessarily need you, but you do generate additional views for content. But on the other content that Zachary Michael produces, he still does reasonably well. The same cannot be said for you. And whereas Zachary has made a career out of responding to you in a more whimsical way, Zachary still gets vastly more likes to dislikes, which you have not seen since the Belgian contingent was in your channel in January and February of 2023. So now we have the Instagram posts that are relevant to this video out of the way. We're now going to talk about TikTok, because Amber is very active on TikTok, to the point at this time of the year when I'm recording this and editing it on the 4th of May, Amber has 98.4k followers, 1.6k away from being able to be monetized on the platform. She is very active on TikTok. A lot of what she does involve Q&As, content with her mother, talking about her past, but the one thing that really stands out is that at 500 plus pounds, she does a lot of thirst posting, with crappy music in the background, but thirst posting nonetheless. I have two problems with the kind of content she produces on TikTok. Firstly, the format is something she could post on YouTube. And I say this because if she managed to get 70,000-80,000 views like she does on some of her TikToks, she would make some money on it. 1,000 views is like 5p, so maybe she would only make a couple dollars. But because she's not monetized on TikTok, she's not making anything for all this stuff she's producing here when she could be posting it to YouTube. You can claim that people aren't going to go to your TikTok to then respond to it, but actually the reaction channels will go there and get it anyway. The difference is you're less likely to get people going to your TikTok to go and watch the videos in full because they're just not worth going to find. Especially if a TikTok ban at this point of the year in 2024 comes into effect, you would lose a platform you've been building. All the content that's been going on TikTok could have just gone onto YouTube as a short as well. A double upload where while it's growing and building over on TikTok, you have the security coming in the form of passive views through shorts on your main channel, your only channel. But you are so unbusiness savvy, you'll make 8 non-tent videos a month. Phone it in with diminishing views, getting more views on the shorts you make on TikTok when you could be uploading them to YouTube as well. Your channel isn't above any kind of standard because you've had your channel where the low bar is for quite some time. You haven't raised the bar in years. In fact, James Cameron couldn't raise that bar because you're dragging it further and further down by making nothing. In fact, you do more on your TikTok because you are trying to be TikTok Lin. The problem you have with that is you're not monetized. So really, all you're doing is eating up any savings you may well have, doing AMAs and thirst posting, and occasionally throwing your mum in the videos, which comes back to bite you on the ass later in YouTube form. So what we're going to do now is go through each of her videos in turn, because within each of these videos is a nugget worthy of showcasing. The first video, how I feel about my ex's monthly weight update and huge Trader Joe's haul. The first clip I'm going to show you might seem a bit innocuous, but it is going to come back to us later in the month.
I know I have not been uploading lately. My bad. I'll do better. It's just like
Sex life.
went to Trader Joe's, so I'm gonna do a haul when I get home. So I just got some eggs. And before anyone says anything, yes, this is processed food. So I got these snacky clusters. I got some of these sour cream and onion flavored rings. I got some olives. And then I really wanted like a pasta sauce. I got some of their mashed potatoes. I got 2 things of vegetable penang curry with jasmine rice.
For the sake of the month of April, consider that foreshadowing for something that's going to crop up soon. The only real part of this video of note is a discussion concerning a YouTube play button, as she spends the later part of the video talking about the very thing in the title, the first thing about the exes, speaking from a position of I'm just better than you. The play button bit though is interesting because it concerns Chantel, and Amber adds or lends credence to Chantel getting hers so fast by pointing out that Amber got hers quite quickly too. Now the point about this is quite irritating. Chantel bought hers, straight up. She paid for hers off Etsy. There's no way she got hers as quick as she did. Amber, it makes sense, because Amber is in America. It's a little bit different. Chantal isn't in America, is she now? We'll move on to the second video. The second video is titled What I Eat on a, quote, cheat day. We've yet to get to a weigh-in. Don't worry, I'm sure one will pop up at some point in the near future.
Okay guys, so the first thing I'm gonna have, which I cannot pronounce, is cheese-filled fiocchetti with pink sauce.
While I have the audio muted, keep an eye on the nutritional value of this. You'll notice the saturated fats and the sodium are quite high. Considering portion sizes she does in this video, both of them are going to be well over, in fact, 100%. One closer to 300% by the end of this video.
This is 930 calories. You guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I cannot eat any more of this.
Amber spends the rest of the video eating more processed ready meals and drinking sugar-free drinks, which is the lie on the face of it, claiming that she can't finish all these meals because they're just too much and it's not the food she typically goes for.
So for this plate, it does come out to 350 calories. It's 340 for one of them, so 680 for two, which so far I've had 1,960 calories today. Okay, so the next thing I'm having is this Trader Joe's mac and cheese. It is only 270 calories.
She finishes the day even if she ate what she says she ate in this video is the only thing she ate all day at least 3,000 calories. Her goal is to try and stay around 2,500 or 2,000 depending on which side of a lie she's trying to tell you. So on to video number 3. This is why it is hard to lose weight, the weight I've gained, and babysitting.
Okay, so it is the next day after being back on track. So let's see how the scale has reacted to that.
It's ready.
Okay, stepping on.
498.2 pounds.
498.2.
Amber had managed at the end of March to get into the 480s, something which many of us attributed to her cycle because she was in love, because of her inability to be consistent, which is typical of her with her addictive personality qualities. Amber has been yo-yoing around the same 20-pound mark for quite some time. Beyond playing the guitar like a pro as you see on the screen now, there was one thing in this video, and it's an image that did its rounds on social media for quite some time. It was Amberlynn Reid explaining her weight, which, I'll be honest, involved some mental gymnastics that not even a pro would consider using.
Okay, you guys, so my TDEE has been a very popular topic lately. And if you guys don't know what that is, it's literally just like a little calculator where you put your height, your weight, and your gender, and it comes up with a calorie limit that'll help you lose weight. But people are forgetting about everything else that goes into how easy it is for someone to lose weight and the amount of calories that they need to lose weight.
As you can see from that one clip, Amber is a pro at explaining things. Now, I'm not going to play the clip in full as she did that. Instead, we're going to look at the image of what she shows us, because the image is hilarious. 500 pounds in total, 2,900 calories to lose weight. But estimated 150 pounds lipedema, whole body, because she's swole, everyone. Not to be confused with lymphedema, which she also says she has. It's all water weight. So 350 pounds in TEDEE calculated 2,100 to lose weight, plus low metabolism. Yo-yo dieting has not helped this. Menopause, when estrogen decreases, it causes weight gain. Hormone levels. Now, they're the same thing, to be honest, in this context. The endocrine system is not overly complicated. Supplements and abiding the prescribed, let's say, path would do you some good. Amber does not listen to doctors, we all know this. As far as her metabolism goes, it's not going to speed up. Also, she does not do anything to encourage her body to burn calories or to burn fat, which is the key here. Those processed meals you saw earlier in the Trader Joe's haul are vitally important here, because it shows you're willing to, when you're in the right setting, ignore all of that and just go om nom nom yum 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 waka waka waka. You believe yourself to be 350 pounds because you have 150 pounds of lipedema. If that's the case, then Ozempic was not the path forward back then, was it? Because you were never going to lose that 150 pounds. Assume if you lost 150 pounds and took your body down to 350, you'd think yourself a 200 pound person. As somebody that weighs 195, I promise you and I are not the same. One of us goes to the gym and actually bothers to look after themselves. The other person does scratch art and is swole, apparently. On to the next video. I made a huge mistake. Let's go to Walmart. Oh, and Olive Garden. Consider this a prelude? Yes. For what is about to happen that cracked me up to no end.
I also filmed and posted 3 TikToks, which I'll show you guys right here, but not without the sound because I don't want to get copyrighted.
Not without the sound? Alright.
Okay, you guys, so right now I'm currently at the Walmart. Okay, so instead of getting like a standard coloring book, I found these Scribble Scrubbies. Whoa! Out very well.
Is it filming?
Hi, is it?
Oh,
I think so.
Do I need to push it? Oh, it's filming.
I think it's filming.
It essentially took, within the month of April, 4 videos for Amber to actually do a video where she did something, although it is one of the most least viewed videos for her month, which is quite amusing when she actually bothers to do something, spread out over a period of 4 to 5 days.
Hey you guys, so it's time for another weigh-in, so let's do that.
Hello. It's ready.
All right, stepping on.
490.8 pounds.
490.8? What? See? All that water weight that I gained from being off a track, getting back on track, I instantly lost it.
That clip is from the next video. I'm in a relationship, stepping on the scale, and torrid haul. Stepping on the scale was the only part that really mattered. The I'm in a relationship thing was again her fluffing up her own sense of self-importance to make it seem like she's in something, she's got something, she's doing someone. But in reality, one doth protest a little too much. So we'll move on to the next video. My girlfriend surprised me. Mum's first YouTube appearance. This one's important. The first part of that title is entirely Amber buying herself stuff at this point, much like the Batcave that we've not seen since. But the first appearance of her mother, this is important, because I showed her earlier in a TikTok, didn't I? This does in fact lead to consequences because of a purchase made at Bingo of all places.
Say hi to the vlog.
Hi, 17. Be number 4.
Thanks.
Oh, 72.
Mom, what? You want me to keep that in there? Sure.
The consequence and the receipt that comes with that is that video number 7 of 8, titled The Truth About My Mom, had to happen. Now, Amber put this in after about 4 minutes, the part that needs to be heard, and she goes on for about, well, the rest of the video in fact. This video was not well received, and many people did point out discrepancies and hypocrisy. Discrepancy because of her claims for how long her mum went to prison for and the crime she committed, based on what was since found about her mother's background, that is. The hypocrisy because Amber has dunked on members of other people's family, people she used to date, for issues they have with their own health. But with Amber, it's very much a one rule for me, but not for thee.
Okay guys, so I personally hate that I even have to talk about this, but I'm going to. So there is a reaction channel that begs for more side characters, and they've also begged for my mom to be in my videos. So in my newest video, my mom waves at the camera. You see her hand for a second, and then you see her face for a second. That is literally it. And so this reaction channel took it upon themselves to sit there and read every single charge that my mom has.
Once you enter the public space as a creator, you put your name, your face, you are in the videos. You, the now side characters you have referenced your mother as, become a figure of public interest. We had this with the surgeon you claimed was your surgeon for your weight loss surgery that you pulled out of because you were a coward and refused to commit to losing weight consistently. And it's very important to distinguish this. Your mother has a past. We know this because of you, because in your older content, none of which you deleted, and yet you've accepted you've done it, you dragged your mum. You dragged her for her criminal background, for the addiction problems she had, for harming your childhood. You did that. But you've also dragged others. You've dragged your ex-partner's brothers. So the next comment I'm going to play will seem a bit hypocritical.
I just want to say, like, how does anyone expect me to have side characters on my channel if things like this happen? I'm sorry, but listing off my mom's past charges and the things that she's done over a decade ago on your YouTube channel during a live stream while reacting to my videos, my current videos, is tacky. It's super tacky, and it's all for monetization reasons, and I think it's really pathetic.
As you can tell, Amberlynn is removed from this kind of drama. Geordie didn't do nothing wrong, just to be clear. Now this video, to be honest, bleeds into the final video of the month. I'm having a hard time. This video is fascinating though, because Amber spends the entire video sat in the exact same spot doing absolutely nothing. for the entire video. You keep bringing your mother up when many do point out that you constantly mentioning your mother is just done for views and clicks. Monetary gain, I guess. Yes. And we should probably go back and quickly touch upon the fact that your mum's criminal record is quite clear. You claim that some of it was clerical errors, but the record is the record. You have to have it removed to prove that point. You denied in that video your mother did 5 years for a crime against a service animal. Yet that is not what the record Geordie went through said.
But apparently for Mama Lynn here, it was the perfect time to possess a whole lot of things she should not have been in possession of. 2004, looks like we got the band back together, and inflicted corporal injury on a spouse or cohabitant, her own mother. 2010, looks like we had a little bit of a run-in with some more substances. Okay, this is what we have been waiting for. Sentenced October 19th, 2010. She pleaded guilty for the charge of harming, mistreating, or killing a service animal.
Do you think reaction channels should delete their videos where they said false statements about your mom? Because technically that is defamation. That's a hard question. I don't really know, because when I think of that, like I think of myself, like I have said some things in the past that weren't true. The reaction channels that like really truly were like, yeah, Amberlynn's mom did do this. Like, it is defamation. That is technically like the term for it. Do I think they should delete the video? I guess maybe morally it makes sense to do that, especially because they were so wrong.
Amber, throughout this entire video of Q&A nonsense, does not provide at this point, in early May 2024 when I'm doing this, any proof to the contrary on any of her social media platforms. She just says it as if it is, so you must believe, because we're just going to gloss over the fact that her mother was also done for beating up Amber's grandmother, aka Mama Lynn's mother. Now, Amber does finish this month weighing in excess of 500 pounds again, because she was off track, on track, off track, on track. So to conclude this month, Amber phoned it in again, making it seem like she's doing stuff and talking as if a philosopher, when in reality all she's doing is regurgitating the same talking points that dug her into this hole in the first place. At time of recording on the 4th of May, Amber has yet to make a video on her channel. I can imagine May is going to be another quiet month while she seeks to find a way to make content without her mother present, and also make it seem like she's doing something when she's really not. The month of May has been a fascinating one for Amber because she finally started to turn it up a notch with the upload frequency rate. At the start of the year, she said she would upload one every other day, meaning 15 videos for most months. However, up until now, she had barely done 10. I say barely, she hadn't hit 10 once. In May, with 31 days, she uploaded 14 times. And you do see on her social blade that she had gone from 672,000 views in the month of April, which is the lowest she has had in several years, up to 918,000 views. It should be noted though, with her regular uploads, the viewership of that is continuing to decline. At the start of the year, she was just about hitting 50,000. Now she's lucky to hit 40,000. So her uploading more would be an indicator she has realized she can't get by on what she is making, regardless of the number of ads that are being littered throughout her videos every 2 minutes. I say this because I got increasingly frustrated during a live stream on this channel called the Dainty Queen stream, where I got ads every 2 minutes. It was beyond irritating. Because she has uploaded a lot more content, although you can argue even though it is more content, it is equally more nontent, and it certainly is more nontent. Amber starts the month by continuing the discussion from the end of April, talking about her mother, because of that one little clip that I already debunked because Amber had already featured her mother on her TikTok, because TikTok Lynn at that point was close to getting monetized. To get monetized on TikTok, you need 100,000 followers, and TikTok Lynn needs the coin. And at time of recording, Amberlynn Reid has succeeded in hitting 100,000 followers on TikTok. So there is a distinct possibility she can in fact start to make little pennies over there as well. Well done, Amber. It's about damn time you started to spread yourself anyway, creatively, but also so that you can capitalize on the fact that TikTok is not as familiar with you as YouTube is as your YouTube fame declines. Because Amber continued the month by talking about her mother, that is how I would like to proceed for this month. Before we then get into Amber's change over the course of the month, where she not only trolls the audience to minimal success, but then starts a new weight loss journey with Ozempic. I know that's a spoiler, but let's face it, at this point, Amber's one of the few people that has ever failed Ozempic, and she's dumb enough to go back on it. Maybe she is earning money off TikTok.
I have done a lot of therapy. Even in my most recent successful therapy sessions, I just want to make it very clear, I've never bashed my family. That's not something I would ever do. I would never bash my parents.
You know, and I just want to tell you that, Aunt Tammy, if you're listening still, that the people who say they like you, they don't really like you. They're liking the drama, and you're giving it to them.
Like, ever. The subject of my past and the things that I have been through is very heavy. Thank you to Sam, because if it wasn't for you, my mom would have never known, and that has now officially been fixed. So we do appreciate that.
Now, that entire video, that first vlog of the month, is entirely shot in her apartment. She does nothing. She opens some Amazon tat, talks about how everything means something to her, how she basically hides so much about herself and has never talked about her parents' past or her own childhood, which has been debunked by Becky, Casey, in fact many others who have talked about this. Because Amber, while saying in this same vlog she was glossing over these subjects, she gave enough information to the internet, which is a weapon, and they simply went and got the information. And then when Amber was found to be Leila Lynn, they called her out for it. This vlog is her trying to seem like a philosopher. Actually, it just enhances the belief that she has a inflated sense of self-importance. So on to video number 2. Because she did everything inside, Amber goes outside for this one. She goes to Target.
Really pop shopping at ColourPop. Or is that how you said it?
Yeah.
It's more so like you should have been there type of thing. And I didn't even know that Target had ColourPop, but that's pretty cool. So my preferred eyeliner is usually e.l.f. liquid eyeliner, but NYX has some like colored ones.
Now, unlike the previous video, there was no most watched, rewatched, replayed part of that video. But there was a part that I found quite interesting because it showed a level of naivety and stupidity. Not that we didn't already know this. And it concerned something as trivial as a micro SD card. Because Amber's a gamer girl, everyone, and she knows what she's doing.
I low-key am a gamer sometimes. I got an SD card for the good old Switch. God, it's so tiny. I was not expecting it to be so freaking small. Do you guys think small things are cute? Because I do. Like, something about little tiny things is just so adorable. Anyways, I needed this because I have been obsessed with Fortnite lately.
Not to be that person, but if you're going to buy a micro SD card for your Switch and get as much out of it as you can, I would highly recommend you buy a terabyte. While the 128 will certainly go reasonably far if you don't have many games, it seems pointless, especially when you only got it because of the iconography related to Mario on it. Now, in the third upload, Amberlynn Reid decided to show us what she ate while off track because she's preparing, everyone. She is preparing for the almightiest of health changes. Okay, so this is what Amber ate in one day when she was totally off track and not what she normally eats.
Hello, welcome to a new vlog. All right, so I ordered food. So here is my first meal. So I got Five Guys, actually. So I got their regular size Cajun fry. So for the cheeseburger, y'all, I tell you, they give you so many fries. I was just empty.
$2.50.
As you can see, her off-track day is no different to her on-track day. Vast amounts of carbs and sugars, and doing sod all to change that. Now, one of the arcs we need to pay more attention to rather than the relationship stuff of Amber getting more and more balls deep invested in Fortnite, which barely features but gets some odd references here and there, is her appointments with the doctors. Because Amber wants to obviously make changes and get the cycle renewed. To do that, she needs to go to a doctor's first.
So I haven't said this in a hot minute, but I have a doctor's appointment today. So let's go do that. Because of that appointment I went to. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of questions of like, what was it for? I already know that. And that's why I'm only coming on here now to say like, I personally am not ready to talk about it.
This is Amberlynn teasing things, something which she was in turn teased for in the comment section to this video, because it seems redundant to allude to the fact you're doing something, but then to not be willing to discuss what it is you're doing in the first place. Although for the sake of it, she does eventually in a follow-up video talk about it. We're going to skip over the follow-up video to this, the immediate one anyway, and instead go to starting a new medicine, more doctor's appointments, because she continues to allude vaguely what's going on, whilst also talking about fat acceptance and how you need to be a champion for yourself. Somewhat ironic, and it is definitely worth playing here.
Okay, so I just got out of my doctor's appointment. I did cry a little in there. It is what it is. So I think the doctor that I saw today, I think that he is going to be like my official doctor. I really genuinely liked him.
Amber, how long have you been in Oklahoma to now get a doctor? It's been a bit of a while, don't you think?
It is what it is. I have a hard time with doctors because people my size are discriminated against in healthcare. Just remember to be an advocate for yourself. Very important. I always stand by that.
Which is why you weigh over 500 pounds, still have your food delivered on a regular by Uber, and all the food you actually buy you don't use unless you're drunk. Now, while the follow-up video talks about something else health related, I'm going to skip it temporarily and go to her finally explaining why she's been seeing doctors recently. I should insert, of course, when it comes to health scares, I think it vitally important we look after ourselves. It's just a shame the last time you had a genuine health scare, you did nothing.
Hey guys, welcome to a new vlog. So today I have an appointment to get a CT scan. So it was a little over 2 weeks ago. I went pee and I noticed there was blood in my pee. And of course I went on to the Google. So I called around to a couple doctors and one of them was like, we don't have an appointment open until next year.
There's a reason I've reduced that down. I've reduced it down because Amber talks a lot more in detail about blood and pee. YouTube make it a bit tricky here to get monetized with that kind of conversation, but it's okay though. I can now provide the Cliffs Notes. She went to WebMD and forums to get advice and they all agreed UTI. She eventually did get to a doctor's and they have booked her in for a CT scan we'll get to in a moment. Because she had her hysterectomy, anything that is red down there is a big warning for her. You'd also would have thought, because of that hysterectomy and the reason for it, she would have learnt. But if there's a chance it comes back or she has issues, she has clearly not learnt. And during the same video, she goes on and on and on about how this is not her fault. Let's get to the CT scan, shall we?
You guys, I wish I was joking when I tell you this, but the freaking CT scan weight limit was my exact weight, so they didn't want to like have me do it. So they're calling my doctor on Monday and I'm gonna have to do it at a different place, but I just literally cannot believe that. Like I'm so, I get it, it's my fault, but like wow. My mom's taking a cigarette break with her boyfriend. We just ate at a Denny's because there's a salad that she likes here, so.
Okay, so there are a couple things worth highlighting here. For the past few videos, you've been talking about how emotionally traumatized you have been by the very idea that you could perhaps have an electric boogaloo with the dreaded C word. A CT scan is booked for you, you go to it, and you weigh the exact amount that that particular CT scan can have as a weight limit, meaning you are unable to have your CT scan even though if you are the same as the weight limit, surely that means you can in fact have it. Shortly after, you go straight to Denny's because salad, which we totally believe is why you went there. Point of contention, I guess. I know they do heavier ones in fact, but a typical load capacity for the majority of the CT scan machines you will find is 450 pounds, but there is a GE Optima that goes up to 500 pounds or 227 kilos. Apparently, our quarter-ton princess is still a quarter-ton princess. There haven't been any weigh-ins yet, so we haven't seen where she's at. But there's a reason for that, because Amber wants to show you how quickly she can lose all that with no effort whatsoever when she gets back onto, you're right, it's your boy, Ozempic.
So you wouldn't notice unless I was super close, so hello, sorry for the jump scare. But I have a little yellow down here. I decided to use some of my NYX. It's NYX Epic Wear Liner Stick. Obsessed, you can't really tell.
I'll be honest, Amber, I thought you were jaundiced and you were trying to hide it with the rest of the makeup on your face.
So I actually just got back from the med spa and they did in fact take my lab work. So I have to keep it in the fridge, obviously. So I'm literally going back on Ozempic. Yes, I am. It's a pretty penny. It is a pretty freaking penny. Like, why does it have to be so expensive?
The reason Ozempic is as expensive as it is because Novo Nordisk own the patent, and that doesn't run out until 2031. They have a monopoly on the product. You're welcome.
I'm probably gonna do a weigh-in like the first day that I do my first Ozempic shot, so.
Oddly enough, in the video where Amber indicated she was too big for the CT scan, she actually had her first Ozempic shot and her mother did it for her. I'm not going to show that in this video. Her weight is 500.4 pounds, apparently. Of course, we don't believe that because everything she does is a camera facing the ceiling. If she was smart, she'd find out how much the clothes she wears weighs, and then she could remove that from what the scales say she weighs in a form of zeroing the scales. We're now going to carry on with the Ozempic aspect with a weigh-in vlog and a health update.
It is what it is. I do want to give a little bit of an update on Ozempic. Today's day 3. Day 1, in the middle of the night, like while I was sleeping, I woke up multiple times. So nauseous. And then I woke up yesterday morning literally rushing to the toilet thinking that I was actually gonna puke because I was that nauseous, and I didn't though, so thank God. And then I woke up today again extremely nauseous.
Because Amberlynn is a pro at keeping food down, there's no version of this where she actually throws up. But the part that matters in this video is the weigh-in. I believe she was 500.4 last time she weighed herself in, but didn't at the same time, and now we have an update.
And by the way, I did weigh myself today and I just now remembered that because it was a couple hours ago. So I'm gonna add that here. Okay, so I am curious if my weight has moved at all. So I am gonna weigh myself.
Hello. It's ready.
Okay, stepping on.
496.8 pounds.
If you're a gamer like Amberlynn Reid,
I low-key am a gamer sometimes.
the following will make sense. R1, R2, L1, R2, left, down, right, up, left, down, left. Yes, she used the cheat code. Congratulations! Her weapon cheat was obviously a syringe, because she doesn't have to do anything now to lose weight. But it does mean she can take liberties with this, and I have no doubt in my mind she is going to take liberties. And she's going to relapse because she always does. This is an incredibly expensive process, so she needs TikTok Lynn to do well to make up for the fact that YouTube Lynn is failing so badly. Those extra views don't count for much, especially when I got very little in the way of ads on videos where she featured Ozempic.
Alright you guys, I'm about to step on the scale again, so let's do it. I already turned it on. Whoopsies!
495.4 pounds.
So yes, in one video we did get 2 weigh-ins and Amber did have a sharp drop, a stabilized drop. We'll continue on with the next video, I promise. Again, I will make my point quite clear. Amberlynn Reid is using a cheat code here, and I don't support it. Considering what she is willing to do, which is very little, this will not help her in the long run if to stay thinner she has to be on something like Ozempic, because her cravings will always come back to bite her. We're now going to skip ahead to the penultimate video she released for the month of May. Week 1 weigh-in on Ozempic and, other rubbish, but she's actually out and about at least.
I totally forgot. Like, how did I forget this? I guess it's because I had to get a few of these cameos completed. Like, someone requested a 24-hour one yesterday, and I literally just saw it today. I was like, oh my god, first of all, thank you for requesting the 24-hour one. Like, you're like an angel. So sweet.
Okay, so 2 points to add. Firstly, yes, cameo is something that Amberlynn Reid uses. Clearly she's getting a fair amount of traffic because there's no way with AdSense she's making enough from passive views to actually get by on AdSense alone these days. And as CPM concerning TikTok is a bit of a grey area, I cannot be certain she's making that much from that at the moment. The second point to add, which one of you paid for that? Be honest, put it in the comments.
I'm about to go get completely naked, step on that damn scale, and be so proud of myself.
Amber, what do you have to be proud of? You paid for a cheat code because you don't want to put the effort in. The only time you come close to vaguely putting in effort is when you just start dating somebody. But after a week of trying, you give up because they like you the way you are, so you can regress and get closer and closer to being bedbound again. You have nothing to be proud of.
Okay guys, so I did weigh myself. Alright you guys, I'm so excited.
Hello, it's ready.
Okay, stepping on, moment of truth, fingers are crossed.
488.2 pounds.
488.2.
Must be all that water weight, Amber, hey? I'm so proud of you for losing 12 pounds in a week. Interesting to note, somebody else in your life is on their own weight loss journey. You're a mother, and I believe it's mentioned in this video as well.
So I'm currently with my mom.
Tell them how much I lost?
19, right?
19.
My mom's down 19. And I have heard some people asking if she's also on Ozempic. No.
No.
She's doing it all on her own.
Calories.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Mama Lynn. I'm intrigued that now your mother's been put on blast, she's featured a lot more in your content this month. We'll get to that when I get to a conclusion for this month. There's one other point of interest that the comment section flayed you for, and it was for mocking your mum for footwear when you yourself have worn the exact same dirty, stinky flats for years.
You guys, are these swimming shoes? Wait, are these swimming shoes?
I bought them in the swim section to get wet.
Mom, if you bought them in the swim section, I think they're for swimming, right?
They're the most comfortable shoes I've ever worn in my life. Like, they weigh like nothing.
They look comfy. You can't tell that they're purple. On camera, they look gray. Yeah, they match your hair.
You know I'm not supposed to wear them.
I think those are swim shoes.
So to the final video of the month, titled My Symptoms Are Back, Having a Breakdown and Going to a Barbecue. Turns out when you put yourself crying on a thumbnail, usually you get a lot of upvotes and support. Amber though, no, not this time. Whereas before when she had her cancer scare, people genuinely wanted her to get help and be okay. This time, the amount of support available to her has reduced. Think of it like the window of acceptable comedy. As more and more time progresses, and society becomes more what is dubbed progressive, comedy gets weaker and weaker because you can make less and less edgy jokes. With Amber, the big problem she has is she's cried wolf far too many times.
Okay, you guys, so today is day 10 that I've been on semaglutide, Ozempic, whatever you want to call it. So I really want to weigh in because I'm curious. I did not weigh myself yesterday. And I've had a very busy last few days. So normally when that happens, like, it's very Amberlynn coded to like gain weight. So let's see how I did.
Hello, it's ready.
Stepping on.
486.8 pounds.
So yes, Amber has dropped a little more weight in 2 days. She's committed to Ozempic, but I have no doubt once it starts to go up again, she'll quit. Now we should probably get to the part where the first part of the title is more relevant, not the part at the start where she mentions her mum panicking because she was sleeping so heavy her mother was trying to break a window.
Give you guys a little update on my health. I told you guys that I stopped having blood in my urine. I was having a little pelvis pain and lower back pain, and then that went away. Unfortunately, those things are back today, and I've had really bad, sharp pelvis pain. It's just scary, and I feel emotional. Fuck. Like, genuinely. I just really hate this. Like,
of course, I wish no ill health on Amberlynn Reid, but I do fully accept that a lot of the problems she has are exacerbated because of the fact she has not made any discernible changes to her life beyond using repeated cheat codes and failing with them. So my sympathy for her in this instance is very limited, but it still exists. Going into June, Amber needs to address this. She'll undoubtedly make more content about that and the CT scan, and of course her Ozempic journey. So now we're going to get to a bit of a conclusion. I firmly believe the reason Amber made more videos is not just because her views well and truly tanked in April, but also because she finally found her muse, in the form of her mother featuring more in her content. Because while at first she took great offense to her mother being on blast, now they have ridden that wave. They are at a point where she can use her and use her to the fullest. So Amber can still make her content, but she now has the ability to get out and do more. As she is now more active on places like TikTok as well, she has an extra form of income coming in, which means there is a distinct chance Amber is going to get lazy, complacent, because once she gets to that pinnacle where she's making a fair bit, she will cut back on her activity. Time will tell whether or not this feature of her mother in content will then mean she makes more content in June. I firmly believe she will, but I'm open to being proven wrong. The vast majority of her content though was non-tent. It really was. So Amber still desperately needs her mother. Whereas at the start of the year her videos averaged around 50,000 views. Now they're getting closer and closer to 35. For somebody that once pulled in 100,000 on a daily, this is tragic. Her channel is effectively on life support. So let's see if June can help her out at all. For the month of June, there are a number of stories, arcs, that we need to discuss. Arcs within this non-tent era can be quite small, of course they are. We have the arc concerning her mother featuring more in her content, more content being produced because the views are still going down, Amber's Ozempic or semaglutide journey, which includes weigh-ins, yes, there are some of those. And of course, Amber's relationship to somebody that we know nothing about. Oh, hang on, there's one other thing as well. The CT scan story, moment, situation type of deal. We're going to start by talking about the CT scan itself. It features in a number of videos right at the start of the month, with further updates later on concerning her gallbladder. The first video we're going to look at is the first video she released in the month of June, titled Got My CT Scan, I'm Scared and Sobriety Update Vlog.
Hello, welcome to a new vlog. I am coming at you super freaking frustrated, I'm not gonna lie.
This video is 9 minutes and 5 seconds long. In this video, it took her nearly 3 minutes to get to the part where she actually has the CT scan, but at no point in this vlog does she actually go anywhere but her apartment. We don't get anything outside. We don't get anything at a doctor's. We get just her telling us what she's been doing. I swear she could post this on Tumblr for all the use it does her. I'm going to skip to the part where she has had the CT scan. Should be noted, in this video, we do not have the results of it yet.
So I just got home and I'm feeling really emotional. Like, it was a fast process and everyone there was super sweet, but I just felt like after the CT scan, I felt like the radiologist like acted different. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's my anxiety or what it is, but like my anxiety or my gut or my thoughts are telling me she saw something, but she's not able to tell me, obviously. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I just felt like there was
gibberish running through your mind because you wanted any excuse to try and use some emotions to drum up additional interest in your dying, dwindling viewing content. In a follow-up video, Amber finally gives us the results of the CT scan. She also gives us a update on her semaglutide Ozempic nonsense, and yet again, she doesn't move for an entire video, considers it a vlog, and tries to preach from a position of I am simply better and above.
Hello you guys, welcome to a new vlog. So we are starting off with my CT scan results. Well, I saw the results. It showed that I have a hernia, which I've known that. And then something else I knew that I had is I have a benign tumor on my adrenal gland. But the big thing that I was looking for was, what does it say about my bladder? But there's nothing on my bladder, there's nothing in my bladder. The results said I have a remarkable, as they call it, remarkable bladder. That's just like the technical term they use. So I literally was worrying for nothing. So then I kept going through and I was like, okay, well, it has to be something. Well, so it turns out that I have a 6mm kidney stone.
Firstly, no one says remarkable bladder unless something is wrong with it. That is not a technical term. Shut up. Second, everyone told you it was a kidney stone. You just ignored them because they're your hater. How dare they say what it is ahead of time? We are going to play one more little clip from this concerning Ozempic because it is a relevant and prevalent theme for this month. Because while Amber is doing very little to improve her health, she is hoping, obviously, and it becomes quite obvious later on in the month, that she is using and leaning on Ozempic to get the weight down rather than her doing anything to improve the situation with it.
Like I said, I thought I was going towards doom. What I've noticed since being sober and also taking semaglutide, I'm able to have things like this. You guys saw me when I hauled this. They are sour cream and onion corn puffs, and I love them. They're so good, but I'm able to enjoy a few and then move on with my day. Food is not like consuming my mind anymore.
Based on your lack of activity and the fact you are barely putting any effort into losing weight, as in actually going out doing things, walking about more, putting a bit of concerted effort into perhaps even working out in your home, this is a lie. Also, the quote about doom, yes, I had to insert that because of your overreaction part. You had cancer and it didn't cause you to change. A kidney stone isn't either. Your hyperactive mind is apparently the only part of you that is hyperactive. On to video number 3.
Hey guys, welcome to a new vlog. So today is my 3rd semaglutide injection. So I'm super excited about that, and I'm not really sure what else today has in store. So I'm sure you guys were expecting a weigh-in because I said I'm gonna do Saturday weigh-ins, and today is Saturday since Saturday are my injection days. But I weighed myself on day 10, which you guys saw that. I was 486.8, I'm pretty sure. And then I weighed myself the next day and I gained 2 pounds. I was like, your girl is so beyond confused. So then obviously I weighed myself the day after that and I lost the 2 pounds. And it was in that moment where I realized the scale holds so much power over me. And actually I've always known that, but it was in that moment that I realized, processed, and then was like, I need to make a better choice for myself. And that is to like not weigh myself as much, especially during week 2.
Basically, Amberlynn Reid has decided to reduce her output of weigh-ins to every 10 days. The reason why is obvious. She put on weight, not just those 2 pounds. We all know she actually put on more weight than that. This is Amber basically fobbing everyone off because Ozempic, it turns out in this particular plateau of her story, has decided it's not going to play ball if she's not willing to make the effort. There are, after all, limits to how effective Ozempic can be when you are unwilling to make changes to work with it. Amber talks a lot about how she's doing well with her eating. Clearly that's a lie, and this video is littered with her basically performing bad habits in action. I'm going to play one more clip from it before we go to the next video, which is oddly just before a weigh-in, in fact. The clip I'm going to set up with the following. If you have seen Content Constable number 3 on Amberlynn Reid, you know exactly the joke I want to make with this clip.
My mom's car is currently taking a shower. All clean. Woo!
Now, video number 5 for this month concerns Pride Month and Amberlynn Reid attending a Pride event. The part that matters, though, is actually someone we haven't featured much yet they have featured a lot in the video so far. Well, random bits here and there, but a lot more even on TikTok as well. And that's Amber's mother. I have repeatedly stated I do not believe Amber's mother should feature in any of the content, but now Amber has her muse and the drama surrounding her featuring in the first place has died down. People dragging the criminal record and all that. Amber has her muse, which means she's going to use her as much as possible. She really is, because that's what Amber always needs. She cannot function alone. We know this because when Amber does content on her own, she will just sit in her apartment and do nothing beyond regurgitating, so it's the next day. In this video, and it's something I don't think Amber should have put out there, she puts her mother's coming out story into the video.
Y'all, I'm about to put my mom's hair up in a ponytail. I don't know how. I've never done it before.
You excited?
Yeah, I'm not the only gay person in this room right now.
Amber. Oh, Amber. Oh gosh, she's talking about us. Never mind.
No, we're all edit it. I mean, I'm gonna leave that word.
I was with a woman for 5 years.
Yes, she
Does
was.
that make me gay? I don't know.
I mean, Mom, you were in a relationship with a woman for 5 years. So yeah, I think you're a little gay.
The one thing about this video I do think is quite good is that Amber does actually go out and about and features in this Pride event. That's fantastic. It's just a shame that Amber doesn't do more content like this going out and about. It is worth adding, though, that it doesn't matter now at this stage in Amber's career what she does. People are still not bothering to turn up. They are preferring instead to look at Twitter, or X, to instead look at the reviews for her vlogs, which if you go to Twitter you'll notice gets a lot more traffic than she does on her YouTube channel. And there is another talking point about her views, because now her views are creeping into steady 30s for thousands of views per video. She has to put out more content because her views are going even lower. I'm uncertain for how much longer Amberlynn Reid can be as deluded as she currently is to make such crap content, or call it content charitably, when she knows it's not going to give her that longevity or sustainability. Because once it's truly gone and there's no coming back, she's beyond stuffed, and TikTok Lynn is not going to save this one. So moving on to the next video, we go to day 20, semaglutide Ozempic weigh-in. Yay. Let's see how much weight he's managed to lose by doing sod all.
But yeah. Okay guys, so I want to give a little weight loss update. Today is day 10 that I've been on semaglutide, which is pretty much like Ozempic. Amberlynn, you meant to say day 20. It's literally just compounded Ozempic. So I want to give an update on that because myself, I literally did not weigh myself until today. And I was actually so happy with what I saw on the scale. This is the very reason why I should not weigh in daily, because fluctuations will happen. Anyways, let's just like get into the weigh-in. So here it is.
Hello, it's ready.
All right, so I'm on the scale. If you guys hear Twinkie growling, that's because she hears someone in the hallway.
481.2.
481.2?
Yes, so Amberlynn Reid, congratulations are in order. You are now down to 481.2. I see we're in a ballpark you are quite familiar with. Weren't you here last time? Or not so long ago? You know, it doesn't matter. You're going to bounce back at some point. We have no doubt of it in our minds. This cheat code, which I will continue to call it in the context of what Amberlynn Reid is doing, cheat code, is, at this present moment, working for you. Which is exactly what you pay for, isn't it? For something to do something for you so you don't have to do it yourself. Before someone gets offended that I called it a cheat code, do remember, in the context of Amberlynn Reid, this is exactly what it is. Not all, don't be a sensitive prat for 5 sodding minutes. Now, something I want to highlight before we go to the next video is that while Amberlynn Reid is making more content, as you see in the image, Amberlynn Reid is making shorter content. Yet while in many of these videos, so is the next day, features at least 3 times, she is making less so she can pump out more. Drag out the non-tent to try and get more views in. Because if she put 2 of these videos together to make one video like she used to, she would get soddle views and make soddle money. The next video is titled Gallbladder Update, so that is where we are now heading.
But let's do questions of the day, of course. What did the CT scan say about your gallbladder? Do you still have gallstones? They actually didn't see anything in my gallbladder, so I guess not, question mark, because there was nothing there.
No lie, that is the only mention in this entire video of gallstones, instead focusing on a grocery haul and getting rid of quite a lot of her formerly torrid haul, some of which I believe to her mother. What I found infuriating about this video is that everything's a question to Amber, something she's been doing for a while, and it's kind of annoying, an inflection at the end of every sentence. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Additionally, Amber wears a lot of these dresses that she talks about and calls them cute. They are cute if she wore them as a dress and not as a shirt. Her size does her no favours and they can't look cute on her. That shelf booty does her no favours. I'm going to skip over the next video on the list concerning everything I ate today, because she does actually go out and about. It's pointless. But forcing her to eat for 12 minutes straight on semaglutide, I do want to cover, because this video isn't just bait, it's completely pointless.
Hey guys, welcome to a new vlog. So I am going to start saying the dates in these videos so people don't have to be confused and start matching up timelines and making sense of it all. So I'll just tell you, today is Monday, June 10th.
The video was released on June the 16th. This is important because it does show Amber is yet again stockpiling content and non-tent to regurgitate and produce when it seems convenient for her to drum up additional interest in her content. At least in the month of June, she is closer to honouring her New Year's resolution of a video every other day. Closer, still doesn't hit the target. She owes us, I think, about 20 to 25 videos this year so far. I don't expect to see those videos unless they're on TikTok in the form of 15-second thirst trap postings from the fat girl angle.
I am not hungry. I literally do not want to eat. Don't want to drink anything. I mean, I'm trying to get in my water, so we are doing that, so.
This video is titled Forcing Myself to Eat for 12 Minutes Straight. The video is 12 minutes 35 seconds long. She eats for about 2 minutes in this entire video. Not even that. This video is solely done as clickbait to try and make it seem like Ozempic is truly benefiting her body as her weight continues to plummet down and down because she's doing so darn well. In the next video that we're going to go to 1 month Ozempic weigh-in and skip over the let's talk about my legs, am I smoking again vlog, because that one is redundant. Her mother features more, she's on the thumbnail, she has her muse, we all know this is happening. But the weigh-in at 1 month is important.
Oh my god! I did it! I've got the leaderboard, 87 keys. This is literally my favorite one. Okay, so I gave my mom my tickets because I didn't want anything, and she got this yoga rolling thing. We should roll it and you should do the pose it lands on for the vlog. I'm gonna do whatever this rolls on, okay?
Yeah, right. You better wait till we get home. Oh,
wait.
It's the cowfish.
After enjoying her time at the arcade, because yes, we had to feature a little bit of that and some bants with her mother, her muse, we do get to the weigh-in. Here is the weigh-in.
Okay guys, so I do want to do my Saturday weigh-in here. So here's that. Let's do this weigh-in.
Hello, it's ready. 476.6 pounds.
476.6.
So her 10-day progress report isn't as great as you'd think it would be. Using Ozempic, the weight is not sloughing off because she's clearly still keeping that intake as high as she can keep it. We know this because to maintain her weight at this weight would require phenomenal amounts of calories. Ozempic is fighting that. The moment she comes off this, which there's a belief she will at some point this year anyway, the weight will come back on. It won't take long either because Amber just needs one solid mukbang to undo everything. Now, just before we get to a video on the beatus, I want to highlight something I noticed. I was watching Amber's videos and realized I wasn't getting a single ad for any of it. I did check to see whether I had a membership to her channel or something. I do not. I have not seen a single ad for any video in the month of June 2024. With that in mind, now let's talk about the next video where she talks about the beatus.
Okay, you guys, so I have been home for a little bit and my mom is now gone. I spent the last 2 days with her, and as you guys know, she stayed the night. I'm currently going through something kind of heavy. My heart's been kind of heavy, and even just thinking about it and talking about it makes me want to cry. So we're just gonna move on.
I like that Amber likes to insert these, I'm going to talk about something, but I'm not going to talk about these moments. Not to worry, we'll get to this one in the final video she releases in the month. Consider it foreshadowing, because her heart is heavy, guys. On to the beatus talk.
Alright, you guys, so it is the end of the night, so we're gonna do questions of the day. Why do you say you're proud of yourself, but it is the weight loss shot that is actually doing the job? Explain that one to me, please and thanks. So I am actively eating less because of semaglutide, but what I'm proud of is that I am actively making smarter choices, but I don't order takeout anymore, and I've ordered takeout twice. You said you got your labs done when you went to the med spa. What did they say your A1C was? Did you even get those results? I actually did get those results, so I'll put them right here. So here are my results. My A1C is 5.3, which means I am not even a pre-diabetic. So yay.
First things first, I had to include the other stuff because our audience are holding her accountable, and she managed to try and mental gymnastics it and failed miserably when she says, I don't need takeaways, and then to do takeaways. It was hilarious. I call hard X to doubt on the results of her pre-diabetic nonsense, because there's no way at her size she can stave that off forever, not at her age anymore anyway. Third, a lot of her videos feature this art you see on the screen because she thinks it's cute. In between Amazon hauls, Torrid hauls, U-hauls, Walmart hauls, the moments that really make the videos, this is what she's latching onto as a new addiction of colouring in. Therapeutic for her. Okay. You know what, more therapeutic than that though?
Every time. Oh, you gotta give him that huck!
Go to the f***ing gym. Go to the f***ing gym.
On to the next video.
Hello guys, good morning. Okay guys, we do need to talk. This wasn't something that I was gonna bring up now because I can't say like the full story around it. And I know a lot of people hate when I'm like, there's something going on, I'll tell you about it later, which actually a lot of YouTubers do that, but it's like legitimately true. I'm only sharing this now for like continuity reasons and because I feel like my semaglutide story is something that's like a really big thing in my life right now. So 2 days ago when I took my 5th semaglutide shot, I was supposed to increase my dose. So I was supposed to double the dose that I took for the first 4 weeks, but I wasn't allowed to. And the reason why is the section that I can't yet say.
Let's be honest here, Amberlynn is intentionally doing this so that she can set up stories later down the road for that continuity as she mentioned. As far as I'm concerned, she has no reason to actually reference it yet, but she did get called out in her comments quite a bit for being a liar, along with also the Kardashian voice that infuriates everyone. In this same video, Amber likes to show off her high protein food she's considering or purchased because ma'am, as she said in the video itself, in fact, I didn't play that clip, you don't need to suffer that, along with further inflections that don't need to exist. She's trying to make it seem like she's making all these changes, but she's buying in such vast bulks that it seems redundant. So we're going to go to the next video, the penultimate video of the month, where she answers, did I lie? And increasing my semaglutide dose and going thrifting. Now I don't care about the thrifting, but I do care if she lied, because this means she gets to give us one of her stellar explanations.
So let's do questions of the day. Why is she squinting when she reads these questions? Amber, go get some glasses. Dr. Lynn over here.
There are two things about your videos that have become quite infuriating. The first is the pointless inflection you're doing at the end of literally every sentence. The second is the fact that I had to troll through that video because there's no most rewatched part anymore to try and find the part that was even mentioned in the title of the video. It was not in there. This video is beyond bait. You are a parody of what you claim to be. So let's get to the last video, and it will go back to a comment Amber had made about not wanting to talk about something that made her emotional, called "We Broke Up." I've no idea who she broke up with, but apparently she broke up with someone.
This is Amberlynn hot. Why do I look so weird? Okay guys, so I've been home for just a little bit, and honestly, this semaglutide, I don't know what's going on, but I feel just not the greatest. Like,
it could be because of heat frustration. I mean, you were out in the sun being, as you called it, hot Lynn.
But I am pretty sad about something, and a lot of you definitely have guessed it. God. I have an easier time admitting when, like, I fucked something up versus, like, the person that I was in love with fucking it up. So it's like, I just don't even want to, like, go there, discuss it, talk about it, because it's just, like, a lot. And I don't know, it's just easier to keep things like this off a line, but, like, so many of you have guessed it, and I'm just going to keep hurting privately.
I was waiting for the inflection before I decided to cut the rest. Yes, Amberlynn Reid, I believe, has parted ways with YP Take 3, Revenge of the Wipes. Amber has, over this month, and yes, I'm going to conclude it now, basically done the same thing. She has baited with the title and left it as an afterthought remark at some random point in the video that no one's even bothered to go and find. Twitter has been more alive with people summarizing your content because of how bad and boring it is. Although, some credit is due, you are doing more things outside, but your weight loss journey is entirely fraudulent and you're not actually accomplishing much at all. Even when it comes to discussing the increasing medical problems you are having, which have been growing quite a bit this year, you haven't managed to turn that into content at all. The easiest way to find the part that has been baited out in your videos is to scroll through the bar timeline for the part where you're stood in front of your books, because that is typically when you decide to drop the part that is most pertinent to the title of the video itself. You're still doing nothing, Amber, and you're not doing anything to improve your health. This month will be divided into two parts. The first part will be the semaglutide Ozempic cheat code failed journey. The second part will be her relationship status that continued on from June, because it turns out her relationship stuff got very juicy, especially towards the end when stuff finally started to come out. In this month, for the first half anyway, I made 2 videos. For the semaglutide journey, I'm going to play that video and then go through updates, if there are any, although let's face it, she made 8 videos this month, with the only parts that got any viewership and traction coming from the videos centering around her relationships. There isn't much in the way of discussion, but we'll go through it anyway. In the second part, I'll play the second video about her relationship status carrying on from June to the middle of July, and then we'll go through the absolute carnage that is her love life. No offense to anyone intended here, but this makes somebody in this all look like a dainty little skank. I'm not going to say who, but somebody. There are a number of arcs going on at once, yet nothing happening at the same time. The non-tent era is still in full swing, even with her mother now being upgraded from a guest star to a recurring character. We're going to quickly address the weight loss journey because this one's being dragged out a bit much. This month she's released 5 videos so far. Well done you, boo. In those videos, she has posted sporadically a weigh-in. Now she had changed it from every day. Even though she wasn't uploading every day, she was uploading every 3 to 4 days, now every other day because of user diminishing significantly, to once every 10 days, citing her regurgitated cycle of excuses. I'm going to play clips from each of those videos where she mentions her weight loss, and I'm going to debunk any of the nonsense that comes out of her mouth. So all of it.
So a little bit of a semaglutide update. I don't know what's going on, but it literally hasn't been working.
This is the part I want to highlight. Ozempic. Amberlynn throughout June lost a fair bit of weight by taking this cheat code, and in the context of Amberlynn Reid, that's exactly what it is. She is not changing her eating habits, nor is she putting any effort in. She is relying on Ozempic to drive the number down, so she cannot change at all. Therefore, what she is doing is a cheat code. So to those who got offended when I do my Moisky Live research streams because I said cheat code, shut the f*** up. There is context to my remark. It is solely and exclusively aimed at this lobcock, this plonker, tosspot, dipshit, whichever you prefer really, and I fully expect her to quit in the near future to save money.
I actually contacted the med spa because like that was massively worrying me, and I was like, what should I do? And they told me to take another beginning dose and then to take another beginning dose in a few days. And something about that, like, I have anxiety when it comes to like medicines and stuff. Like, I'm sure a lot of you know that. Like, I just get really anxious with stuff like that.
She's a hypochondriac, basically. They've given her advice to use her cheat code twice more with a suitable gap between dosages. You're worried that that is going to negatively impact you because of the additional amount of it in your system. Because even though you're willing to pay through the nose to obtain this cheat code, you are unwilling to take full advantage of it so you can keep on eating far too much. You want to be a dainty girl, but you are unwilling to do anything to make it so. By the way, I still maintain if you come off Ozempic, you'll be one of the very first to not only have failed it the first time, but to have failed it twice. There aren't many people who can say they failed on Ozempic. There are even less people who can say it twice. Probability has no memory, but probability is still not on your side.
And it's like, when I increased my dose this last Saturday, like, I felt so sick, like, the whole Sunday. Like, it was really bad. We're not going to go into detail, but there's a lot of TMI, so just imagine.
I took the liberty of looking up the long-term effects of using Ozempic or the knockoffs. If you have too much, you could have hypoglycemia, okay? If you are on it for too long, it could cause or increase GI-related side effects, such as nausea, bloating, or the diarrhea. That's interesting to me, that. And that's because it slows down digestion, which leaves you feeling fuller for longer, but as we know from you being the daintiest of dainty, this doesn't work on you. Apparently there is a weight limit. The quarter-ton princess, or close to, is one of the few people who can still eat while she's on Ozempic.
So I was like expecting the rest of the week, like, for me to feel a little bit better, but like to not have my appetite and stuff, but I've just been so hungry.
This could be because of one of those side effects I mentioned. Once you evacuate a part of your body, satiety does tend to kick in. Because if your body has just forced everything through and it's not fully digested, yes, I can understand satiety becomes a problem. Changing what you eat does in fact help you here. Saves you. You don't though. No, you're too above that. You're removed from it. You are the future empress of mankind and all that. Your golden throne, though, is a toilet. And it is definitely not made of gold. No, it's made of obsidian.
So by taking even more, I was afraid that, like, I was going to have those TMI symptoms again and that I was going to feel super sick. And, like, I don't know, like, I'm really getting into my head right now. And it's like, I told myself I was going to be super transparent on this journey. But currently, semaglutide is not working for me, and I don't know what's going on.
I can tell you what's going on based on the content you've produced. Well, the minimal amount of it you've put into content that you've produced, because you don't really show us much of your day. You show us a few minutes from each day, and then follow it up with, so it's the next day. Simply put, you are not making an effort. For Ozempic to benefit your body, like any fat burner, you have to work with it. Ozempic needs to be complemented, or semaglutide in your case. You have to work with it, which means you have to work out, which means you have to do more, which means you have to reduce your eating habits. These are things you won't do. You'll show us going out, usually to go and get food, or go to Target, or Walmart, and if there's a Cheesecake Factory, there too. Change can only be implemented if you work with what is there to help you. You're putting money into something because you want it to take you there without you having to try. Again, cheat code, Amberlynn Reid edition. I still think you should go to the gym and start there.
I have had the syringes for weeks now. So I don't know if, like, pre-filled syringes, like, they lose like potency.
The only way those needles will lose any potency is if they're not refrigerated. As I know for a fact you're not that stupid, that is not the case. So I can happily exclude that option for you. I can instead tell you it's because you are not doing anything. It has plateaued because you are not helping it. In the words of Papa Swolio,
oh, you gotta give him that huck.
Go to the f***ing gym. Go to the f***ing gym. Go to the f***ing gym.
As time goes on, but either way, I do need to buy a new vial soon. So maybe when I buy a new vial, like, it'll start working again, but I am just like so hungry.
This is where Amberlynn's logic, because she's renowned for this, comes into full effect. She believes that the best of it is at the top of the vial because it separates. I don't think that's how it works. It's more of a concentrate, but alright. Apparently it has different gravities within it and separates like a cocktail drink.
All the time. And I'm just like, damn. So I don't really know. I don't really know the next steps, what to do, and it is a little frustrating because I was just feeling so good, but week 5 and 6 has just been horrendous, and that's just me being honest.
What's interesting is week 5 and 6 means there's been a 10th day, but she had not provided a weigh-in to show us how horrendous this really has been. Although if the TMI is to be believed based on symptoms I earlier mentioned, chances are she may have lost a little bit of weight as well, but then she mentioned her hunger. There is no way she could ever stave off her hunger. Amberlynn is known for liking her food, regardless of her health. Although it is worth adding, if she had lost any weight because of the TMI, she would have bragged about it being weight loss regardless and would not have shared that. She would have instead said, "Dainty Queen down to the 470s or 460s, we're on the right track." Yeah, this is what we're dealing with, folks. Her non-tent era, that is the extent of it mentioned in that video. Interestingly though, Amber does say something in the follow-up video to this that has led many to believe that this is why Ozempic may not be working for her. You know, on top of her eating mountains of food and not telling the truth about it.
Thoughts on people saying that you're quitting semaglutide rather than it just not working for you. So semaglutide obviously does not work for everybody, and it did work for me when I was on the lowest dose. The first 4 weeks was literally magic. Then once week 5 happened, I really don't know what happened, but it just like stopped working. And then I was just hoping that like once I increased the dose that it would start working again, and it hasn't. So a lot of times if semaglutide doesn't work for someone, you just move on to the next one. There's also compounded Mounjaro, so obviously that's another option for me.
For those who don't know, compounded Mounjaro is a medication currently FDA approved for individuals with type 2 diabetes to improve their blood sugar control. Please do not get that. Those with type 2 diabetes require it more than you do. We've already discussed why it's failed for you, because it's only possible to fail on Ozempic because you suck. You have to tweak your diet and exercise to address metabolic issues, and of course you have additional problems like side effects from other medications that may well impact or inhibit Ozempic or semaglutide's effectiveness. Yes, I know the research. I'm not stupid. But on to the reason she thought Ozempic wasn't working for her.
Are you still not smoking?
Now, she quit vaping, smoking in general. She quit it because it helped her to control her urges. She felt that by restraining herself or learning to control herself, this would be a great way to allow for her body to become anew, like a phoenix born out of lard.
Actually, I did start vaping again. I did. I told you guys that me quitting vaping was not going to be a forever thing. I really warned you guys of that. But I didn't vape for 7 weeks, and I'm very proud of that accomplishment, but I was missing it, and now I vape again. For those of you who don't know, I do not vape nicotine. It's not nicotine, so don't worry about that. It is Delta 8, which probably isn't the greatest thing either, but whatever.
If that stuff by chance gives you the munchies, I'm not going to be remotely surprised, because it doesn't take much to compromise you. We've seen you on those buzzballs and those white claws. Now, as far as Amberlynn's weigh-ins and weight semaglutide journeys go, that's about it for July. There are some bits here and there, but it's really not worth addressing. The next part of this story shall focus on her relationships, which up until the end of July and going into August gets incredibly messy. Hello everyone, this video is a direct follow-up to Wednesday's video. She ended the month of June by talking about a breakup. For those who follow Amber, she has been talking about seeing somebody for a while, claiming that they bought her gifts at Christmas, or Moistmas as we call it here. Valentine's Day in fact as well. What separated this wipey though from previous wipies, including, what was her name, Wipey2 Electric Boogaloo, the one she used to live with in whatever state she was last in, was it Kentucky? There, is that this one was never in videos. You never heard anything about them, you never saw anything about them. This is completely different. Now this could be an indicator that Amber learnt the lessons of Destiny and Becky and removed her partner from the content, but as we saw with the non-tent era, as it's still in full swing, she needs a muse in her videos or she suffers.
Minus that, like, I've had a really good day with friends and family, but I am pretty sad about something, and a lot of you definitely have guessed it. God. I have an easier time admitting when, like, I something up versus, like, the person that I was in love with it up. So it's like, I just don't even want to, like, go there, discuss it, talk about it, because it's like a lot. And I don't know, it's just easier to keep things like this off a line, but like so many of you have guessed it.
The fascinating thing about this, the lead up, right, is Amber doesn't want to tell you what's happened because that's what she does in a lot of her content. She wants to do it on her terms. This is her terms but not her terms, which is a rather unusual thing for a vlogger to do. On her TikTok, she posted what you're seeing on the screen being looped. I would include the audio, but all her content at present is her pulling the exact same facial expression, lip-syncing some crap. It's beyond cringe at this point. And what the Fraggle Rock are aura points? Since you've cheated on people in the past, I am very curious about that.
And I'm just going to keep hurting privately, and I'm just gonna let it stay that way because I don't want to sit here and talk about it. I don't. So that's not what's gonna happen on this channel. So I just want to continue being happy, independent as I can be, and sticking to my weight loss.
So this TikTok really doesn't do you any favors. The fact it's still up on your TikTok is another one of those rather fascinating statements of, clearly you're a hypocrite, but you also understand there's no point you deleting it, you may as well milk it. And boy did you milk it with this one video alone. Alluding to, but never directly addressing. Typical Amberlynn Reid at this point in her non-tent era. Trying to make it seem like there's something more going on. It's quite simple really. You're not seeing someone that no one thought you were seeing in the first place.
So I want you guys to know that I am okay. The video about my breakup did go up yesterday and I'm getting a lot of DMs and I'm good. I've had a lot of people say, just spill the tea because we don't know Valentine's real name. We know nothing about Valentine, and that is very true.
To be honest, there is much about that person we know nothing about. The same can be said for the predecessor, right?
In my last serious relationship, it was with Feline, and you guys know a little bit more of her because she would talk in my videos. You'd see her hands, her legs, body parts. So there was a little bit more like personal to personal with you guys in that regard. How did you guys meet? Did you guys meet in person? So she actually messaged me on Instagram back in September, and we always had like a flirty thing. We always had crushes on each other, and then it wasn't until I would say December, January, where my feelings started to get super deep. While hers was already there, it took me a hot minute to get to that point, and then it was February 14th to be exact, she asked to be my girlfriend. And no, we never met in person, but we would video call every single day.
I'm going to pick my words very carefully here because I don't want someone to misunderstand this. But are you saying that your crush, your Valentine, is somebody you never met in person? You also mentioned that you did video chat, so I guess this could be argued to remove, as a point, the argument of catfishing. Although since you do the fat girl photo angles all the time, yes, I noticed, you are definitely a catfisher.
I knew that she loved me a lot, but there was a lot of things that she did lie to me about. This is where it's like, I mainly don't want to share these things because I am embarrassed that I had someone who loved me that hard but would lie to me and betray me and do the things they did to me, like I just feel embarrassed to even admit it. So it's like I don't even want to go there. But let's just say like she hurt me pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna intentionally leave that part of the conversation so we can move on to another part, because we're gonna circle back to this clip in a bit. You'll understand why. Consider it foreshadowing.
Have you spoken to Valentine since you broke up? After we broke up, we wanted to try being friends, but that did not work out at all. The last time that I talked to her was like maybe 2 weeks ago, but the last time she contacted me was she sent me a screenshot of a TikTok I posted, and she was pretty upset about it.
I'm going to go ahead and assume it is this one, because let's face it here, you clearly wanted to talk about it, but you've used Valentine to make some content at Valentine's expense.
Are you talking to someone new? Yes, I am.
All the information I could be bothered to give you from those 2 videos is now here. We're going to continue the relationship discussion because, as I stated earlier, this is going to spiral and, well, Amber's going to get a lot of heat and a lot of dislikes. Dislikes I haven't seen at this level for years. That Belgian contingent from 2023 couldn't save this. This is Jojo Siwa light territory. On the 19th of July 2024, Amberlynn Reid's Instagram was Tommy's girl, queen, she, her. The thing about Amberlynn, and it's something everyone likes to highlight especially, is that when she dates somebody, that person becomes her personality. She bases her life around them while they are subservient to her. Tommy is somebody else. We're gonna have to talk about them, aren't we? We'll get there. We don't like to skip ahead. Let's do this properly. On the 22nd of July 2024, in one of Amberlynn Reid's delightful vlogs, non-tent videos, a few images did their rounds. And it's the teenage girl thing, which many have pounced on because Amber, whenever she dates someone new, she loves to show off the hickeys. Nobody actually cares about them, but she knows it gets a lot of attention. So she will intentionally lift her head up and tilt it to the side so they become more pronounced. She'll tie her hair up in a bun so they are the focal point. You are less paying attention to what she says, and her content itself goes out the window in favour of, why you got that, skank? Also, you're in your 30s, really? Come on. Not me, by the way. I don't care. It's just a point. She acts like a teenage girl with zero class. On the 23rd of July, courtesy of Amber's TikTok, we actually got to meet the girlfriend. The video is playing on the screen, and you can quite clearly tell Amber's type. She has dated the same type of person every single time. I'm not going to make the points beyond that. She has a type, and they're all the same. This one, though, well, people did a little digging. If Amberlynn's mother's criminal record was a bit much for Amber, she must have surely known people were going to look into this person. This person's a feeder. This person, 2 months earlier, spoke at the funeral of their partner. And now they're, was it 90 days? It might have been 90 days earlier. I don't think it makes much of a difference, really. Her partner, the deceased, rest in peace, weighed quite a bit. Because Tommy, I think this is Tommy, right, is a feeder. Seriously, I've already said it. She legitimately is. So, when we hear that, or see, that Amberlynn is not posting any health updates, there's a reason why. Because she was, at this point, dating somebody who is highly poisonous to Amber's health. If Amber became bedbound, this person would be there for it. I know the video's been played on loop for a while, but let's face it here. You need to see this person, and see how much of a sucker Amberlynn Reid is. This caused enough of a storm that Amberlynn's comments got turned off on the last 4 uploads on her channel for the month of July. The dislikes reflected this, some reaching as high as 12,000. Now, because of the backlash, because of the instantaneous volatile response from her audience and from those who genuinely were concerned for Amber's well-being, Amber responded in video form but also community post. In community post form, Amberlynn said, there are multiple communities that watch my videos, but there's one in particular that likes to see me miserable, so they go to large lengths to do so. In the most recent events in my life, I decided to share someone special to me, but by doing that, a lot of bad has happened because of it, when all I wanted to do was share my happiness. My girlfriend's late partner was doxxed. Doxing is never okay, especially in this kind of situation. I will never share personal details. but the rumours being spread about her and my girlfriend are not true at all. The doxing, the harassment, the hate, the bullying, ... It is all way too much for me, let alone two people who do not deserve it whatsoever. This has completely altered my life, and now my girlfriend's life. I know this will land on ears of people who do not give a crap about what I'm saying, but if you have a heart at all, leave my girlfriend and her late partner out of it. Talk all the poop about me that you want. I really don't care, but they do not deserve this. You turn the comments off on your videos. I don't think people can actually say anything to bother you because you're blocking it out. Your sensitivity levels have gone through the roof, it seems, Amber. This is interesting. It's drama. It's delicious. Now, when it comes to the concern around doxing of somebody who is no longer on this mortal coil, I don't believe people are acting in that way to maliciously go for that person. They were going to you to say you may want to consider dating someone else because this person is not good for you. They are clearly a feeder. If you cannot tell that, or are unwilling to accept that, or do something to help yourself, then it is of course all on you. But they, those haters, and those of world, are just trying to look out for you. You, however, did not take this well at all, so we should probably get to the video part of this as well.
So I might get emotional and I really don't want to. I have been doing my fair share of crying. I'm just having like genuinely a hard time.
I can promise you, even with the comments turned off, the court of public opinion have seen you cry far too much in your videos of late, up to this point. Every time one relationship goes awry, or you're the third wheel and you're okay with it, yet you're simultaneously not. You wouldn't know anything about that though, right? Because you're dainty girl and good girl, right? You don't, partake in infidelity or encourage it with someone you're dating whilst claiming you knew nothing about it. But do continue with this one and the Tommy era.
As you guys know, I met my girlfriend in person, and like, for the lack of a better word, like, it was just magical, like truly magical. I posted her on my Instagram and I can't even tell you how much support we got. Like, it was a lot. Like, majority of you are literally the sweetest, like, ever. So thank you, like, from the both of us, truly. People ruin it. They absolutely ruin it, without a doubt.
Now, Amber spends the remainder of this video gaslighting her audience and her haters, downplaying the concern they had with regards to the person she had chosen as a suitor, because that person has a history that raises alarm bells for somebody who is trying to lose weight. When they're dating somebody who has, well, been with someone who has passed away, tragically of course, that weighed a lot more than Amber did. That concern is being downplayed in this entire video because this new suitor, this bae with the biting skills to pay the bills, this bae must be protected, so audience must be punished and told it's their fault because they hate her so much, even though Amber's entire career and success comes from being hated. She wouldn't have what she has now if she were not so disliked in the online space. Without the internet, she is nothing. Now, she did follow this video up with, it's over. That's where we're going now, because honestly, it is mwah, 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 chef's kisses.
Hi guys, I look like crap because I feel like crap. I really don't even know what to say, but like, you guys don't know the full story at all.
The fun thing here is there's a theory already that Amber is still at this point with Tommy, but Tommy has been relegated to behind the scenes for the time being. Amber is merely milking this for additional viewership, which, to be honest, I understand. I understand because Amber needs these kind of views. This video alone, for example, got 109,000 views within 6 days of its release. It is the penultimate video she released in this month, and these video views are the kind of view she needs. Controversy is what she requires. If she can't get it from world, even though they are trying to help her a little here, I say a little, then she will instead attack them and seek to find a way to blame them for everything. Even though, since she keeps most of this all offline in the first place, it's not so hard to believe that this is still going on.
And I think that's like the hardest part of this whole thing, is like, there is a big part of this story missing, but I'm never going to sit there and talk about other people's personal things, because that's not me, that's not who I am. But because of this, me and now my ex, we're not together anymore, and this has left her like debilitated. But because of this, me and now my ex, we're not together anymore.
Did she just point? I didn't notice this when I was filming, because when I'm filming, I'm like, right, quick, try and think of something funny to say. But here, watch. Did you see a motion towards the left? Watch.
Because of this, me and now my ex, we're.
Did you just point over to her ex? She looked at her and then did that? Didn't she?
But because of this, me and now my ex, we're not together anymore, and
now my ex, we're not together anymore.
And it is all the internet's fault. Now, there is one last video Amberlynn released for this month. The video is simply titled, "This has all gone way too far." And yet again, Amber is putting on the crocodile tears like she has in the previous two videos to drum up as much interest as possible. It's why her dislikes in these three videos were so high. It is an impressive number for somebody that doesn't usually get near 10k on dislikes. To get consistently this many speaks volumes about how much horse crap you have to be talking and how badly you must believe your own lies.
a lot is happening and it's super overwhelming. I don't know, it's just like so much is being said, and I know legal terms love to be thrown around like slander, defamation. 9 times out of 10, people don't really know what they're talking about.
While you are trying to speak in some form of Valley Girl riddle, which is an infuriating accent, I don't know. The rest of us have just been speaking quite clean and plain to you. You're trying to act coy and interesting. I promise you it's not. The fact is, Tommy's a feeder, and you love yourself a feeder.
Recently, there is a lot of slander. There is a lot of defamation. Like, there's a difference between like gossiping versus like downright, straight up defamation, lies, completely making up stories that aren't true at all.
If that's the case, Amber, why don't you now tell us the truth? From your Lorelyn Reid lips, you tell us the truth and provide evidence to debunk it. This is where your inability to do so will come up, because you can say something, but you won't support it in any way. You will say it or state it as if it should be a fact and therefore taken as listen and believe. I have never operated under that mantra and never will. If you cannot prove your girlfriend, sorry, ex, but totally current girlfriend at this point, Tommy, isn't a feeder, I will take it back. But at this point, no one believes you've broken up and everyone believes she is a feeder and you're living for it. Because Cheesecake Factory's back on the menu and Hamburger needs her orange chicken.
I honestly feel pathetic. I feel triggered. I feel just like YouTube is ruining my life. Like, truly ruining my life. And I have gone through a lot with YouTube. I've gone through a fucking lot.
Firstly, YouTube made your life. You wouldn't in fact be where you are if it were not for YouTube and the vast amounts of money you had made in the past. Shut up. Second, you are quite right, you have gone through a lot of food, Ozempic, semaglutide and Lurol. Oh, and other medications you more than likely didn't need. All the things you own because you got a job online that paid better than any job you could ever have in your real life. Can you tell me you'd be better off if you'd stayed, say, with Destiny and didn't pursue YouTube back then but worked in an office? And stop with the crocodile tears, because no one cares if it's triggering. For you, problematic, fact cares little for morals, conscience, or your feelings. If you cannot provide the fact, then you can carry on crying. It's not going to change anything, Am.
That was the biggest thing. Valentine isn't real. Valentine isn't real. And I accepted it for what it was.
Wait, this isn't about Tommy? Are we really going back to Valentine? Is Valentine the one grifting right now for clicks because of you? I'd heard about this person. I did think they were fake as well and that you were buying the gifts for yourself, I'll admit. I believed that because you are a known liar. Well, now you've piqued my interest. I guess as we're here, we get to go to the Twitters where there's been much in the way of speculation. For example, courtesy of Gorlor World Lurker, we have some DM exchanges. Erica, allegedly at this point, I cannot confirm because it's July, is Valentine, and Salty Crab on their YouTube channel did a stream titled I Know Who Amberlynn's Ex Valentine Erica Is. Alex's Shook tweeted, Valentine leaking because Amber said her name is just Chef's Kiss. She'll never learn, although I think she wanted to leak her and no, it is not Tommy, or she is not Tommy. And a user called 1472 Kelly, Erica aka Valentine, has been found supposedly with a clip to accompany. And yes, in this you can quite clearly tell still, Amber's got a very obvious type.
And what I'm about to tell you about her and Amberlynn's relationship is what I have been told, and just like with the game telephone, anytime you hear something secondhand, there could be small details that are wrong. However, I believe everything I'm about to tell you actually happened. So Erica messaged Amberlynn first, and that is how the whole relationship got started. They talked constantly and FaceTimed each other, but they never met. Erica never wanted to go visit Amberlynn, mostly because she was in fact married, but she was telling Amberlynn that she was going to move in with her in August. She never had any intentions of doing so. This is just what she was saying to Amberlynn. The relationship ended because Erica broke up with Amberlynn, and the reason was because of Amberlynn's BPD. Now Amberlynn, as you might imagine, did not take this well, and apparently she started blowing up Erica's phone, calling over and over and over, texting over and over, and Erica's wife noticed this. And that is why Erica's wife called Amberlynn, and that is how Amberlynn found out Erica was married. Apparently, Amberlynn also sent Erica nudes of herself.
So when Amber does a video getting all high and mighty that I showed you earlier, in the relationship video, when she was dabbing on Erica, it seems a bit misplaced really, doesn't it? Now to conclude this month, because this is actually right at the end of the month, some of this does bleed into August, I know, but we're not going to do that. Amber's month has been remarkably out of focus. I doubt she'll stay away from YouTube for long. She needs the money. Amber's relationship love life is a fraud, a joke, a parody of what a relationship should be. Because to her everything has to be cute and in place and done the right way. While she wants to keep it offline, she desperately needs it online. And I don't think anyone thinks she's not with Tommy at this point. There have been accusations levied at some of the exes concerning grifting or for clicks and donations. That's a separate issue, and if any of it features in August, we might address it then. So August 2024 is an interesting month for Amberlynn Reid. It's an interesting month because at time of recording on the 14th of September 2024, there was not a single video released during this month. Not a joke. Some of her videos in July were recorded earlier in July, meaning she had taken about 6 weeks off. I wonder why. Some of that will be discussed in September when we get to her weight loss journey, everyone. We still have stuff to go through. I just want to highlight there is not a single video on her YouTube channel. The first thing we should go through is the fact that Amberlynn Reid is a bit of a third wheel skank. The story concerning Erica and others continued from July. Exes, Valentine, and Valentine's wife spoke out. That was covered by apathetic facts. It can be argued safely Erica was in the wrong because she was the one who vowed loyalty to her wife, quote from Shenanigans. Amber, though, was loving the fact that she was being the other woman. She loved being the third wheel and the secret. It was also discussed that she had lied, by many in fact, about breaking up with, was it Tommy? The feeder. Yeah, that one. Well, they didn't break up because Tommy was in the room when Amber had announced that in July. When someone pointed out that Amber was legitimately pointing at Tommy, saying, "We've broken up." Bish? No. Another thing highlighted by many within world was the fact that Amberlynn talks about knowing her worth, right? She said that when she and Feline broke up, yet she was quite content in the knowledge that she could continue being a third wheel within a married couple's life, with only one of them knowing about it. And I should point out, not one person in any of these situations where Amber always appears to have someone on the side, ready to play as a card, not one of them is remotely likeable. And I think Danielle had been exposed on Reddit, although I can't find the post, had been exposed because they've been asking for money to tell the story or tell stories going back a bit of, well, time. Yeah, this is dirty. Makes Amber look like filth, which she is, because there's no one there to wipe her. YouTuber Apathetic Facts did put out a near 40-minute video going through Erica, aka Valentine's, statements on the subject. I will stand by what I've said. No one in this looks good. Amber has a very clear and obvious type of girls that look like guys. No offense intended if you're her type, but you know what I mean. And Amber is a skank. Imagine my shock. But I will play one clip from it of a phone call between Brittany and Amber. Isn't Brittany Erica's wife?
So I kind of skimmed through the text.
Yeah, I understand that. I would have done the same thing.
Like, do you know how demented it is to tell somebody that's married not to have sex with their spouse? Like, do you know how crazy that sounds?
Like I said, I thought you guys were just married for financial reasons.
You really need help. Like, you really need help.
Probably.
Now, where I did say Amber didn't make any videos, that doesn't mean Amberlynn was not active. You see, Amber did do some things here and there. Her comments are still turned off and you can't see the dislike anymore. But Amber did live stream on her main channel, and it can to an extent be argued she did better from live streaming than she does from videos, views for which did quite well over the month. A less is more approach benefits her. It can also then be argued Amberlynn is actually doing something, as opposed to the 3 minutes she puts into for a daily part of these Dear Diaries that would look, well, not out of place on a Wattpad. What I do today? Shovel food, take a poop, and go bed. I'll record some bits for a vlog to look like I'm doing something. Thank you, diary. Bye. Basically that. Or was that more Tumblr? Wattpad was your poetry, wasn't it? Yes. Anyway, Amber did 4 streams over the month, and as you can see from the viewership, not too bad. The drama surrounding Erica, the drama around Tommy as well, the feeder, does persist throughout this month to an extent. So do expect some information on that.
So, during one of the videos that she sent me of her touching herself, I saw her wife's slipper in her foot right next to Erica. I'm telling you, like, touching her leg while Erica was touching herself. And I was like, let me rewatch this video.
Does anyone else think that Amber only noticed that after she found out that she was being lied to, apparently? Okay. And does anyone else think that Amber simply replayed it so she could enjoy it? We'll get to the cake discussion later, don't worry. Additionally, there's been much in the way of discussion concerning Erica's wife because they're a therapist, which has led to the belief that there may be some kind of social experiment at play here. This feels like 4D chess. No one involved is smart enough. Alright? I'm not convinced they could play 2D drafts or checkers for the low IQ.
Is there an ad? Press 1 if you guys hear me, see me, all that, because I just don't know if there's an ad. Oh, okay. There is an ad. I don't understand this ad thing. I did press to monetize, obviously, because, girl, we're gonna monetize this, the f out of this, because Jordy monetized the f out of my story. That's most reaction channels do.
Amber, you don't need to justify monetizing your content, but there are 3 different settings. I would highly recommend when you're streaming not to go with the opposite of conservative, but knowing you, and your history of inserting ads before they took the ability away, where you did it every other minute, which was absolute ass, I would believe you went very liberal on those ads to get as much out of it as possible. Girls gotta pay them bills, right? But justification that others monetized their criticisms of you. How quaint. Bit of a deflection, though.
I will say, like, Jordy, you missed out on, like, a really good opportunity. I wanted you to just ask me whatever. Like, my adrenaline was so freaking high last night. You could have asked me whatever you wanted about the situation. Like, you really missed out. But you know what? Here we are. Like, I guess I'm gonna get my coin now too. And I hate saying that, it's gross. But this whole situation has left me feeling awful. Awful.
Just the thing, Amber, which makes this to me completely sus, is that you were posting thirst traps about the whole situation before, during, and after. That's what you were doing on TikTok. Thirsty Lynn doing her thirsty best. You were doing that because you didn't mind being the third wheel, whether knowing or not. Yes, they may well be spinning a story and they are definitely crappy people, but you are certainly no better.
I'm Amberlynn Reid, and Erica fell for me.
The one thing I love more than anything about world and the content creators that many of us have covered is that not one of them can ever tell the truth. In that one clip, Amber immediately looked to the side every time they do this, whether it be with some crappy Valley Girl fake accent, or because they are straight up lying to try and deflect or try and mask their deception. The problem they have is there's no version of this where these people reached out to her because she is thirsty, hungry, and a bit of a skank.
You lied to me for almost a year about being in a full-fledged marriage that I thought was open. And then by the time you told me that you're in a real-life marriage, I was too up to say bye.
Okay, so Amber, this is the first stream you did in the month of August. You dunked on Geordie because you're angry at Erica because you thought the relationship was open. Why would you want to be in a relationship with someone that's in an open relationship? Why would you want to be sloppy seconds or have sloppy seconds? Do you believe you can pull them away from that? Make this a throuple? You realise you'd be the cuck, right? You'd be dating a gym rat and a therapist. The therapist wouldn't be able to help you, and the gym rat sure as feck wouldn't either. In fact, your best kind of partner is the one that enables you. Neither of them qualified. Although Tommy does. Tommy is, after all, a feeder. September will answer some of that.
Like, it's wrong. Like, I hate more than anything blaming my BPD. But if anyone knows a damn thing about it, one thing, especially for me, is that I get a favorite person. I don't know the clinical term for this. I should seek therapy. I understand.
I think you're confusing BPD with OCD, because you are obsessive compulsive and everything you do reeks of disorder. By the way, weren't you at this point also talking to Tommy? Because your timeline is all over the place. Now, this all comes from one live stream, the very first one, trying to clear things up. The tears didn't resonate, but the views were great. Congratulations. I'm glad you made that sweet, sweet coin, because you made no videos, not that you need an excuse not to make videos, and you knew the live stream format was certainly better suited, because you didn't have to do as many to do as well.
I just want to say one thing about Tommy, and this is where it literally ends, because you guys have, like, when I say you guys, obviously I don't mean everybody, but, like, I hate YouTube right now. I hate YouTube right now. I was fully in love with this person. Like, I haven't been happier. But the timeline that y'all have made up is not real. Tommy first messaged me on June 18th. Me and Erica broke up 3 days before that.
For the sake of this end of year review, that is the last clip from that first stream you need to know about, because it absolutely amply demonstrates what she is. She doesn't take time to improve for herself. She goes from relationship to relationship. She is a locust swarm. She harvests. When there is nothing left, she moves on to the next one. The next harvest. That is Amberlynn Reid to a T. She has never been anything else. And this is why, even though she will continue to do this, ultimately, she will always be alone. She may be surrounded by people, but she will be lonely, and it is entirely of her own making. Her obsessive need to couple, or throuple in one instance, because there's no way she didn't know. I promise you that. By the way, Amber made a lot of money on this stream. That can't be denied. She only ended the stream when people started asking her about Tommy being a feeder. She claimed she had anxiety and left. She spent so long repeating herself because she genuinely was milking this, and she milked it to the tune of $928. That's not bad. Can I have that, please? Just please, Gibbs. Oh. Let's move on from this stream and continue the month of August. By the way, someone managed to quite nicely compile a video of how you spoke about Erica at one point and Tommy at another. So I'm going to play that before we continue.
I do love them. They're truly, honestly, one of the most amazing people that I've ever known. Just really want to protect her because her heart is so pure and genuine and beautiful. Like, one of the actual greatest people I've ever known.
Without looking it up, can you tell which one's which? It's a tough one, isn't it? Honestly, Amber, you are not just a skank, you're a loser. Now, during this month, also, Amberlynn's former best friend spoke out against her. On Amberlynn Reid Uncensored, a Facebook group, I think, it says, apparently Alexis ended her friendship with Hamburger with a statement, I just want to publicly announce I've ended my friendship with Amberlynn. If she wants to stay with Tommy, that's fine. I refuse to sit around and watch what will happen if she continues having a relationship with her. This was an extremely hard decision for me to make. But unfortunately, this is just what's best for me. Amberlynn, I hope you understand. I made a video talking about this because Alexis made a number of videos directly responding to questions about Amber and other aspects of Amber's life. I'm going to play that video because it's relevant to this.
So I'm just going to immediately dive into the questions that some of you have asked. So the first question is, was Amber actually taking weight loss seriously for once? And did Emily possibly make her stop doing that?
Now, my view on this was, for as long as Amber is single, she takes her health seriously-ish. Serious by the standards of what Amberlynn does. The moment she invests time into another person and adopts their personality and characteristics and traits, if they themselves take their health seriously, I think she gives up on herself because she has a type, somewhat masculine presenting and in healthier shape than she'll ever be in. She then puts her health to one side to focus on them, which is quite handy, really.
I do believe that Amber was trying to take weight loss seriously, but unfortunately, I do think it was because she was talking to Erica, and Erica takes her own weight loss and fitness journey very seriously. I also don't believe that Tommy ever specifically told Amberlynn to stop semaglutide.
Has Amber stopped taking semaglutide? Because now that we know Tommy is in Amber's life, on-off, but now on, I could imagine Tommy would be the type to tell, because Tommy is clearly a feeder, would tell Amber to stop because she loves you just the way you are.
I just think that Amberlynn knows her preference, and if she doesn't have to put in the work, she won't. Did Amber know about the stuff before Kiwi Farms found it?
Considering I have no idea how Tommy and Amberlynn Reid met in the first place, I could believe the answer to be yes in this instance.
She initially told me that Tommy preferred very, very large women, and she told me that her late fiance was close to 1,000 pounds. I don't know how much Amberlynn actually knew about all of the posts that recently came up, nor do I think she would ever admit to me if she did know everything.
Amberlynn Reid vlogs for approximately 3 minutes of every day. She has 23 hours 57 minutes to do whatever she likes. Many of us believe she spends most of that day watching crap TV, doing scratch art, hanging out with her mother, and consuming vast quantities of food to maintain her weight. I could believe, at some point in all of that, she did the necessary research into this person, because Amber falls in love hard. They move in quick, and then it's happily ever after for a time. I can believe Amber knows everything already, and is okay with it, because now she's got someone that she doesn't have to lose weight for, because this person wants her to be, well, bedbound.
Have you ever caught ALR out in a lie?
For the sake of this video, you don't actually need to answer this, because if you haven't, we'd be very impressed, since the majority of us on the internet have caught her out in a lie. I've caught her out in lies while live on air, so my very organic response has been very, let's call it, visceral.
I have caught her in many. Are you still in touch with Jade? No, but I wish I was.
Is Jade Feline, or is Jade another one? This is where I get names really confused because I'm terrible with remembering names, anyone's names, in fact. Online names, easy enough. Offline and IRL, no chance.
How come Amber claims Jade's toxic and blank behavior if she kept hooking up with Jade after the breakup?
Well, this one's easy. The reason why is because Amber is a creature of habit. She desperately has to be in a relationship at all times. It's why when she moved to the Sooner state, I was genuinely surprised she said she was going to try and be single for a while, and then she undid it within, I think it was 2 months. The single era of the non-tent era, an umbrella term for the past 3.5 to 4 years of her content, where views are going down and people are only interested when she makes more poor decisions, which we fully expect to be exploited in the near future, because it's Amberlynn Reid. It's what she does.
Did it hurt that Amber dismissed your BPD during her live? Were we even supposed to know that? When she gets like this was pretty cruel. We're supposed to care about her BPD, but only hers. I don't really care. It's not like a secret that I also struggle with my mental health, but unlike Amber, I have actually taken the time to be alone and like work on myself.
The amusing thing is, Amber had a chance to properly learn about this for herself, so she could be herself, but instead she chose to find a way out because it was easier for her to do that than simply do stuff for herself. Also, a lot of her diagnoses came from WebMD, and from her simply saying she has it. There is another creator on this platform who I've covered quite recently and quite a lot, who faked cancer. I'm somewhat surprised with Amber's repeated diagnoses that she has self-done, that she hasn't been held to a similar standard just yet by the wider sphere of YouTube. Give it time though, and I'm sure things will change, if she's still relevant in a couple years.
And not just Chat AI and WebMD. Wow. Does she support her friends financially? Example, does she send Eric and Ricky money? Did she pay for Emily, plane ticket, rental car, etc. when she visited Oklahoma City? Do I think it's possible that she paid for, like, Emily's plane ticket? Sure. Do I think she's financially supporting her friends? Absolutely not.
I always held the belief that when they shared a house together, Amber was paying for virtually everything at that time, but I can't imagine Amber still doing it. It would seem a bit redundant since we see nothing of Eric and the other, whose name I've forgotten already. Yeah, this is how good I am with names. Now, in this segment, Lex explains that when she was working 3 jobs, Amber never offered to help, even though she knew she was struggling. I'm not surprised by this. Cheesecake Factory is not exactly cheap for the dainty queen with her regular order.
Does she have any friends in Oklahoma City? Why doesn't she try to find girlfriends in her own state ever? Why does she always look for love on TikTok? Yes, she does, and he seems actually very nice. But was he a viewer before they met? Yes. I also have never talked to him, and I'm not really sure what his true intentions were messaging her. But he does get to hang out with Amberlynn's mom, and I'm kind of jealous of that.
The reason this question exists is because many have been calling into question the validity of the claims Amber has that she has any friends in Oklahoma, not least because none of them have ever featured in her content. But there is a level of shrewdness to that, because if Amber had any of her friends in her videos, they would be immediately doxxed, and more than likely their lives torn apart by the online forums that loathe her existence and her repeated poor decisions. Not just there, by the way, it would also be Twitter and her own comments section and TikTok. TikTok Lynn is still thirst posting. It's kind of tragic.
Has she been trolled by other people like Erica thinking they were dating? Yeah. Her main one was Danielle. I mean, she was in love with this girl. Aww. And I can actually understand why, because she's incredibly attractive. This girl also said a lot of the right things that made Amberlynn kind of hooked. And she would do the inconsistent reassurance with her and be like totally in love with her one day and then like really all about her pre-existing partner the next day.
Now this particular answer from Lex gets quite interesting. It gets interesting because she goes on to talk about how Amber was juggling multiple relationships at once and didn't care if someone was married. If she liked you and wanted you, she wanted you. So in earlier videos in Amberlynn's July, where she called out stuff about marriage and, yeah, got really upset about that, it seemed a bit hypocritical in the context of what we now know from her former bestie.
Is there any part of you that feels bad for betraying Amberlynn's trust? Like when you think back on all the talks you two had when everything was good, did you ever think you would betray her? Honestly, yeah. I do feel bad, and I do miss her a lot. And even though she kind of brushed me off sometimes or just wanted to talk about herself or whatever, I definitely do miss her.
Now, of course, that's your humanity showing and your totally valid opinion. Nothing wrong with that in the slightest. You cherish that friendship and then she stabbed you in the back. That's what happened. So you feel guilty for doing this. Don't forget here, we've had Casey, we've had Destiny, we've had Becky, all speak their piece. You're a friend though, not an ex-partner. People are starting to be more vocal about this, and you should be more vocal. If Amber's willing to throw you under the bus in her content, whether that be TikToks or YouTube videos, or streams, more notably in this case, then you should be allowed your voice. There are of course many aspects to this, but there's one thing right at the end of this particular answer you give I want to play before we get to the next question.
I feel like I got to see a side of her that nobody else gets to see, but now I'm starting to realize that it was probably all fake.
Yeah, that bit's telling, isn't it?
Is she secretly friends with Zachary Michael? He seems to be protecting her a little too much these days. Honestly, I think that he's just really good at seeing things for what they are, and Amberlynn is not always delusional or in the wrong, but most of the time, yeah.
I have seen a number of videos on Amber's channel where she has put Zachary Michael in the title. Now, it has been a bit of a clickbaity thing, talking about Fortnite or friendships with Zachary Michael, in fact. It was clickbait. Barely a mention, longer than a second. I don't truly believe that they are friends, but I can believe they are on professional good terms. Well, professional within this sphere of the internet, that is. Zachary Michael does sometimes bat for Amber when things don't look as clear-cut, because he's not as black-pilled, perhaps he's not been poisoned as much. Sometimes a little humanity is required. I do still think, though, generally speaking, Amber is wrong about nearly everything she does. But that's just my opinion, because I'm a bit more of a prat. I'm going with safer profanities so I don't get demonetized.
I'd like to know what your partner thinks of Amber and your friendship with her. First off, I just want to give a public service announcement that my partner goes by they, them pronouns. So if anybody mentions them in any videos, I would pretty much expect you to use their proper pronouns.
I'll reduce this one down. They got on all right.
Until Amberlynn started sending nudes and showing me her full conversations with Erica and all of the nudes that they exchanged.
Okay, so this is an important public service announcement I now need to make. Amberlynn Reid privately has shared nude images of, I believe, herself, conversations with another person, with Lex, and that included naked imagery. Now, from a moral standpoint, this falls within a category I cannot abide. Amber has done something she should not have done, ever. I cannot, will not, shall not defend Amber in that. If Lex shares any of it in the online space, I will have to call Lex out as well. And I will do that, because it falls within a category called revenge, PORN. I can't abide that. Another point of interest is that Amber was exchanging naked imagery of herself with Erica. Now this is intriguing. I would assume it was a camera set up on a tripod with a 30-second delay so she can get into place. Beyond that though, that is the only joke I intend to make on this subject, because again, when you send exchange messages like that with each other, you share it with another person, you've committed what I believe to be a crime.
Did you notice ALR adopting your personality and mannerisms when you became friends? Yes. Half of her isms right now are literally mine. Except I don't know where she got this hectic word from, so don't come for me for that. Because I didn't do that.
I find it funny that Amber in her content does a lot of Valley Girl inflections. If we now know they came from you, I'm not saying you should be cancelled, but I do firmly believe in a stockade and a load of rotten tomatoes. Jokes aside, it's often amusing to me how busy Amber in her content tries to make herself seem like she's being, when in reality, she films for 3 to 5 minutes a day on her phone. I remember years ago she moaned about using her phone, or used her phone exclusively, showed us how she did it when she had access to SLR cameras. Was it SLRs? You know what I mean, she had decent cameras, she never used them, she used her iPhone, because she's one of those crapple folk. And I'm not surprised your ex-partners, current partners, were not fond of some of the language used by Amber when in conversation publicly with yourself. It runs a risk of poisoning the relationship you have for the sake of maintaining the friendship, when really a form of evolution, adaptation, should take place.
But the randomly busting out in a country accent thing that she's been doing, that is me. Is Amber a to her girlfriends? I've said this before and I'll say this again, but it takes two to tango. But I know if I ever dated Amberlynn, I think I definitely would be taking a really long grippy sock vacation afterwards.
While I can agree that it takes two to tango in many relationships, some are one-way streets after all, It should be pointed out in my country we go with manipulative and coercive behaviour as a form of DV. Amber is the queen of manipulative and coercive behaviour. A lot of her partners in the past were either very young or very submissive types. Simple types, no offence to those who qualify. But in retrospect, hindsight, that is often how it can be perceived. Her ability to control other people is sublime. Well, it was then. I'm not entirely sure what it is these days. Y'all.
Has she ever told you why she lies on YouTube all the time? Probably because, liars lie.
That, and I also believe that a lot of what Amber does on the internet can be regarded as a form of character. You've mentioned in this video, Amber is not the same person away from this as she is online, and she doesn't really share the parts of her that she probably should share, to be honest. You know, the honest part of her. So I could believe she lies not because liars lie, but because Amberlynn is putting it on as part of her persona.
Amber said Tommy has a great job. If that's true, why did she and her ex have to do blank blank for money? Did Tommy and her ex ever live together? I'm really not a super huge fan of discussing the deceased, but I literally don't know. Also, Tommy's job is like not this big spectacular ordeal, but I'm not going to speak on it because Tommy is a mother and I don't want her to lose her job because I care about the well-being of her child.
This is a respectable stance to take when it comes to somebody having children and having to pay to keep that child fed, clothed, and so on. I'm not as knowledgeable on the subject of the feeder content they may or may not have had to do. I know it is a hot topic, or has been a hot topic on the internet, certainly on Twitter, but my timeline is mostly filled with UK riots, so I tried not to pay too much attention to that aspect. In truth, while I'm not overly fond of Amber dating a feeder, because I do believe that is harmful to her health if she intends to take it seriously, ultimately the decision's on her, so it isn't my place to then dive into that person she's now dating's past. I just know they're a feeder from what I've already seen, and Amber has made this decision for herself. The consequences will be hers, and we'll certainly get into that with the end of year review this year.
And I'm not gonna lie, that kind of makes me nervous because if Amberlynn doesn't get the help that she has always needed, I do fear that something as small, well, not small, but you know, something like pneumonia could also be the reason for her passing away.
If you look beyond the poison that many like to spew in this area, there is legitimate concern for Amberlynn's health when with or surrounded by the wrong types of people. But I will stand by what I've always said. She is an adult, she's not much younger than me. She is well within her right to make these poor decisions and live for as long as she can live with the consequences for that. I do believe the choice she has made is a conscientious one, entirely built out of selfishness rather than healing, so the selfishness will lead to a shorter lifespan.
Erica claims Amber made jokes about being the other woman. Did she do the same with you? How did she justify being with a married woman? Yeah, she thought it was the funniest thing in the world. She also, for the longest time, said that Erica was only with her wife for financial reasons, and they don't live together, and her wife has another partner that she lives with, and essentially it's just like an open marriage. And then one day she sent me a picture of a toy on Erica's dresser, and apparently she took a screenshot of it like while they were on FaceTime and confronted Erica about it, and Erica like I guess lied about it at first, but then she was like, oh well, of course, like that's my wife, like of course we have. Amber was really upset.
So for the end of year review month of July 2024 segment that I've made recently, in fact, I had to address this because it all happened right at the end of the month. The cheating, the not cheating, whether Amber knew or didn't know. The part that really intrigued me was whether or not Erica was actually into this or not. And so when you have heard, which we have earlier, that Lex has seen all the messages between the two of them and the fact they exchanged nudes, you have to wonder whether or not Erica really means when Erica says they were not as invested or not, because they fully committed to sending pictures of themselves along with very intimate messages, text messages, to accompany. So, not even a grey area, yet treated as if it could be. Not by Lex or the online space, but by Erica. That's not to say Amber's in the clear here, by the way, because there were queries about whether or not Amber knew earlier or not. According to Lex in this, no, she did not.
Why did Amber reveal Emily so fast? Is she secretly fatphobic and thought Emily was hot and therefore worthy of sharing her with us so soon? No. Tommy is a very insecure person and could not handle when Amberlynn would get other messages or comments that were like flattering. And Amber's going to refute this and say this is not true, but it is. So Emily encouraged her to post her. She wanted other people to know that there was someone in Amberlynn's life and she's not available. Also, Emily is not skinny, and in my opinion, she is not attractive.
I kind of figured Tommy was insecure. No offense intended, but I certainly got that impression from what little content I have seen where Tommy has featured. But there's always one in a relationship who is that way. There's a reacher and a settler. In this case, I'm not entirely sure if Amber's the reacher or the settler, but I know that Tommy's type is Amber, so they could be argued to be the reacher and Amber is willing to settle because she doesn't have to try anything. I'm going to go to one more question and answer, because this goes on for another 7 minutes, and I don't have all the time in the world to go through every single one and add my perspective. Again, it will be linked down below.
Not asking for personal info on Jade, but was she just as messed up as Amber mentally? She seemed to be more mature, but it's sounding like she was struggling too. All I have to say to that is I think anybody on this planet would struggle if they were Amberlynn's long-term live-in partner.
I remember when they first started dating, and Amber went through the honeymoon phase of her cycle of losing weight, attributing the weight loss success to this love in her new home that she barely ever left, adopting all the enjoyment from the world that she could by being a good locust and taking it from her partner, having a good harvest and sodding off when the well ran dry, which is not a euphemism, but you could certainly believe it is. I am really sorry about the length of that video. I'm also sorry about the audio quality. Let's hope that doesn't ever happen again. Now, something that did come out over the course of the month was the nature of the relationship between that of Wipey, or Feline, and Amber, much of which was ABUSE. Allegations, I do not know enough to confirm it at this point. I also want to highlight that the therapist in this throuple that was earlier mentioned had a TikTok. They got outed, they got doxed, they got a lot of crap for it. In fact, their doxing came from the fact they were wearing an employee's vest for Lowe's. Didn't do them any favours. Let's go with that. When Amber ended that first stream because of anxiety, I genuinely think there is some anxiety. Not because she's done anything wrong or because she's done anything right, but because for the first time she's truly not in control of the narrative. Whereas for the past 3 years she has sat on a high horse, acting as if she is all high and mighty, not talking about things but alluding to things. This time, it is all out there, or being put out there, and that includes the alleged erotic eating of food things. Yes, I've heard about that. No, I've not seen any illicit material that may well exist from it. No thank you. I don't need to watch a skank eating food. Thank you.
There's a lot of things that like aren't true that are being said, and I know a lot of people are going to be like upset, like it is what it is. And I like was trying really hard to like protect her, obviously, and just like protect us. And I feel like that's, people could say I'm always in love. It's fine. Like I love, and that's okay. Okay. You can ignore the part where I said I'm in love. Just ignore that part. Just know that like I am still with Tommy, and there's just been a lot of things that like aren't true that have been said, and I just want to be the one to like set it straight, because I feel like that's important. And I know like a lot of people aren't gonna believe a word that I say, and that's fine. Like, I fully get it. People will believe what they want to believe. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, we were gonna break up. Without a doubt, that was gonna happen. But it's like, we genuinely make each other happy. So it's like, why break up when you genuinely like love someone?
So yes, everyone believed this, everyone knew it. Amberlynn did not break up with Tommy, even though she said they had, and she blamed the entire internet for it. Okay, you're with a feeder whose partner had died 3 months earlier. In September, your weight's going to go back up again, just as Nick Ricardo's comes down. How interesting is that? Turns out it is possible. What you do in your personal life is, of course, your own business, and you choose what you do and do not share with the world. Until, of course, your skanky honus decides it needs to, well, be shown by others. Because it turns out what you don't want us to see is just how two-faced, hypocritical, contradictory, dirty you are. You want us to believe that we're the muggles. Turns out you're the muggle. How strange is that? Or maybe you think you're magical, but you have none. I guess that makes you a squib. Grats.
6 months, I might have a ring on it. Like, who knows? I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm hectic. I need to shut up. Can you imagine me with a ring on it? Like a true ring on it that I actually wanted? That wasn't shade towards... Oh, God. That got me in trouble saying that, I feel like. I heard you rub the cookie on your nookie. No! I was wearing my bra. And I like had it, and I was like being seductive, and I like went like that, and then like I had the cherry, and I was like, so yes, Fingerlyn is real, and will be making an appearance soon, hopefully.
How many times do I need to say ew before it sticks? By the way, for this month on Discord, I have so many sources, I've only just gotten up to August the 8th, and the second stream Amberlynn does in the month. I've barely scratched the surface when it comes to Erica and others involved in that realm. Although this does now afford me the luxury to include a clip that will also make you go ew, and I'm not sorry.
I don't have a labia minora. If you're asking that. I don't have a labia. It's wild off the chain. And you know, it's just a perfect seat. In my humble opinion. It's just a little one if I have one. It's just a little baby. Wait, right? Because you were there.
Now, a recurring theme with a lot of the streams Amber did centered around the fact that she got drunk and started sharing too much. I'm not going to go through any of the other clips of that because it's the same thing. She says things while inebriated. There are references to binge eating, and others have pointed out when comparing her to Foodie Beauty there might be a point because Amber's too ashamed of it. Whereas Chantal is addicted and will just do it on camera. Of course, in August, Amber and Chantal are doing vastly different things. One was trying to hide a relationship from the world, the other was pretending hers was real. It was hilarious to me at this point, not only because you had Nick Ricardo starting to make a comeback, he hadn't quite done it yet, but we also had Tammy Slatton losing a boatload of weight. Yet Amber and Chantal can't do shit. Okay. The month persisted with drama concerning Alexis, who had been texting Amber because her relationship with Erica had well and truly fallen apart, which did lead to Amber crying on a live stream, and I think she ended it early because of that text message. Amber shared far too much in the sexual area of her life, which I didn't care for in the slightest, but when inebriated on a gigantic buzzball, I'm not surprised. Although let's face it here, I'm pretty sure she'd be done on one apple sour after she added sriracha to it because she's a white bish. The persisting problem with that relationship concerning Erica and the other one, whose name I've already forgotten now, became a massive talking point. Going into September, Amberlynn Reid does come back to making videos on YouTube, but not that often. So that's where we're now going to go. Oh, and I should insert, Becky did an interview with Karina Kaboom. Yes. And yes, then we found out that Amber was a massive micromanaging control freak and starving for attention, less interested in the relationship and settling down, although she did allude to engagements multiple times. No, in this, She just wants to take your quirky traits and make them her own, which is, to be honest, the one main thing I knew but needed confirmation. Whereas during the month of August 2024, Amberlynn Reid did very little. In September, she made 10 videos, 10 more than August. As you can see on the screen though, the viewership for them diminished quite a bit over the course of the month. And there is a reason why. It's not just because of some of the dumb things Amberlynn Reid says, which of course I'm going to show you. It's also because of Tommy being a bigger feature in Amber's life, and because within a very short space of time, Amber's going on an adventure. At time of recording, beginning of October, she claims that this is a visit. Do not be surprised if it becomes a full-on move for our dainty girl, who has had a number of ups, not just in her love life, her social life, her productivity, but also her weight. Not all of it has to be positive, I guess, unless you're Tommy and you want them bigger and bed-bound. So you can give them horse baths with a hose. For this month, we're going to ignore the TikTok presence of Thirsty Lynn, because it's the same regurgitated mind crap, and it's done by somebody who thinks she looks cute, when really, she looks like a Tootsie Roll squeezed far too tight into shrink wrap. Just before we go into the videos, I'm going to put this back on the screen. You'll notice all but one of those videos are very short. Amber is desperately gearing up, I would surmise, for Vlogmas, especially if Tommy features heavily. If Tommy features heavily, expect daily content. By content, I mean her doing sod all, but making it seem like she's doing something. The era of non-tent has yet to end. But the era of Skanky Lynn Reid is still in full swing. The first video of the month, simply titled, I'm back, hanging with Mama Lynn and getting ready to see my girlfriend again.
I look hectic.
Haven't seen Amber in like forever. Her busy.
We literally just saw each other a few days ago. We went to bingo with Grandma.
Yeah, for 5 minutes we saw each other in a month.
Oh my gosh, yes, I have been busy.
Not much to watch, really. So we're going to skip to the next one called Meet My Girlfriend. So I'm quickly talking over this part, the beginning bit of the video before she meets up with Tommy again, because Tommy had stayed with her prior. We know this because in July she said that they'd broken up and pointed at her, which meant they hadn't broken up at all. We were paying attention, guys, weren't we? I'm talking over this because Amber sounds like a middle-aged child. The mentality of one. It's the same thing she does in every relationship. Every single time. If you don't know the cycle by now, Amber will latch on to everything about them and make it about her. I'm not going to fault someone for claiming to be in love, but she can never ever be single. And based on what we know, we also know verifiably so, Skanklin Reid has been doing, while claiming to be single in Oklahoma, people, quite a few of them in fact, for, well, let's say the entire time she's been there. Let's get to some of the clips though she shows us of her and Tommy together.
So I literally haven't vlogged anything. We just left Dave & Buster's. We played at the arcade, obviously super fun. Got a drink. It's just been really fun. We've had a really good time. We both got matching bracelets because we had like 1,400 tickets that we won.
For Amberlynn Reid, she's in unknown territory. And what I mean by that is, she's now able to do something she hasn't really done publicly on her content. Going out with girlfriends, yes, of course she's done that, but they've always been very introverted partners. That's not to say that Tommy is not, but there's a willingness to show the openness and the apparent happiness. This is new for Amber, and I do firmly believe she thought this would generate additional interest in her content. She was wrong. At the same time, it is quite nice to be able to see behind the glass, the looking glass, the window, the walls that she erects for all the busyness for her hectic life. And yes, the word hectic is going to be the word of the month. It was slaps earlier this year, now it's hectic because social media has yet again done a fantastic job of bastardizing the English language.
Alright, so we're about to try their freeze-dried marshmallows. I've always wanted to try one, so they're like mini. So we're gonna do a taste test. Ready? What is that?
That vibrated through my skull.
That is the weirdest texture.
I don't know if I like.
I don't like it.
I don't like the way it makes my teeth feel.
What's your teeth feel like?
Oh.
scratchy.
Listen, you guys. Ew!
Content, everyone. This is Amber's content. Let's move on to the next video, which is actually a good way of swerving away from this rather dull topic. Onto her weight. The reason why is because Amber has quit semaglutide. Shocker. She'll explain why in this video, along with the weight gain, which is quite coincidental because it was around this time Nicole Avocado made a triumphant return to YouTube and explained he'd been away for 2 years, had a backlog of content, was uploading that over 2 years, and somehow shifted quite a lot of weight. Proving that it is in fact possible, he is 2 steps ahead while she is still 20 steps behind everyone, licking windows because she enjoys the taste of it.
Hey guys, welcome to a new video. So I'm looking hectic.
I swear if you have an Amazon wishlist, I'm gonna mail you at least a dozen English dictionaries and a further dozen thesauruses, so that you, who are only a few years younger than I, can learn to speak the King's English as it should be spoken, without the Valley Girl inflection, questions to everything, without downplaying or using words that do not mean what you think they mean. Yes, this has been my micro-mini, even more micro-mini than usual, TED Talk about the English language. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Your face is looking a little bit like a moon. Have you stepped on that scale? And I did. I stepped on it over a month ago.
I'm going to interject here because Amber's going to try and do a very lengthy mental gymnastic to explain where her weight was to where her weight is now. I'm also inserting this because fair use is very important.
And I was at my lowest weight. I was at 467. That was actually after I ended up getting cellulitis in my lymphedema leg, which does happen a few times a year, unfortunately. No matter how clean you are, it's really easy to get cellulitis in your lymphedema.
As many of you know, Amber is blessed with Nurgle's, well, gifts. She has every disease under the sun: lipedema, lymphedema, cancer, brain rot, brain farts, dirty ass, cellulitis, and varicose veins, I'm sure. This meant that because she literally couldn't breathe, which is she lost weight and stayed at 475, but what happened next is totally a surprise, everyone.
I always gain weight back like super quickly after I have cellulitis. I don't know what it is, but it literally happens. And then on top of that, I stopped semaglutide.
As many of you know, Amberlynn Reid's been on this for a while. Semaglutide, that is her glorified cheat code. The reason she was on it is because she can't be bothered to actually put any effort in. But now she's dating a feeder, she especially has no reason to stay on it. She'll attribute it to cellulitis, lymphedema, lipedema, any other issue health-wise that may well stop her from taking it. It could also be because diminished income because she's not been as active, so maybe she can't afford it. But the reality is the insert excuses here part, which will come up in a moment, don't worry, are all based around the fact she's deflecting attention away from the fact she's with someone who would rather she was even heavier and be bedbound.
For a lot of people, especially people my size, like when you stop taking it, like you're gonna gain your weight back 9 times out of 10. Like that's hectic. I did step on the scale today and I did gain weight. It is correct. I've gained 17 pounds.
This is within the space of 5 weeks. So basically the entire time she's been with Tommy. This would explain the inactivity in August. This would explain why she is basically trying to avoid responsibility for herself. If her channel is supposed to be about weight loss journeys, she is still failing at it. If she's gained 17 pounds, that means she's 492 in this particular video. Congratulations. You should be so proud of yourself to be back in the 490s. You were so excited when you got to the 470s and then you got Tommy in your life and thought, well, I can just get fatter again. It's alright. You do briefly in this video touch on Nicocado's weight loss, querying how he did it. That's fine. He had the conviction though to do it. You can't even be asked to do anything. You really can't. Your content is not hectic, your life is certainly not. Because of how little you actually do, you could just sit there and play video games on Twitch and get a fair amount of extra money from that to make your life easier, but you won't. Because you're lazy, not hectic. Your laziness in this video extends to your excuses and the mental gymnastics you try to use, but you're not smart enough to articulate them without it seeming like you're just making an excuse. If your life is so hectic, you could actually lose weight easily. You lent into semaglutide because you believed that that would do it and you wouldn't have to change anything. Don't forget here, to maintain your weight of 490 pounds, you would have to be consuming thousands of calories more than what you claim you're eating. And if you really wanted to lose the weight, those hunger pangs, the satiety, would not have been as much of a problem for you had you actually committed to losing weight properly through lifestyle change instead of using your cheat code On to the next video though. This is the longest video she released during the month, and there's only one part we really need, and that is the query surrounding her moving in with Tommy.
How are your kidney stone symptoms going? I actually have not had blood in my urine in a while. Do you trust Tommy? I know that you have trust issues with people. I never fully trust anybody. Knee high to a grasshopper. I think it's time to move on. Like, I'm 33 years old. Is Tommy moving to Oklahoma? No, she isn't. I know a lot of people are assuming that, but nope, she's not.
I know I inserted a few random quotes there, but I feel it only right to point out that the kidney stone arc did need a conclusion. She's seeing a urologist in November. The random quote, Happer, yes, that's now a thing. It's very hectic. Low-key hectic in it. And there were two queries concerning Tommy. One about trust issues, where she goes on a 5-minute rant about not fully trusting people. But she trusts Tommy enough to, in the next video, start planning to travel to Wisconsin, I think? Yes. To go spend time with Tommy. So that is where we're now going to go.
So I need to go to the good old TJ Maxx because my goal is suitcase, duffel bag, kind of, and like a hygiene bag.
1 year ago, Amberlynn Reid moved to the Sooner State. In doing so, she brought her suitcases, her duffel bags, her makeup and hygiene bags with her. But a year later, she appears to have discarded those and now desperately needs brand new ones. An age of convenience is what we currently live within, but also one where we take far too much for granted. This is proof of that because she has far too much, even in her diminishing state. So much so she'll go and blow more money that she does not need to blow, so she has an excuse to make a video that won't even make enough money to cover the cost of the items she has bought. So she can go all the way to Wisconsin to spend time with Tommy, where she will totally not be moving in yet.
Alright you guys, my mom wanted to show something.
I just noticed it, it's cute.
Yeah.
So she picked out pink and black suitcase and it matches her clothes. That is freaking hilarious.
These are like my two favorite colors. I should
hot pink and black.
Stick a beanie on you and you wouldn't look out of place in South Park.
So I had to stop and get a new vape, and when I did, when the guy asked to see my ID and he saw when my birthday was, he was shocked because I'm 33 and he thought I was in my like lower 20s, and I was like, okay. He literally said that I had a baby face.
Since this is being premiered on YouTube in December, do press X to doubt in the live chat if you don't believe a word she just said. I can believe she has a baby face, but only in so much as she has a very round face that lacks definition. I'd also add that he was more than likely, if to be believed to be true and alive and well and actually a human being and not the self-service talking back to you like Ask Jeeves or something, I could believe that he may well have been hitting on you. But as I don't want to get into trouble with my audience or with YouTube themselves, I'll refrain from regurgitating comments I made in my third content constable on you concerning men and you. Because people got made. On to the next video!
There we go. Okay, you guys, it is the next day. So obviously, since I bought luggage, that does mean I am traveling. Probably not my size is kind of hectic.
There's that word again. In case it wasn't obvious enough, I find this quite irritating. I find it irritating because it doesn't mean what you think it means. And it being misused by young people is insulting enough. It's doubly insulting when somebody is closer to their 40s than they are their young years, is trying to use it. I know, only 33. You're not 23. And even 23-year-olds shouldn't be doing this either. Actually, no one should. Please stop it. Thank you.
I have been getting so many people mentioning Nicole Avocado to me, asking like, when is that going to be me? Is he going to be your trainer since you were his dietitian? What do you think of his weight loss? Like, oh my god.
I'm going to paraphrase what she's now about to say because she goes on for too long about it. She claims the reason they're no longer friends is because he didn't believe she had cancer when she said she had cancer. She had precancerous cells. Okay, cool. This was enough of a reason for her to not be friendly with him anymore. She doesn't address the fact that, you know, he succeeded at the weight loss, so, you know, when's her turn to have this glow up? No. Deflection onto the part that matters the most to her. Those that are around her to enable her nonsense. Her drivel. Her trite tripe.
Was hectic.
I should probably insert some kind of hectic misuse counter because you say it so many times this month. It's like when you ate food a few months back and you'd say, oh, that slaps. Please stop. Low-key, please stop. Now, you finished this video by talking about Amazon after ranting for so long about Nicocado. So we're going to move on to the next video.
I'm just like packing because I am moving. I know that's like crazy. I didn't tell anybody. Totally joking. I am packing because I am traveling type deal. And I still have nothing packed because I'm a perfectionist. I have to like lay everything out that I'm taking first. Like, I don't know why I do that. So I know for sure, like, I'm gonna be taking these purses. Like, I'm gonna take this one so I can put like my laptop and important things like that. I'm gonna take this purse, this one.
When you're travelling to go visit somebody on a temporary basis to come home, why make it a concerted point to bring more than one of the more novel items? You, in the previous video, had stated you carry around the lipstick one virtually all the time anyway, even if you're not going out or if it doesn't match your outfit. Yet in this video, you're considering alternative bags to include. When you say you're joking about moving, that doesn't help, and not many at this point believed for a second that you were going to Wisconsin just for a visit. Of course, at time of recording, things may well have changed. Who knows? Now, this video is basically Amber doing absolutely sod all while looking like she's doing something, right? Because she's packing to go to Wisconsin, and that's lit and banging. Basically, hectic. Have I said that enough with the inflections right? The only good parts of your video involved your cat, who'll make a feature in the next video. Videos like this are the reason why your views are going down. Because again, it's that I'm looking like I'm doing something, but I'm accomplishing zero at the same time. There's nothing about your health, nothing about eating. You just make it look like you're getting ready to go places. I wouldn't be surprised if your mother came and packed it all for you because after this video you needed to sit down because your spine was compressing. So on to the next video, where I believe your mother features.
Tomorrow is actually the day where I leave. I am going on a little vacation type deal, and I leave tomorrow at 5 a.m. I am really excited, but I'm also like anxious and nervous because traveling at my size is a little scary.
You know what would help that, right? Losing weight consistently, changing your lifestyle and habits entirely. I guess it's fortunate really then that you've managed to rope your mother into doing all the driving. Using people for what you need, but not really doing much to help them. The Amberlynn Reid story.
And it's harder than the average, obviously.
How would you know? You've never been the average. Unless the average benchmark is around quarter-ton princess territory.
I am capable. What are you really doing? I realize that I haven't even like said where I'm going. I'm actually gonna be visiting my girlfriend Tommy, and it's gonna be some traveling. I'm genuinely so freaking excited. You guys have no idea. Like,
yeah, we all knew this earlier on. She's going to Wisconsin. We knew that as well because it turns out the internet is quite clever when it wants to be. It didn't take long to work it all out. You try and act like something's a big secret, and the internet has it solved within 5 minutes. You are not Edward Nigma. This video is basically you just doing more packing, which is again why your views are diminishing, and obviously there was a Ligma joke I could have inserted after saying Edward Nigma, by all means in the live chat. Hi, hope you're all having a marvellous day today. Go nuts with the jokes. Let's move on to the 19.5-hour drive from the Sooner State to the Badger State.
Traveling day. So I got them both in there, and it's honestly the saddest thing in the world.
With all the planning that Amberlynn does for this event, where she basically takes most of her apartment with her, including the pets, because apparently no one can look after her animals while she's gone, or have those cute animal food release containers, which would be smart as well, litter trays and so on, or just get somebody over, because, you know, that's a thing. You can pay someone to do it, in fact. Amber's taken them with her for 19 hours of travelling, which I consider animal cruelty personally. The part of this that fascinates me the most is not that Amber gets there, it's all the fast food she hits up on the journey, because she really does not care. She'll happily plan for the clothing and the cushions and the blankets, yes, because anxiety, but when it comes to planning the food part, no, we wing it, because then I could do little mini mukbangs, you know, and because my feeder really likes it when I got extra cushion for the pushing.
Okay, so we are currently at a 7-Eleven, a new 7-Eleven actually, but I'm staying in here with Tweaky. All right, so we're at a little spot, I don't know. There's a Subway there. All right, so we stopped and got some McDonald's. I got a hash brown and their bagel with sausage and egg and cheese. And I literally like to put the hash brown. I do too. You do that too?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, me and my mom are so much alike. All right, so we are stopped again at a gas station this time because, what is it called?
Clutchy.
A kolache?
You never had one?
No, we're about to do a taste test. So my mom said that these kolaches, is that what it's called?
Yeah, they're good.
It's like a hot dog with like bread. She's like, you gotta try it. So we're gonna try it. Oh, that's hot. Well, I don't think I'm gonna be able to eat it.
Why?
It kind of gives me the creeps.
Why?
Like the inside of it doesn't look cooked. So there's like cream cheese on the inside, I guess. Mmm.
Hand me my donut.
You want the other one? You want to try it? Mom,
you
you
want
want
my
it?
donut?
You want
No,
mom?
I want my maple donut.
There are only two other things of note on this journey. First of all, her mother is somewhat adorable because she bought things like fridge magnets for each state she'd gone to. She missed one, sadly, and hopefully she gets it on the return journey unless she's loitering around Wisconsin until Amber goes home. If not, it's going to be a lot of journeys and a lot of gas. The second is Amber takes her dog briefly for a walk. The animals, of course, do not get to go out because she has no harnesses for her cats, and because she's all in favour of, well, neglecting them. Although she does give them some water later on, that's something, right? But the walking part fascinated me because, yet again, South Park character. Now there's one more video to show you for this month, and this is her fully in Wisconsin, spending time with, what was he called? Slommy Tobby or Slommy Tommy? There's a nickname for Tommy right now, and it seems quite apt for the feeder.
So if you guys don't know, I'm currently in Wisconsin visiting my long distance partner.
She acts like such a child. It's amusing. Now, the very first clip she's about to show us will further lean into the idea that she's with a feeder. This does not help the situation, Amber. And by the way, your views are dropping off because people are done trying to help you, repeatedly telling you what is better for you. Because you always know what's best even when it's the worst possible decision. You are as bad, if not worse, than Foodie Beauty.
What is this again?
Roll up with vanilla ice cream. Why is it crunchy?
It freezes it. Alright, so we had to get me this like step thingy because her truck is so tall.
Wait, are you telling me Tommy hasn't accommodated for your size by getting something a bit shorter? Or is it possible that this was already in Tommy's possession but you're trying to make it seem like it's brand spanking new? It's almost like treating you as if you're disabled. Have you ever given any thought or consideration to going to the sodding gym?
Oreo Coca-Cola with popping candy. That sounds intriguing. Dang, why does everyone say hectic to us?
Do you think it's because, and I'm assuming this is taken from Alive, over the course of September, you have said hectic so many bloody times? So why are they saying it to you? Because you're hectic, of course. Because you're hectic this, hectic that, hectic up your arse. You are so much hectic. Honestly, there is a hectic level beyond, but it's just impossible to attain because it's Amberlynn Reid hectic. Sigh.
You guys, I'm about to shower, but I just want to let you know that I've literally made myself at home. Like, all of this is mine, besides the plant, of course. I have my own bathroom.
If by chance that Amberlynn Reid in October doesn't go back to Oklahoma, or decides that all her stuff needs to be shipped to Wisconsin, please don't be surprised. Amberlynn's expedited relationship rate is quite well known. She moves in really quickly. She falls in love hard, as she calls it, gets close, intimate, has the honeymoon phase, and then eventually falls out because she gets too comfortable, too disgusting, and, well, becomes more like Amber. And eventually people see through that nonsense and decide they can't be arsed with her anymore. Tommy might be one of the very rare cases where this may not happen, because some believe this is Amber's last ride because of Tommy.
What's going on? You can't find a spot.
I'm not good at finding the spots. I'm not.
As far as Amberlynn Reid's September goes, this is as exciting as it gets. She gets to relive being a teenage girl all over again. The cycle is renewed, so it can be repeated and be totally new this time. Because this time, she has a girlfriend that may well enjoy being on camera with her, which means content. She can ignore her mother, because she only needs her for, driving duties to get to and from Wisconsin, unless, of course, she decides to stay. In conclusion, September was a more active month for Amber, but viewership-wise, not as good as August was when she did 5 live streams. Live streaming is probably where she's better suited, to be honest, which is why she's been doing a lot of stuff on TikTok lives because it's harder to record most of that unless you're watching it live. It's not a playback thing, right? Amber knows this, and it's easy money. It really is. It's hectic, right? Ultimately, while she has been more active, she's not really done anything and gotten worse. Her health is deteriorating. She's made some poor choices, and for the rest of this year, we get to watch those poor decisions unfold, because it will inevitably cause her more problems. She, the dainty queen, is only 33 years old, 5 years younger than myself. Yet, she will, as everyone knows, encounter more health problems because of her inability to look after her health, whereas Tommy is seen to be helping her health race directly to the hectic bottom. On to October, everyone. So the month of October 2024 is a fascinating one. It's a fascinating one because Amber only released 2 videos, one of which took place at the end of September. Amber's so hectic that she only made that much content. However, a number of queries, theories, that were posited by members of were confirmed or debunked in the only actual video she made in the month. We do, however, have a few arcs to go through, whether it be Amber in Wisconsin or whether it be Alexis, you know, the former best friend, who dunked on Amber in 2 videos, deleted those videos, and then went crawling back to Amber. Took a dump on World while she was at it. What we're going to do is go through events as they unfolded, because there were some other areas of interest. Q&As, for example, because Amber's delusion is, of course, quite strong. I want to insert a point of interest. The point of interest is Amberlynn Reid lost quite a few views this month. Her rewatchability is massively depleting, so the ability to go back and watch older videos isn't as interesting as it once was. Her most viewed video on her channel is the video where she announces she has cancer. So not being an active creator in 1 month leads to a theory from myself. I believe the reason Amberlynn Reid was not so active during the month of October, and yes, we're going to start with this and see whether we can work it out, is because she is building up content to release during Vlogmas. So she'll be more active in November whilst still piling up the content, stockpiling even. I also think she'll still be in Wisconsin at this point because she'll want to spend Christmas with her beloved. YP number 3. I assume we're shooting for a trilogy here. If we are, this is not a good ending. So let's begin with the first video she released in the month of October that happened at the end of September.
Hey guys, welcome to a new vlog. I look absurdly hectic right now.
Amberlynn Reid is still saying hectic and putting on a Valley Girl accent, and I'm now going to insert a clip of every single sodding time in this video she says hectic, because I don't like it. It annoys me, and you need to suffer it as well.
Hectic? Hectic? Very hectic. Hectic.
If I, as an Englishman, have to suffer through a woman in her early to mid-30s using young speak, so do you. Although she does consider it a blessing to have grey hairs at the age of 33.
I'm in the middle of doing my makeup, and I'm just like, okay, so she's a dandruff queen, but like, she also has a million gray hairs. Like, y'all, I'm getting so old. Why? I'm fine with every wrinkle, every gray hair is a blessing.
I'm not entirely convinced that's a blessing. More a statement of the stress your body's under because of the weight and gravity. Now, unlike other vlogs you've done in the past, this one actually is a vlog. You go out and you go places. That includes featuring clips with Alexis in. So what we're going to do now is treat this like a response video and go through the highlights of that vlog that I've had to suffer through 3 times.
We're doing the valet type deal type sitch right here. Look at these cute little like seat type deals. Okay, so we're currently trying to figure out what floor our hotel room's at. What is it? Floor 4? We're trying to get a higher room because 1404 is what we're looking for. We're gonna be on floor 14 and I'm afraid of heights, folks.
You're gonna notice throughout this vlog, Amber's doing the honeymoon phase thing. Hell, it's only been 3 months at this point, and she's already dropping the L word in this video, which we'll get to. It's cringe. You need to suffer it, which is also cringe, saying it again. Much like her situation type dual moments, it has to be said over and over again just to drive the point home. Now, the hotel room fascinated me, not because she showed us everything in the room, but because of one little clip in the hotel room. Just a point of interest concerning the shower.
And then here is the bathroom. Cute little shower type deal.
The reason I found that interesting is because unlike everything else she waddled over to, she leaned around the shower. Based on the fact she, in the next shot, after showing us the toilet, just about fits in the doorway to get into that room, which is why I think they went with that room to begin with, to accommodate her width. I'm inclined to believe that she will not be using that shower at any point.
I'm recording type deal. Are you? Is your voice gonna be in it? I'll edit it out. No, you don't have to. You guys guess who that is right there? Hectic. Very hectic.
So this is the part where Alexis now features with, I believe, either a friend or her partner. I couldn't be asked to work out which. In the last video Amber released in September, she told us about this, about how they have made amends, blah blah blah. It does, however, make Alexis look like a bit of a grifter, additionally makes Alexis look like a snake, which is also possible, more than likely in fact. In truth, I don't really care what Alexis is to Amber. Their exchanges are very superficial in this video. It's all superficial. Everything is forced laughter. It's social anxiety 101. Amber just laughs at everything. But they go to various clubs and they have lots of very heavily sugared drinks, which Amber loves. Now this is foreshadowing for the second video, because Amber, I firmly believe, just let go this month. And when you, at her size, let go for a month, things start to look wrong. Although when they do go to another club, we get to see Amber crossing a street. It is one of the most unflattering South Park character-esque waddles I have ever seen in my life.
I'm not used to this life.
You're getting. See, I hear a whistle. Where does that whistle come from?
Oh no, there was a whistle though. Oh, we're going to the fluid one?
I don't think anything's happening. Oh gosh. Oh, the door's open though.
Now I have mentioned Amber had dropped the L word, the horrid, disgusting, putrid L word, after being together for a mere 3 months, which is something that Amber confirmed right at the end of this video on a subject concerning animals. Her animals, more notably. Here's the L word, prepare to vomit.
I love you.
I love you. Aww. You're my favorite.
You're my favorite.
Why do you have a weird accent when I say that? You're my favorite.
Wisconsin! Today is actually the 26th of September, which is actually mine and Tommy's 3-month anniversary, because we started dating on June 26th. And literally the first time we ever spoke was only June 18th.
You really are a relationship locust. You go from one harvest to the other and leave some form of ruin in your wake. It's Skanklin Reid, yeah. Now in truth, when it comes to you talking about your pets, I didn't care in the slightest, because it made sense, because who would you leave your pets with? Especially if you intend to stay in Wisconsin, which at this point many believe is the case, because you're with Slommy, Tommy, the feeder. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say Tommy only. The other part is just a pet nickname given to you by the haters. Now before we finish this vlog and go through some of your AMAs, Q&As, right? You said, and you led up to the anniversary part of that quote, which I didn't play and I'll play in a moment, by stating you were ahead on content.
My allergies are bad. I just woke up. I was actually editing this vlog and I realized I do not have an outro, but it's also like perfect timing because I needed to talk to you guys about something. So I am a little like ahead of vlogging. Today is actually the 26th of September.
You only released one video in October, so clearly that is not the case. And by that I mean you only released one video that was made in October, just to deal with the 1 or 2 pedantic fools who try it. The second point of interest before we go to the AMAs is, if you can't tell, Amber is getting bigger. That much is obvious. It's obvious in her face, which is most of what we see. We rarely see a full body shot, and we do in this. When we did, yes, she's sinking further towards the ground. Give it a couple more years and those oddly proportioned legs are going to be merging with her abdominal region. Keep it up and you'll end up resembling the Blob Lord from Enter the Gungeon. So on to the AMAs. So let's start with the more tame questions on the Hectic Ambi Instagram account. Would you try more fun recipes with Tommy in a video like ice cream roll-ups? No. Are we really going to get the crumble cookie video? You know, the one that she sent to somebody who was married and she was okay with? Yeah. Yes. But I'm not sure what my best plan of action is, like which website. Well, unless you say the B-I-N-G-E word, YouTube. What was the first picture you took with Tommy? In the Jeep she surprised me with, exactly 3 months ago. By the way, today is our 4-month talkiversary. Would you take your partner's last name if you got married? It'll be my official double-barreled surname era. In your video, Alexis hides behind you. Is she trying to not show her true size? Now the reason for this is because in Amber's vlog, the filters Alexis uses in her own posts aren't there. Alexis is quite large, and this has drawn much ire from many who think that she has no leg to stand on when criticising Amber. They have a point. Also, the filters don't help you, and nor does the large girl camera angle of aimed slightly up so you can tilt your head back and the chins become less apparent. Amber's reply: I don't understand why everything has to be about size. Didn't you used to say size a lot? If she was misspelt society's standards of skinny, people would assume she was doing that because she was low-key shy. Why can't that be the reason? Put your fat phobia away for another time, please. Aim it at me instead of my friends. Thanks. Why bother? Your friend made 2 videos, aired a fair bit of dirty laundry, confirmed many held theories within world concerning your split personality, and then they backtracked on it. They're going to get criticism. It's going to be painful for them. Do you think it will be difficult for your audience to move on from the feeder accusations? They've thought all my past girlfriends were feeders. To an extent, there is a point there, because at one point you were bedbound with then Becky, and they had to get your food. YP definitely was a feeder, and Tommy is obviously a feeder. You say different now? We'll get to that soon. Which state is the best state you lived in, and which state is the worst in your opinion? The best is California, the worst is Kentucky. That surprises me, because when you lived in California, your taxes were a lot higher. In Kentucky, they're very low. I would think for somebody who had access to something as simple as a cheesecake factory and affordable living, Kentucky would be high up. Now there is one more concerning a New York vlog from another creator. Yeah, don't care. This one is irrelevant. For someone who claims to be hectic, this is about as much energy as she's put into any content in the month of October. Now there was technically like one more concerning images, but the bottom image on this one you see is actually from her most recent video in this month, right? Where people are comparing the older image of Amber back when she was essentially bedbound, to now. However, people are basing it on Amber's head, forgetting here that the weight displacement changes over time. It really does. And you can say, Amber, that you aren't as big or as heavy. I could believe it if it weren't for the fact that you have, in the space of October and September, put on obvious weight. You quit Ozempic again because you failed. You lied about what you were eating, and this month you cut loose. So with this, we need to now go to this video in the bottom image here, because there's a few comments she makes, and we need to talk about it.
Hey guys, welcome to a new video. So, I've been gone for a minute.
Just to give this some context, if the last video you saw was made in September and this one nearer the end of October, it's possible she's not been around for close to 5 weeks. Now I firmly believe she was making content to build up to November, December, which means she gets to then sit back a bit, right? Either that, or she genuinely just cut loose. Problem she has is, 2 videos were removed from her channel which led to a suspicion that she had been struck. Something which in this video she confirms was not the case. She did have 2 videos though by YouTube removed, and I'm going to play the clip that got one of them removed, but I'm going to blur out the word binge because it is believed to be that word.
I know when I watch mukbangs, I get super hungry while I'm eating it. And in the past, I tried to stop watching them because sometimes like watching a mukbang would make me like or overeat or whatever. But I'm trying to learn how to turn it into something positive instead of negative. I'm trying to watch them eat. I like needed a break. It was a much needed break. And honestly, I feel like I can continue this break, but so many of you are like, we miss you. Where are you?
Obviously, there are a number of lies in this, because the last video she uploaded has the comments turned off. If anyone's asking questions about where she is, it will be on Instagram. And she didn't answer any questions over the course of this month concerning her hiatus. Also, no one actually cares about you that much. People still hate watch you and downvote your videos. But you are definitely in your decline era still, because you've done nothing to deserve a renaissance.
So, where have I been? I just needed a break. I have been on YouTube for 11 years, and I just feel like as like time goes on, my breaks become longer.
Another theory that was posited is perhaps because of the nature of the 2 videos you had removed from your channel, you were perhaps afraid to upload, so you used it as a reason to take time off. The thing here is, Amber, you've been on YouTube for 11 years. These days you don't make much content. The video you put out at the start of the month was 10 minutes long. This one is you talking for 18 minutes. Sure, that's a lengthy video by your standards. But your videos usually have you say, so it's the next day, at least 3 times in them, and they're short. You barely do any vlogging at all. You really don't do anything. So this, to be honest, is redundant, because you've been taking breaks and phoning it in for years? Yes, I'm going to take the piss out of that as well.
I know a lot of people don't understand because it's not a normal job. Being a YouTuber is not normal. It's more popular now than ever.
So first things first, it is, by current year standards, quite the normal job to be a social media influencer of some kind. You're not very influential, but that's because you've never changed, adapted and improved, which is why when there are other channels rising up, some of which come from TikTok and then bring their content here because the money's better, they will start to do better, and then you will be replaced in some kind of grand replacement, which is inevitable really, because you're racing everyone to the bottom by doing nothing. If this is your job, and it started during the time of Destiny properly as a YouTuber, think about all that you've thrown away, and how much you take for granted by now standards, to phone it in as a creator. I still maintain, and I've said it multiple times, you should have a real job away from this though, because you need normality, consistency, and control.
But things do get heavy over here. People thought that I got a strike, and the only reason why I know this is because if you guys don't follow me on Instagram, I do Q&As on there, or I have been, and I've been doing them daily just because I like to talk to you guys. And a lot of you like thought I was like striked or whatever, and no. YouTube did take down 2 videos of mine recently. It was rotisserie chicken, and I ate 5,000 calories today.
Okay, so the first little clip before it jump cutted was Amber then making everything about her mental health and need to take breaks. I skipped over that part to give you the shorter version because Amber likes to use anything as an excuse to not do something, hence the vlogs we've been putting up with for the past 3 years. The second, she addresses the removal of 2 videos, a clip of which I showed you. We do believe that YouTube, many within believe that binge as a word is getting flagged by YouTube's system, hence why I'm spelling it. How tragic. Now in this, Amber goes on to talk about how she was meant to be doing an interview with somebody, and that perhaps because it shone a light on her, YouTube took notice, looked at her content, and removed the videos either to protect Amber's image, or because those videos violated some form of TOS and Amber didn't know about it. So they didn't give her strikes, polite warnings, nothing more. I think if there's any truth to any of this, Amber, you should provide proof of that. And it is possible. Studio app does show you if you've got a warning or any kind of notification of wrongdoing. Emails as well for that matter. You just, remove the email address part. It's not overly complicated. That's at the top above the actual message itself. But Amber doesn't like to show proof. But this is why Amber's been gone, isn't it? She doesn't need to show us proof. She doesn't need to do weigh-ins because she's with someone that accepts her for who she is as she continues to increase. Sorry, it's water weight. My apologies.
My goal for the rest of October and for November is to upload Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
The amusing thing about that statement is the first is on the Friday, 1st of November that is, which means then by her standards of when she released this in October, we're only going to get one on the Monday and the Wednesday. Anyone want to put bets on how many videos she actually made between now and then? And yes, I'm doing this slightly early. Don't worry, in November I'll actually cover whether she kept that promise. This 18-minute video she made can be summarized with the following. I'm going to make content, guys. That's it. No lie, that's it. The comments are turned on for this one, which is wonderful, because somebody did summarize it by saying that. This is peak Amber nontent, and October is a great demonstration of somebody not just phoning it in, but deciding, as a vlogger, nothing is worth vlogging, therefore I'm going to cut loose. You are a full-time vlogger. You're in Wisconsin, and you tried to apply mental gymnastics as to why you didn't pull your iPhone out to record things, or take photos of your makeup. This is you quintessentially making excuses for why you can't do something, summarizing aptly your entire 2024. My only question of interest heading into November is, so when are you going back to the sooner state? Sorry, are you going back to the sooner state sooner rather than later, or are you going to be living in Wisconsin and starting a brand new life? I guess we'll find out in November, guys. So we finally reached the end of 2024, the final month I insert into this video. series. Yes. Part 3 as well. Oh dear. For somebody that is still in the midst of her non-tent era, it's impressive that as we reach the end of the year, just how much can happen all at once. So much so that during this month I released 2 videos talking about 2 separate problems Amber had to deal with. I need to play clips from those at some point. I'm going to start by saying that there is a number of problems Amber's facing. She is still, at time of recording, on the 26th of November, she is still in Wisconsin. It is my firm belief she'll still be there, and it is unlikely she'll go home to the Sooner State anytime soon. Not least because of a small tragedy. Big in the grand scheme, but small for her because her priorities are skewed. Amber is still not uploading as much, and she does claim that there are valid reasons for it. The haters are one of them. But as she has suffered huge losses in income because of her lack of activity, it is unlikely Amber is going to be able to continue doing this. My firm belief is that she is gearing up to release a lot of videos during the month of December, more commonly known as Vlogmas, or as I call this because this is going out on the 2nd of December, the Merry Meggy month of Moistmas. For an individual that was embroiled in a number of dramas of her own doing because her decisions got her this far, it's impressive she's not released that many videos this month, where AdSense is quite good, does get better. She hasn't really changed at all beyond truly giving up on a weight loss journey in favour of getting bigger and bigger. She's not telling us how much she weighs anymore. That much is definitive, but we don't need her to tell us. We know she's well over a quarter-ton princess. She's always considered herself a dainty girl on her weight loss journey. The quarter-ton princess is on her new path to half-ton heifer. So during the month of November I released 2 videos. I did do a live stream as well on Moistonian, going through what she's been up to. I do regular streams there keeping tabs to make this easier. Both videos centre around certain instances or incidents that have been going on during the month of November that only really came to light more because of Amber's inactivity. In the second video, which we'll play both clips of anyway in a moment, in the second video, Amber goes to bat for Tommy because of many accusations that come to light, and also because there is genuine concern for Amber being their feeder, along with her cat Rarity being missing, which is hardly a priority for Amber. You'll understand why soon. Let's go take a look at what Amberlynn Reid's been up to and try and work out if she's even around anymore. And I say that because she's uploaded sod all content. She's too busy being happy Lynn. Well, much like Chantel telling us she's happy Lynn, or living the dream. The reality is often difficult to quantify because they obfuscate so much of what is considered the truth. The most recent upload to her channel is titled Why I Stopped Drinking.
Hey guys, welcome to a new video. So I was hardcore cuddling with the fur babies, and as you guys know, I am allergic to cats.
You're also allergic to eggs, you're allergic to exercise, you're allergic to weight loss, you are allergic to having a stable relationship, yet you form ridiculously attached relationships very quickly because of your own attachment issues. You're allergic to looking good, smelling right, and you're allergic to fashion. Yes, I'm judging harshly because I want to.
So my eyes earlier were super red, and now that's why they're kind of swollen, and I have fur all over me. And you know, we're just fine with that. It's just fur baby glitter. Like, we're totally fine.
I can promise you, even in 4K, I couldn't tell if your eyes were more swollen than anything else on you. And that's not a dig at your size, it's more a statement of fact. Because usually when I look at your eyes, I see black rings around them, so I try not to look at them.
I noticed that I like to mention something about my appearance that I know other people are going to mention. So it's like, I just mention it first. Like, folks, I know. Like, my eyes, they're swollen. My cheeks are probably swollen right along with it.
I like that you think that somehow cancels out the obvious. And that is that you are clearly putting on more weight. You are not far away from being bedbound, which may well be another reason as to why you've not uploaded much during the month of November. Your inactivity is a glaring and damning statement for your, well, let's say, loving and happy relationship. Although there are many calling into question the legitimacy of that, all the while there are many more now calling out Tommy. There is a name for Tommy now as well, by the way. I'm not going to say it in this video because I don't want to get into trouble if there's any trouble to be had. Their own negative past raises concerns for your well-being, and there is a limit to how much help your audience is willing to give you, mostly because you won't ask for it and you also won't accept it.
I have fur all over me. I look a hot mess. Like, my hair is fried. And I know you guys have been seeing me just like sit here. I think this is like the third video in a row.
Amber, I could believe all 3 videos were filmed back to back. You can make all the commentary you like about the scenery and the lack thereof when it comes to your mobility, but we all know why you're not moving, and we know why you've not made any content as well. This isn't a non-tent era thing. It's you kind of being under a thumb while being shovel-fed food.
It's just easier for me right now as I get back into like the swing of things and like filming again. Right now I'm just giving you guys like random little tiny updates in my life.
You know it'd be easier if you just posted them to Twitter, right? Because your viewership on these videos is minimal, certainly compared to the glory days. This video's been out for 5 days. It has gotten half the number of views you used to get, and it is majority downvotes. The majority of the comments, by the way, are people saying the videos are the same, just a different title, and that you need to admit it, you are stuck there and can't get home. You went as far as Wisconsin. You may as well go back to the Sooner State and live again. Even though you did Sodor in Oklahoma, you at least did more than what you've done in Wisconsin. Make all the excuses you like, but you're a full-time content creator. It is your job, and you've done nothing. David Dobrik's done more than you, and he's released nothing in years.
And I'm okay with that for now. Like, eventually we're gonna get back into vlogging. Like, you guys are gonna see more vlogs and stuff, but right now it's just like, this is an update. Hello, hello.
I want to put a theory out there that the reason you haven't vlogged much in November is because you're hedging your bets with Vlogmas in December. And the reason we're getting the one view in the one spot is because the rest of the place you're going to inhabit will be you waddling around a place that is decorated for the Merry Meggy month of Moistmas. So you can squeeze every penny you can out of December. Can't hate you for that. But you do know the AdSense in November's pretty good as well though, right?
So, update on my mental health. As you guys know, I have been going through it, and that's putting it lightly. I've just been like in this funk.
Yeah, I've heard happiness does that to you. How's that relationship working out for you?
But I am slowly getting out of that. I feel myself getting out of it, but like I still have random funky moments, as we call it.
Yeah, this relationship reeks of healthy, Amber. Real healthy. It's so healthy that by the end of this month, you will have some of the lowest views for a month that you've ever had on YouTube. Now, you might be able to, because of November, be able to scrape a living with it. But I'll be honest with you, you can't get away with uploading barely anything. You can blame your mental health if you like, and it's a legitimate excuse or reason for anyone else. Just not you, because you use everything as an excuse to not do something. At this point, you have every disease, and I've said it before, you have Nurgle's blessing, but Nurgle doesn't want you. Nurgle wants those that actually know what love is.
And it brings me to, like, the other topic of discussion. Like, I have never really shared my experience with having borderline personality disorder, which is BPD, as you guys have heard me talk about that frequently. I was diagnosed, I want to say, like, a year and a half ago by a psychologist. It was someone who I was seeing for weight loss surgery initially, and then when I realized I didn't want weight loss surgery.
Now that is an interesting point, because I remember the whole furor around your weight loss surgery. You claimed you didn't get it because of the audience doxing your doctor, but you found some use for them anyway to allegedly diagnose you with BPD. To be honest, I struggle to believe you have BPD, in the same sense I struggle to believe the majority of those on TikTok claiming to have DID because of how they treat it and how they behave. You are the same, especially because of what you treat us to within your videos, where it is very much a case of, no, you're just all over the place. Remember in school, if you're old enough you'll get this, where they didn't have classes for those who were dyslexic, they just called people stupid? Yeah, in this, even with all the experts available now, people just look at you and say, no, you're just stupid. Not to denigrate those who have BPD, by the way, just Amber, because she claims to have everything. She really does. Give it a year and she'll claim to have DID as well. She'll also claim megalomania given enough time.
I still kept seeing her. Because, like, it was therapy that genuinely was changing my life, actively changing my life.
No offense intended, but based on where you are now, if it did actively change your life, it changed it to the tune of having 2 separate people drive you long distances, and then for you to continue doing literally nothing different because your weight is going up, which means you're doing even less and eating even more.
And that is also when I was diagnosed with CTPTSD or something like that. It's just like, it's obvious. It's like, if you go through a lot of traumatic things as a child. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have some sort of PTSD from that, and I definitely do.
I just want you to be aware, Amber, that the vast majority of your audience do not believe anything you say. They're not buying what you're selling. They don't believe any of the diagnoses you claim to have. They don't believe any of it's obvious. They just believe you're a massive narcissist. They believe that you are a poor avatar for any of those conditions because you're not those. You just make those personality hooks when it suits you, to make you more relatable to other people. In reality, your attempts at trying to appear quirky and unique make you remarkably mundane, and still do not provide one adequate reason as to why you barely make any content, and why you haven't for years.
Shook me to the core was being diagnosed with BPD, because for the longest time, I was like, I don't even know what that is. Like, I kind of judged it, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I don't have a personality disorder. Like, I don't know why I took offense to that, because there were people who would reach out to me for all of my time on YouTube. People would reach out to me and be like, you have borderline personality disorder, and I would take like actual offense to it.
No offense intended, but I could actually believe the majority of those that said it to you in a derogatory way, or as if it were an ad hoc, in the same sense of calling someone autistic when they're not autistic, because some of the mannerisms they have come across as autistic, right? The inability to comprehend, oh, you're dyslexic. Do you get me? The thing here is with you, you may claim it's your pride that stopped you from accepting it. I'm more inclined to believe you just don't have it. And that stacks up with the majority of those that watch your content. Well, those few that watch it anyway.
So I have actually found a psychiatrist / therapist who I'm gonna be speaking to. I'm gonna be calling. I have not called yet. I have discovered them, I have found them, I know about them, and they know nothing about me yet. But that is one step closer. I don't want to be coming on here speaking about my experience while not getting help.
For anyone that's followed Amberlynn Reid for any amount of time in her YouTube career, you will know she goes through psychiatrists quicker than she can empty a packet of Smarties. Once they find out about her and try and help her, she will briefly listen to them, partake in activities they recommend, tell us about the jolly good cry sessions she has talking to them. Within a few weeks of the honeymoon phase passing, she will have quit, because they'll finally start to tell her what she needs to hear, which is not what she wants to hear. The cycle will become renewed.
Speaking of medicine and being medicated, I don't know what reminded me of this, but Tommy and I, we like to watch movies together.
She goes on for a few more minutes, by the way, before that moment, prattling on about BPD, and how she doesn't want the BPD version of her to be in the videos. She wants her real, authentic self. The funny thing is, the real, authentic self is the one telling us this nonsense. This inane drivel. How she managed to segue to watching movies 30 minutes at a time, I have no idea. But she did. I'm going to skip over that part because it's pointless.
I'm a little traumatized. So next thing I want to talk about is like scheduling for YouTube. As you guys know, I'm a scheduling queen, but then I always fail at the scheduling. So we're not going to schedule. I don't want there to be any expectations of me.
Yes, at the end of October you said you were going to upload Monday, Wednesday, Friday to the end of the month. The month ended on the Friday and you didn't upload on the Wednesday or the Friday. Your New Year's resolution this year was to upload every other day. You have fallen so far from that. You may be a scheduling queen, but you are at best a scheduling queen in name only. I really do believe you're trying to hedge your bets with Vlogmas to make up for the abysmal year. And you'll still be in Wisconsin because I think you've moved in.
I actively cannot fail anybody right now.
What about yourself? You do it every single day with your poor decisions, and you're starting to become more and more like Chantel in the sense that you base a lot of your decisions, the poor decisions, on how the internet will react. You live vicariously through them. You hate watch enough of them anyway.
I don't want to fail myself. I'm a little traumatized. Vlogmas is coming up, and that's always been my most favorite time of year. I love Christmas. Christmas is my favorite holiday. I love the decorations. I love giving. I'm very much a gift giver, as you guys know. I love the music. I love the vibes. It just puts me in a happy space. I love watching other people's Vlogmas. I love filming my own Vlogmas, even if I'm staring at the wall. So let's do it together. I'm a little traumatized.
What really loves Vlogmas more than anything in the world is Amberlynn Reid's bank account. Because for the briefest time, her account is then reflushed with coin. So she can then become even more weirdly parasocial, take her girlfriend, the tomboys that she always dates, out shopping for the nifty geeky things that she will also simultaneously love briefly.
And you guys have given me a lot of ideas. Some of you were like, do Vlogmas every other day. So that would only be like 12 videos. And then someone actually gave me the idea, 3-minute Vlogmases. Like, and if you go over 3 minutes, then awesome, that's amazing. At least you're uploading every single day, even if it's 3 minutes. And I'm like, you know what? That's kind of a good idea.
Yeah, if you're a lazy bitch.
Hello, welcome to a new video. So this is not clickbait. Yes, I will be talking about the things that are being said about Tommy.
Spoiler, no, she doesn't. But do brace yourself for the condescension Lynn Reid that we have all come to accept and appreciate.
So I actually already have a couple videos, really exciting videos and happy videos filmed. I don't have them edited yet or anything like that, but I do have them up. That was what was going to be going up next. But since this has happened, I feel compelled. Like, there are a lot of times where rumors are happening and things are being said where I just keep my mouth shut. Maybe I'll like mention it like on the low, maybe like on Instagram or just in passing.
Since we're entering the Merry Meggy month of Moistmas, you're damn well going to address it, not just because you really should, but because money. And over the course of the year, this year especially, you've been outed by many people for your shady past and your behaviours offline, not, well, lining up with your online. What people did for you because you refused to accept you're a terrible person. This time, though, it's not that you're being outed for being a terrible person, it's that you are willingly aligning yourself with a terrible person. Somebody that will only seek to enable bad habits in you and harm you.
I even wrote something because I wanted to be like in a clear mind. And as you guys know, I love to write. I love to journal. I'm able to collect my thoughts so much better in writing versus like speaking out loud. You guys know me, like your girl can't speak half the time.
So anyone want to put odds on Tommy having written this for her and in fact being off camera holding it for her while she reads it?
So I decided to write like in journal form, the way that I would write in my journal. And I am going to read it to you guys because it's going to help me because I do feel very anxious and I do want to like have collective thoughts. I don't want to forget anything. And this is very important to me that I get this out in this moment.
Are these a part of the terms and conditions? Is there a fine print you forgot to include? No refund, perhaps? This all seems a bit trivial and you're just dragging the video. Oh, it is because of AdSense, then, isn't it? Sincerity Lynn 101. There is no such thing as sincerity.
So before I read it, I just want to explain like in short form. This is about a reaction channel who was contacted by Tommy's ex-girlfriend's ex-wife. And this woman was immediately put on a pedestal and everything that she said was believed.
This would only be true if all you did was look for the negativity. There are many people calling into question the validity of the ex's complaints. And that person's past as well. A criminal record, I believe, is floating around somewhere. But just because they have a criminal record doesn't mean there's no truth to what they've said. A lot of it right now is what you could consider turd flinging. But because it lines up with other things we know, there is some validity lent to it. Of course, it has to be proven first. And I agree with that. Where's the sodding statement?
People have taken everything that she said as gospel and as truth because a lot of you want someone to hate, and it's easy for you guys to hate Tommy for whatever reason.
You're over £500. You are their type. They got with you months after their partner passed away and their partner weighed more than you. Their previous relationships lend credence to the belief they are a feeder. Why are you so defensive when actually, much like when you claimed to have cancer, the audience was on your side? There have been a number of times when you've been dragged into drama and the audience went to bat for you. You have a brief window of opportunity to listen to them rather than simply go, fingers and ears, la 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 la, can't hear you through the ham hocks.
You guys don't know her in person like I do, and I'm telling you, she is lovable and likable, and I am happy and in love with her. And I know a lot of people want to like twist this like really dark narrative, but I'm telling you it's not real.
Many people in your audience find it hard to believe because all they've seen of you since you went to Wisconsin is you sat on the same 2 seats in the same area of the same place. They've not seen you do anything with Tommy since that one night out. That was it. It would be better for Tommy to address the rumors directly rather than you go to bat for Tommy, because that also empowers the audience into believing that you are being controlled by Tommy. If you can't understand this, then it's because you're not smart enough and you're too full of yourself.
I truly hate that I have to do this. I want my channel to reflect what's real in my life and not constantly having to make videos like this, defending Tommy's character because of a reaction channel who is so hungry for views and money and hot tea that they have created a whole false storyline that has thousands and thousands of people believing it. It's unfair to me, and it's unfair to Tommy.
I like the fact that you believe the only reason that stream happened, titled Amberlynn Reid Get Out Now, was done solely to generate views and money. That tells us you weren't watching and paying attention. You were listening, but you weren't listening. If you bothered to listen, you'd be able to consider that differing perspectives here and the X's voices aren't something you should simply dismiss. It's why many people call out anyone that wants to date you, because they should know better at this point because of your notoriety, although you're not comparable to that of Tommy.
This is not the first time this reaction channel has done this. They have platformed a few people as long as they were willing to spill tea and share whatever could cause me or other people in my life to look bad for their benefit. There have been some serious misrepresentations made in a recent video on that reaction channel about an extremely painful chapter in Tommy's life. The video, which talks about a domestic violence situation involving Tommy and her ex, fails to include important facts, so it paints a false and harmful narrative.
You, Amberlynn Reid, are not the right person to be talking about that subject then, are you? As you are a third party, you are not relevant to that story. The advice comes from many people, in fact, your haters of the world, to remove yourself from Wisconsin, get your mother to pick you up, take you home, and free yourself from the prison you have put yourself in. This is not too dissimilar from Chantel, who's put herself in a prison in Kuwait under the guise of sticking it to her audience. And in this instance, you're being told not everything is as it seems, in the world of Tommy that is, but you are willingly allowing it to persist and digging yourself into a hole that could well lead to more harm for you or your pets. The condescending attempt at scolding your audience in this video is going to become more prevalent, and it's tragic that you're the one to try this. If it comes from a script to help articulate your thoughts better, then surely it would be better if it came from Tommy reading from a script. Why does it have to be you at this point? Oh, that's right, because you generate views and interest. And this video did get 50,000 views, 6.3k downvotes, so it was well received.
And I want to be very clear. Tommy is the victim here, not the one at fault. The details in the video were based on inaccurate and incomplete information from a third party with a clear agenda. Someone who has openly stated that their goal was to get revenge for their own personal reasons, and even admitted that they've tried to get revenge in the past. This kind of victim shaming is not only misleading, it's downright disgusting.
Third party with a clear agenda. Is that really how we're defining this? Bit ironic, don't you think? Tad hypocritical as well. Oh, you're embarrassing today, aren't you?
It wasn't a simple incident in a garage. As you can see from the charges listed about Tommy's ex, there was a weapon involved. A weapon. Please just think about that for a minute. With multiple ways to escape a garage, Tommy couldn't. Think about why. The truth is that her abuser was charged with felony charges for their actions, and Tommy has spent years working on healing and working through trauma her ex caused.
Okay, so I have an image on the screen here. These are allegedly the charges involved. False imprisonment, guilty due to no contest plea. Endangering safety, charge dismissed. Disorderly conduct, dismissed. I believe these are referencing the ex. This does not change any of the allegations they made against Tommy, which would, well, lead me to believe that they had a toxic relationship, which seems to be a running theme with Tommy's relationships, oddly enough. There is a level of toxicity. Usually you're the one being toxic, so I guess this time you may well be cancelled out and become pH neutral. Although, let's face it here, that is unlikely, and I expect the inevitable future to be, we broke up because Tommy was B-U-S-I-B-E. I expect you to do that in the future, and by the way, in this video she will cry and imply she would quit YouTube over this. No, you won't, because you can't get a real job. No one would hire you.
A lot of people are saying that Tommy must have provoked her into holding her hostage with a weapon for hours. If that were true, Tommy's ex would not have been convicted. Provoking someone or self-defense, it would not have gotten her ex convicted for the millionth time, period.
I feel like you may not understand the charges that we've already shown on the screen. No contest is not a guilty plea. I know there could be some belief that perhaps there is guilt there, but no contest is not the same. Convicted on that again not the same, and the other charges, including weapons, were dismissed.
I stand by Tommy because I know the full story. And I've known the full story the whole time.
Are you sure about that, Amber? Or is that lover's blind spot here only applicable to the truth that you perceive because Tommy's told you that? Have you gone through all court documents and police records? Have you spoken to the ex-partners? Or have you simply listened and believed when it suited you and then allowed whatever happened next to happen? You're an enabler, Amber. You really are. I'm not trying to denigrate anything Tommy's gone through, but the voices of those against must also always be heard. They must always be heard. And this weird attempt at defending her when she could do it herself on your channel is astonishing. You are a third party arguing about third parties. For the sake of this end of year review, I'm not going to play any more from that video, and I cut off the first one early enough. We're now going to talk about the missing pet, Rarity. Now, Amber took her pets with her from Oklahoma to Wisconsin, not because she's living in Wisconsin permanently, although many do believe she will be very soon, but because she didn't trust anyone back in Oklahoma to look after her pets for her. Something about what I've just described seems a bit off, doesn't it? No one on the internet at this point is on Amber's side, because Amberlynn is still making it a point to prioritise defending Tommy first. During a video I'm going to show you a clip of in a moment, she will talk about how she's doing everything she can to find her cat. Clearly not, because in the video that she uses, she puts in so many edits, so many jump cuts. This is fake. The cat being missing is not, but her reaction is. Anyone who genuinely cares wouldn't spend time editing a video together to release it to the public. They would be out there waddling around until every waking hour had been exhausted looking for their cat. If they cared, that is. But you don't, Amber. Your animals only matter to you when you need them to, do something for you. To be a part of your content with a short-term clip. Although if you do release 3-minute videos in December, I wouldn't be surprised. We already know at this point you have created a backlog of content. You alluded to it in the video we went through. As far as I'm concerned, all of that should be on hold and you should be finding your cat. This did lead to a sequel video about her dog, Twinkie Star that is. Twinkie Star allegedly is not missing. But here's the Rarity video now.
Hey guys, so I really did not want to make this video, and I'm only making it because people have found out and it's already on a reaction channel. But yes, my cat Rarity is missing and I have done nothing but cry. It happened 2 nights ago and I put full blame on myself because there's a yard and that's where I let the dogs out to go to the bathroom, and it's through like a glass door, and I've just had a lot on my mind with everything that's been going on. And I'm not gonna lie, I've just been going through a lot.
I will stand by what I've said. Of course, I want the cat to go to a nice, safe, loving home that will look after them. So not you. You go on to make excuses. You did at the start there. This is pathetic from you. In this video, you start by saying you've just been crying for 2 days. You also go on to later say you're doing everything you can. You're not. You spent more time editing this video with all those fucking jump cuts than you do actually looking for your cat. I'm not going to play the follow-up video with Twinkie Star references, but you should be glad that your haters did notice, because then it gives you a chance for a change to be honest about what you are and who you are. Because if you carried on uploading your cookie cutter content that you do anyway, we'll get to some of that soon, don't worry any guys, don't worry. It would make you look even crappier when your cat wasn't found if you did go back to the Sooner State and you didn't have Rarity with you. You'd have been outed and it would have hurt more.
No! I don't know where the fuck she is, and it's been just literally... Sorry. Tommy has helped so much. I just feel so defeated, and Tommy has made online posters and put it on different websites and
You know how your haters have been warning you about Tommy, right? Because they cared in one respect about you. You do realize your haters would help you here as well, yeah? Because it turns out there is a thing called humanity. When it comes to those that are deemed innocent, pets are usually that. The internet will do what it can to help. You can champion your girlfriend and big her up as much as you like, but your greatest asset are your very haters. You never think to use them.
And like she loved it here, and like her and Tommy were so sweet. Like Rarity would like sleep on top of her, and like they would play like like.
Just in case it wasn't obvious enough, many within the comments to this video asked Amber why her cat wasn't microchipped or had some kind of tag that can be tracked. Collar would help, wouldn't it? You can put those on there. All the money she's made over the years and all that she spent on tat for herself that she ended up binning when she moved to the next harvest. Sorry, partner, who was a cookie-cut rinse-repeat of each other. She never thought to give her animals what they need so she can guarantee their safety. Now, because Amberlynn Reid is a crappy human being, she put out a video after this and after the accusations about Twinkie being missing called "I Can't Believe This Happened, full stop." It is not, well, 17 minutes, but it's not remotely anything to do with Rarity finding her way home. No, it's entirely something else. The cat at this point had still not been found. The last video we're going to address in this video is titled "Best Night of My Life." So the cat still hasn't been found, but Amber's still putting out the videos that she had mentioned during the Defense of Tommy debacle, the videos where she and Tommy go and do stuff together. First of all, she does address briefly the criticism that she sits on 2 chairs in the dining room by saying, "Ah yes, but look, I can sit in 1 chair at this stadium," where she looks even bigger than she has done in years. Her chin, the one under the main one, is actually starting to push to be in front of her nose.
Hey guys, welcome to this new video. So I do want to make a disclaimer again that this video was filmed days before Rarity went missing. We're still putting in all the efforts to find her. I kind of just feel like a shell of a person in this moment.
We're on our way to the Billie Eilish. We're gonna go hang out with Billie Eilish. She said she's gonna sing to me, and I'm just gonna watch, and I'm gonna be singing back. And I'm gonna be clapping. All right, I want you guys to see how small the chairs are. Look. We were worried because the arms doesn't go up, right? But y'all, I do fit, okay? To the haters. Stick it to you. As it squeaks. But I do fit.
Minus the somewhat awkward wooden exchange between her and Tommy, there's only one other part of this vlog that I was interested in, and it was this really cringy, lame, motivational speech, because adulting is something that needs to have these kind of moment situation type of deals inserted.
Her music has got me through a lot, and to me her music is magic and it's powerful, and to be able to experience this in person, I deep down I never thought I was capable, but I was capable. Like, you're capable of anything when you really put your mind to it. And you guys, use me as motivation. Like, if you feel like if you can't get yourself out there and you can't be in a crowd of 20,000 people, it's literally worth it. Like, seeing Billie changed my life.
Yes, I felt the same way seeing the Grail Knights perform in front of 800 people. Disclaimer, please do not use Amberlynn Reid as motivation to do something, because she's the avatar of the absolute opposite. She has had years to correct many of the issues she has, and she has never sought to do anything but make things worse for herself. She's a slightly more polite version of Chantal, and she's only a degree of separation away from her health completely failing her. By choice, I might add. Okay, so the month of December 2024 is a fascinating one for Amber. The majority of it, and I did cover it for Vlogmas, was her crying over her inactivity but gaslighting her audience at the same time. And then the massive change in personality and character when she is finally home. What I thought I'd do is show one of the videos where she fundamentally just failed, i.e. Rarity, and then how she was when she got home to Oklahoma, because yes, of course, she ditched Rarity in Wisconsin. So that's what we're going to do. Hello everyone, welcome back to another Vlogmas Nontent video. In keeping with the theme, of course, that Amberlynn Reid's Vlogmas is everyone's Vlogmas, we are going to be going through her newest upload. Well, newest time of recording on the 7th. The video is titled A Vlogmas Meltdown, full stop. It is, as always, not well received on the like to dislike. Top comments ignoring mine, of course. This Wisconsin move has been nothing but pain and misery wrapped in a Billie Eilish concert. There's a bit of sus around that. The Billie Eilish concert coinciding with your cat going missing. But I do remember you mentioning you had old content to upload. But then since Billie Eilish didn't tour in Wisconsin, you must have gone to Illinois, which would have made the Billie Eilish concert in the middle of November. I'm a little bit sus about that. I googled whether or not she played in Wisconsin and the answer was no. So, that timing right. Other comments of interest to look at. Highly requested vlog, getting my pets microchipped. There is a follow-up comment afterwards doing the same. And this is the worst vlogmas ever. Yelling at your audience every single day. Just get the F off. YouTube if you hate it and us so much. To be honest, I think she's rage baiting for clicks. Like those that farm for clicks with content on YouTube Shorts. With fake pulling at emotional heartstring videos and pictures and memes on Twitter, Facebook. It's all to generate additional revenue. Some though commit to it year round. Amber can barely commit to it for 6 days. Just like a diet.
Hey guys, welcome to another day of Vlogmas. So I wanted to come on here and just be happy, but I'm literally not. Like, I try my very hardest to like keep this side off of YouTube.
Well, we both know that's a lie. Just the thing, when Tommy came to stay with you for a few days, you were the happiest happy you could ever be. Now though, you've gone to Wisconsin and Tommy isn't there all the time. At your beck and call, that is. So you're not spending all that time with her, which means you're on your own a lot. You are a very codependent person. You desperately need people around you at all times. Your attachment problems that are one of many issues you have, allegedly, although this one is verifiable at least, lead me to believe that you are on your own, you're miserable because you can't do any. Why don't you do something to help yourself for a change? Get a new hobby. Instead of sleeping your way through all the tomboys and all the land, why don't you go out, find Rarity, and go home?
Where I'm literally having breakdowns because of how much I miss Rarity. And it's like I have so much going on right now between like things with like my dad, my brother.
Has Amber mentioned that anywhere else? Her father and her brother? People I've never heard about, ever, by the way. In all the years I've covered Amber, I didn't know she had a brother. I knew estranged father, I think, but I knew nothing of him either. And I've certainly not seen any reference in any of her recent videos. Additionally, as you're in Wisconsin, I'm going to assume they're nowhere near you. If you have so much going on, why are you online crying about it when you should be away dealing with it, if it matters to you so much? Again, you've rarely mentioned this on YouTube. You say you have so much going on, but usually it's something far away that you actually can't do anything about. You just want it on your shoulders.
Someone extremely close to me that like ultimately like changed my life as a teenager passed away. Like, it's just a lot right now.
Then why are you making videos? If you're grieving, and I'm saying if, I'm not denying any truth, by the way, just to be clear, but if you are genuinely going through grief, as it is, when you lose somebody, a bereavement, you shouldn't be online at all. You may want to make your quaint little 5-minute non-tent Vlogmas videos for the sake of making them to say you can do it, but in the 6 videos you've released so far, this being 6, so 5 and 6, yes, that, all you've done is complain about your audience, while saying you have so much going on and showing nothing to confirm it. You're still mostly asserting, just to be clear. When it comes to bereavement, I will admit, one takes a step back.
And it's like, it's snowing, and all I can do is think about Rarity, because like, I know you guys don't want to believe it, but we have put in so much f***ing effort trying to find her.
I'm starting to understand now why the comments, a lot of them in fact, were having a go at you for not having had your cat microchipped, or a collar put on your cat's neck. I know there are many within a number of countries that are considered first world but are actually third world republics. They don't generally make it a point to care about pets too much, happy to discard when it suits them. In your case, negligent. It was negligent from the offset though, wasn't it? I want to feel bad for you, I really do, but this is entirely your fault for not taking the proper steps and precautions before, and for not heeding the advice of your haters to leave your pets with your mother. That's not to say your mother would have done a stellar job, but based on the results so far, I think she might have done a better job than you. You crying about this now on the internet comes across as disingenuous, and is therefore interpreted as nothing more than cry-baiting.
And all we can do is think about where is she? Like, what is she? Like, is she warm? Like, it's just a lot. Like, this would not be a day that I would normally vlog at all. Like, in any sort of fashion.
2 things. And I'm going to be rational because I have lost a pet in the past, and you have no choice but to be rational when this happens. If your cat is missing, you need to center your emotions. Instead of thinking of where, how, why, you think of what you can do. Knowing that what you are doing is the best you can do is vitally important. Yes, I'm going to encourage for a moment. Before I chastise in a moment, don't worry, I'll get to one. You have to be proactive at all times. If she, Rarity, means so much to you, you have to be constantly on this. There's no version of this where your cat got that far in the first place. But the more you stay in a house, all because it's snowing, you got a shawl so you can damn well go outside, and you certainly got the insulation to make it. You have to put the steps in. You got to put the work in. You don't need to get up on a step into a truck to drive around looking for your cat. Because I promise you, the best way to find your cat is on your feet. I've done this before, I promise this is the right way about it. Of course, networking is key, but your notoriety does you no favours. Now to chastise you. In a video where you are crying and emotional and upset about what is going on, I have never seen so many sodding jump cuts. It takes the validity of your raw emotion and discards a fair sizable amount of it. You say you wouldn't ordinarily be vlogging at this time. It's Vlogmas. You bloody well will be, because you have no choice. You committed to this. I wonder if you're going to quit doing it now. I kind of expect it.
I genuinely feel obligated because I said I was going to, but I'm just having such a hard day.
I'm now going to list for you your priorities for this month. Number 1, find Rarity. There is no number 2, number 3, 4, 5, and so on to infinity, because the only priority is finding your cat. Now, if you want to make content during that month, you could live stream this. You genuinely could. Live stream you driving out and about in Wisconsin trying to find your cat. It's not a small state though, so you have to think local. Act local. Don't think of it like trying to do better for the environment, where you think global, act local, right? You have to be on this. If you want to make content, do that. Your live streams did really well this year. They made you a lot of money as well. You find your cat, people are going to be on your side briefly, and then they're going to start hammering you for being overweight again. The only priority is finding Rarity, if Rarity is even alive and you're not misleading your audience. That part is key because some really are speculating that.
I'm just gonna take off my makeup. Like, my makeup was done, my hair was done, and then it started snowing and I literally spiraled, so that's that. It's just, I show a part of my life and I don't show everything, and people just assume that it's everything, but it's not.
Amber, we don't presume. You're a vlogger that doesn't vlog. You put out videos vaguely alluding to things, and you put that out as if that is it. You're the one that provides the information. How it is interpreted is entirely because of you. Don't bother trying to blame your haters and world for misinterpreting this. The onus is not on them. Additionally, you made a comment about the snow just then. Please don't tell me, after being a pluviophile for so long, that snow is the one that drags your temperature and your emotions down. Because, to be honest, you're built for the snow. Less chance of ruining your cankles.
I just don't know. Like, I just feel like I lost my best friend. Like, she was genuinely my best friend. Like, I hope someone has her. And I hope she's being loved. Because I love that cat more than you guys even, like, more than you know.
There are a number of remarks I want to make, but I don't want to be seen as callous. There are 5 stages to grief, and you seem to have gone to acceptance, but you haven't. You're just saying it because you wish that was what had happened. The reality could well be much simpler, and again with the internet and you putting out what you have put out as the fact, or the side of the story you want everyone to see, people are going to assume because you've lied so much over the years. Your reputation is the reason people constantly question everything you do, and you are now at a stage where you are becoming this version. You're a couple steps behind Foodie Beauty, to be honest. Putting all your emotions out in content. It won't be long until you're constantly arguing in community notes and on Twitter and in video form, maybe even live stream form, with your haters. Sorry, haters! I want your cat to be safe and sound, 100%. Of course, I would rather she would return to you, because you are her owner. I then want you to get her microchipped and get her a sodding collar. I then want you to go back to the Sooner state, where apparently you were safer.
Like, I made those flyers, and it was, like, the hardest thing I've ever done. Like, I made them, but, Tommy printed them. And it's just, like, I don't know, it just feels awful. And, like, all the searching we've done, like, I know I haven't vlogged any of it, but I'm not gonna sit there and vlog that. It's literally so heartbreaking.
Firstly, making flyers and printing them isn't much of an achievement. You not vlogging your search because you think that's wrong or feels wrong, there's a point to that. So perhaps my idea of live streaming it could also be considered a bit immoral. But don't you see a slight contradiction in that when you're happy to talk about it here? You're happy to put this out there. There are certain bars and standards we have to apply, and contradiction in Reid is fully in effect here.
And then, like, just because I don't vlog something means I'm not doing it, and, like, the eyes of so many people, and it just sucks because I have put all of my energy into Rarity. Like, I love her more than anything.
There is a distinct possibility you are, in fact, telling the truth. There really is a chance. I just don't like the fact that it's only after the fact, because everything I've ever seen in your content beforehand was treating as a trophy to trot out when you needed to show off, occasionally featuring sporadically. We only saw minimal parts of your cat's interactions with you. Cat's gonna cat. They will walk away when given a chance, because that's what cats do. You constantly bigging yourself up with your claims of love for your pet are doing you no favours. Ultimately, they're doing you no favours. What will do you favours would include spending less time crying about it, air quotes around the word crying here, to a camera, editing it, uploading it, when you could, instead of spending all that time making this minimal style of non-tent vlogmas trash, getting out there, foot to ground, waddling about and trying to find your cat.
I just feel like my whole vlogmas is just like, it's just like constant, like, rumor after rumor after rumor. Like, even something as stupid as, like, Amberlynn has gained so much weight that she's using filters.
So for the sake of it, I don't believe you're using a convex or concave camera lens filter. No, I think you're gaining weight. In my end of year review, I showed it. In videos we've done this month, I've showed it. You have clearly put on weight. You're holding it mostly around your face and your hips, or what's sitting on your hips anyway. That's where the weight is. Filter's redundant. As a creator, air quotes around that word, one of the biggest issues you have is when you address the rumours, you never actually address them. You just dismiss them. Your arrogance is your undoing here.
And then supposedly there's like proof that I'm using filters. Like, bro, no, I'm not. Like, this is what I look like at this angle, then at this angle head on. I've never used a filter. I don't know how to use a filter. Like, you guys literally constantly say, I don't even know how to edit my videos.
But don't try me. If you want, I could pull up a whole slew of Instagram pictures and TikToks where you have abused the living feck out of filters to catfish online. Your thirst trap posting. Bish, you know exactly how to use filters. You can say you don't use filters in your videos, and with many of the videos I've seen of late, I could agree. But to say you've never used them, like, nah. You may think you're hectic, but in this instance, you a lie.
Which, A, I do, but it's like, how are you gonna sit there and say, I don't know how to edit my videos, but at the same time, like, thinking I edit them so well that I put a filter?
The only thing you do editing-wise, and it's not that you edit the videos well, no, you don't know how to do that unless you're actually funny, which hasn't happened often. No, the only thing you know how to do when you edit is to edit out lots of breathing and random movements you do so you can re-say something when you fumble your words while crying. You've done it in this video. I would put money on it.
I just feel like defeated at this point. But this is so dumb. I'm gonna show you guys. So this clip I'm about to show you, people think that there's a filter because my shoulders move. So let me play it right now. I blame myself. I'm mad at myself. Why did I leave the door open? I blame myself. I'm mad at myself. Why did I leave the door open? So what that literally was an edit, which I edit a lot.
So, congratulations by the way for debunking one instance, maybe two in this video. I'm now going to go back to what this is supposed to be. Day 6 of Vlogmas. On day 6 of Vlogmas, what you have given your audience is a 6-minute video where you spend 3.5 minutes crying about your cat, taking your makeup off and tying your hair up. You then spend the remainder of the video debunking one aspect because of a jump cut that was quite convenient because you don't move. To anyone that, by the way, hyper-focused on that bit, this is your fault. You should be ashamed of yourself for that one. The reality is, though, you do use filters. Maybe not in these videos, where you are your real, natural, authentic self, but I've seen them on TikTok and Instagram. In fact, you were worse for it on your previous Instagram. That one, you used them all the time.
And not only that, but when I talk about Rarity, I get so much anxiety, you guys have no idea, because I miss her with my whole soul, spirit, heart. Like, it literally consumes me, and I try so hard to, like, be positive and try to, like, distract myself, like, when I can.
This is one of the weirdest relationship beginnings I've ever seen in my life. You moved to Wisconsin, temporarily, let's just amuse ourselves, entertain ourselves with that for a moment. You spend time with Tommy, who has to work, so you're not spending as much time with Tommy as you were previously, where you could go out instead, I guess, but that's too much effort. And because it's just you, alone, and your attachment issues are rife, your cat goes missing, so you then start to upload all the previous content from November when you went to see Billie Eilish to give off the impression you're happy-ish. You then begin Vlogmas by bitching, moaning, whining and complaining about everything that's wrong, the audience included, and the haters especially. And then you make a video crying about what could, would and should be, and what you do and do not have, which is simultaneously also the fault of the haters. I'm not going to deride somebody for having anxiety, by the way, nor am I going to call into question anyone's validity as to whether or not they have it. As someone with anxiety, I'm not going to do that. I'll let the audience do it because they're well within their right to do it. I won't, because I firmly believe there is some truth there. But you're the one now monetizing the video on this. You're the one making the video on this. And it's not about being consistent because you set yourself a target. It's because December's the only month where you could make some money. Don't bother trying to lie about it. It's why Vlogmas even exists for other creators. No one's going to beat around the bush on that one. It's solely to bleed people for money. Bleed them by having them watch the ads, which have gotten worse of late. Not that I've ever seen so much as a penny of it. And I'm really sorry to you guys for that.
And it's like, if anyone sees me do anything, if I smile, if I post on a different social media, it's just like, why aren't you looking for your cat? Why aren't you looking for your cat? It's like, that's all I do.
Piece of advice for you then. And this does come from a place of hindsight, but you should have considered this in the first place. The moment you announced your cat had gone missing, you should have postponed uploading any of the older content like the Eilish concert, and you should not have made it a point to post on places like TikTok or Instagram anything with you smiling in it. In the videos where all you do on YouTube is wipe makeup off your face or do a little, what do you call it, transition I guess, but not a transition. Oh, it's called a jump cut between non-makeup to makeup, or you just stand in a kitchen, or you show us a decoration. How about instead, where you're giving everyone, and you've done it in every video, you've put bait in every video. How about instead you stop doing that? I've highlighted in all previous videos this month, you have intentionally put bait there. You've done it intentionally to garner attention. Rage baiting. You did that. Stop it. Don't now cry about it when you're the one that created that. And yes, people are well within the right to say go find your cat because you're looking like you're doing nothing. You're waiting for Tommy to come home from work so you can make it seem like you're looking again. You're then telling us about podcasts you watch and listen to when she's not around. Or Legos you're building when she's not around. You're miserable, Amber. And you're the one doing this to yourself. If you've accepted your cat may well be with someone else, why are you still there? Oh, that's right, because you still think your cat is alive. If that is the case, go look for your cat. Today we're going to be taking a look at the video Saying Goodbye, full stop. A video that is, as always, very poorly received and has a massive amount of comments. Ignoring mine, we'll get to the first top few. Yeah, we'll do that first, then we'll dive into this, because Amber's home. Imagine being so in love, you don't get to spend your first Christmas together. She really sent you home because she didn't want that chili. It's kind of what I thought. Who would have thought that if you leave a wet sponge on a counter for 3 months, it would get mouldy? That's hectic. I'm guessing Amber was ill-prepared for her departure. Why would someone who sits on a couch and do nothing all day even need a planner? Because Amber is the planning queen. Did you not know? She loves journaling while resting her legs because of lymphedema, because she's hectic. And finally, damn, they took away her sparkle. She doesn't even say buffet anymore, or buffet, I guess is how that's meant to be pronounced, anymore. Amber's home. I don't expect Tommy to linger. I'm expecting a breakup in the near future, and I'm expecting Rarity to be announced as deceased. I wonder how much of that is true in this video.
Hey guys, welcome to another day of Vlogmas. So Tommy and I are about to go to this restaurant. It's actually a Chinese buffet, but everyone in my family is obsessed with it. It's their favorite restaurant here. And the first time that Tommy came to visit me, obviously I took her there, so we went and had it.
I'm going to take a wild guess that much like a recap channel that I mentioned yesterday, the format of telling us you're doing something but doing nothing at the same time, you're leading up to doing something but not telling us or showing us anything, you're just telling us you're doing it. You know, some people just write this kind of crap into a diary. I guess you can't monetize that yet. You're not on Chris Chan's territory, vaunted level of being able to sell stones from your driveway and having comic books devoted to your dimension. I guess in your case that would be plural, though, wouldn't it?
And then the second time she came to visit me, her, my mom, my grandma, we all went to it. And so we're about to go again. It's like a tradition.
Not to be that person, but it's not a tradition just because you did it twice or are going to do it for a second time. No. It's I know this is a safe place to go, so I'm going to go there because I'm not the adventurous type. Which is somewhat ironic, I guess, for somebody that went from being in a flat in Oklahoma to a basement in Wisconsin.
It's called the Taste of China, if anyone wants to know. Like, if you guys are around, like, Oklahoma City, then you definitely have heard of it. Like, it's super popular. It's always super packed. Yeah, that's what... Yeah, the food is always fresh and hot. It tastes good. It does taste good. So we're on our way to do that.
Not to be that person because they're bigging up the Taste of China, but I looked at TripAdvisor and noticed Oklahoma City's Taste of China has a 3.5-star rating, and the more recent reviews from October and August are very anti-management for being horrible and the food being crap. References to the word dry, which is actually why Amber would like it so much. She loves dry meat because it means she can drink more water to go into her legs.
Hello, welcome to Amberlynn's Vlogmas, where we have done literally nothing Christmassy, but...
Technically you've done something festive, because I know a lot of people that cry during this month, and it's what you've done really well. With a dying channel, your one option is to take full advantage during the month of Moistmas to fleece everyone for as much as possible. That's totally fine. Think of it like Chantel and now the LOLCal live drama stuff. It's something you can take advantage of if the opportunity presents itself, and for Chantel there is opportunity here. And LOLCal Live, they benefit from this as well. In your case, you are bigger in size of channel, viewership, but you're not controversial enough, and you don't actually think you're on that level. You think you're self-removed, yet you're not. And give it another year of continual decline because you're doing sod all, and you will end up on places like LOLCal Live where more and more people take advantage of you as a LOLCal. The haters will get noticed too, don't worry.
We're about to do a Christmas scratcher. 2 of them, actually.
Oh, we're bringing back Budget Gambler Lynn. Okay, I guess you are running out of money then, aren't you?
We have Reindeer Riches, and we have Merry Multiplier. So, let's do it. So I don't have any change, so I'm literally using my keychain. Alright, so my winning numbers are 14 and 19. It's so annoying, that noise. I lost the Merry Multiplier. Let's do it. Alright, winning numbers 19, 29, 24, 18, 8, and 43.
Anyone else think this might be the most content she's done all month? Also the most movement, with her wrist simply going backwards and forwards with a keychain. That's something. Non-tent aside, at least she's getting into the Christmas spirit, guys. Am I right?
We have 8, but not 18. Cool. Oh, wait. Oh, 8 is a number. Okay. All right, let's see how much I won. 25. Okay. Pop off.
With the current rate of inflation, that may well buy you a journal, or a single block of Lego, or maybe a single egg.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
For somebody that has gone to a different state to spend time with someone they claim to love because they fall in love very quickly, love is a trivial matter for them, to lose a loved one, to be driven home quite fast I might add, to be nearing home, to finally celebrate Christmas in some manner, or moistness, but still having lost a loved one. It's impressive how quick she's able to disassociate herself from that grief and from the impending doom that is the separation anxiety so quickly, just to be what she considers happy for the sake of a video. Yet in the majority of the videos she's released this month, she has portrayed herself as miserable. I find that fascinating. Anyway, to the tears.
So she left and it was really hard. We had an amazing last 2 days together. I'm telling you, when I came home last night, like, it was weird. I expected to come home, like, to open the door and be like, wow, I'm home, okay. But it literally felt like I stepped into a stranger's home. Like, I know I haven't been here in almost 3 months.
Well, then it wasn't your home then, was it? Because you had basically, ipso facto, moved in with Tommy in Wisconsin. I think you would have stayed longer had Tommy quit her job. I think you would have stayed longer had you not lost Rarity. But you needed an excuse to come home. Also, you were doing nothing for 3 months. You tried to cite in one of those months that it was because you didn't care for YouTube anymore and the haters were dragging you down. You then set yourself a goal and you immediately broke that goal. You continued down this path of non-tent destruction and putting on more weight. You lost even more control. You were trapped. You then lost your cat and did nothing about it. You needed to come home so you could be Amberlynn Reid again. Although, I'm not going to lie when I say this, and I've said it many times already, I don't believe you survive as a channel for much longer, having ditched your cat in Wisconsin. That is a hammer of a nail in a coffin. One of the final ones you get.
But like, knowing that I'm missing huge chunks of me while I'm here, like, hurts. And it's like, I questioned multiple times on the way here and all day today, like, did I make the right choice to come home? Like, I needed to do it. There's things that I have to do, and it was right. But like, at the same time, it doesn't feel right. I don't know. I don't want to sit here and like cry on camera and like do this whole thing. Like, that's not what I'm gonna be doing. I need to just be as positive as I can, or I will actually spiral. So let's not do that.
I like that your priority in your sadness isn't that you've given up on your cat. It's that the person who was never there for you isn't here for you now. Your attachment is so profound to Tommy, apparently, that you are incapable of accepting that your priority is completely skewed. You should have gone back to Oklahoma after a week, maybe 2. You should not have stayed there for nearly 3 months, as you yourself admit. This is all hindsight, I know, but I was saying it when you went there, because I believed, like everyone else, you'd moved in. 3 months isn't a holiday. 3 months isn't a break. 3 months is living somewhere else. And your channel and your personal life have suffered because of it. Your channel suffered because your views have gone into the drain. They really have. It's why you're producing so many short videos, because you have no recourse, no solution. You also lost a member of your family, and I expect you to buy another cat. I really do. I'm going to put my dibs on Rarity Jr. being the name that she goes with.
I don't know, folks. I am feeling so sad. So, retail therapy it is. I'm just joking. I'm actually currently looking online. I want to get a planner for 2025, obviously, because I love a new beginning of the year. You guys know me, I'm a list maker.
But even with those lists, you are a renowned promise breaker. Also, there are shops all around Oklahoma. You could go to one of those and take us on an adventure with your mother to buy it in person. Maybe do a torrid haul. We haven't seen one of those in a while, have we, guys? Maybe do a mukbang, but instead of actually eating, you put food back onto a plate. How about that? That'd be amusing. I'd watch that. Maybe if you're feeling charitable and you want to virtue signal, take that concept and apply it to feeding the homeless from the food you claim to not eat, i.e. empty your cupboards. Although not with what's in them currently, there's probably mold on the majority of them.
I'm a planner, I love journals, I love writing, etc, etc. So I think I'm gonna get the Hemlock and Oak planner. It's a limited edition item and it's a daily planner, which is what I prefer. And there's like so many different like color options, like wow, but I'm just gonna like get the black. I know there's other planner girlies out there, so I thought maybe you'd like the recommendation.
I'm intrigued by this idea that you're a planner for daily things, right? You need that page, so you have tasks to do. I find a whiteboard will do it, or simply remembering it, which is also an option. Additionally, considering you're a full-time vlogger or content creator, let's go with content creator because you're not a vlogger, right? How come within your daily planning you don't actually do any content? Also, who needs a daily planner for a daily, well, routine like yours, where it's wake up, have someone come by to scrub me, and eat until bedtime? And eat while in bed. Have someone remove me with a snow shovel in the morning so I can have my daily scrub.
But yeah, there's so many colors. Like while I'm looking now, there's 11. So go get your hands on one of these planners. This is not sponsored, but I also want to throw in that it's woman owned and it's an ethical company and they like to help the environment and stuff like that. So I think it's a very good 2025 planner choice.
Bitch, it's $61 US. Who has $61 to buy a daily planner for the next year? Cost of living is a bit high right now, Amber. No one's paying $61. The fact you are speaks volumes about how, well, dumb you are. Oh, but it's run by a woman and it's ethical. The majority of the oikari don't care. $61 can buy us many different things. Where I am, you can buy a daily planner for a lot less. For example, on Amazon you can get one for £8 or £17, depending on the quality. You wait till 2026 and you're buying one from Dollar Tree instead.
Hey guys, truth is, I knew I was going to be gone for like a hot minute. You literally can't even see me. Is that better? Yeah. I threw away all of my food, but I do have a Gatorade, yay me, a couple Sprite Zeros, some random things that usually don't expire, but I am gonna go through and like check them. I have massive like contamination paranoia.
The fact you threw out so much tells us we know you thought you were going to be staying there, or the plan would have been to, once you'd settled there with your pets, you would have then had your stuff shuttled over by your mum. I still maintain you should have stayed in Oklahoma from the offset, because Tommy was barely with you when she was there, and all the mistakes you've made of late happened while you were in Wisconsin. I part expected you to, well, either do another video in the near future saying you're going there, or more than likely, me and Tommy have broken up. It's so hectic. I swear when that happens, the haters are gonna have a field day.
You guys will never believe this. This is like the grossest thing in the world. So before I left, I cleaned a couple silverwares. Again, keep in mind this was almost 3 months ago, and I was literally using a new sponge. This is what happens. Warning, if you guys don't like gross things, click out a few seconds. But this is what happens after you use a sponge one time, but you leave it in your sink and you do not touch it for almost 3 months. Are you guys ready for this? So I kept my sink nice and clean, as I always do, because I'm very weird about a clean kitchen. And look at what I came back to. Keep in mind, this was a light, pretty blue color. What?
As someone that, for a living, cleans a number of establishments, it is possible to save such a item, but it's not monetarily worth it. Your claims of being clean and tidy are nonsense. You just like to keep your Spartan space looking Spartan because that looks cleaner. The less stuff in there, the less cluttered it looks, easier it is for you to waddle around. You say it's one of the grossest things ever. Clearly, they didn't have to give you a bath in bed. Additionally, I've seen Chantal naked, and you looking sexual on a thumbnail. No is the answer to that. There are far more things, yes, grosser than that sponge scour doodah what's it that you left in the sink. This is, by the way, content for Amberlynn Reid. This is what she calls content. It's like a child trying to tell us their day and fumbling magnificently over their words. My nieces articulate their days better, and they're vastly more interesting. It was more interesting when they were learning phonics, and phonics are BS.
Is that? I'm like genuinely afraid to touch it. I'm actually gonna show you guys what it looked like, because I have another one, thank God. It was this, and it turned to that. Like, what? I'm actually thinking, do I decorate for Christmas this year, or do I not?
Ignoring the sponge thing, because that's pointless. Yes, you should decorate for the Merry Meggy month of Moistmas. Hell, I've even done it in my cabin. Well, I got my nieces to decorate a tree. They wanted to, and I was happy to let them. It's an absolute train wreck, but they did it, and I'm very happy they did. Sometimes it helps to build positivity. I highly recommend you decorate yours with all the missing signs you didn't hand out, so you can look at them and feel happy that you didn't find your cat, so you have an excuse to go and buy another, or get another. Yes, I'm being callous now because you are in Oklahoma. Your cat is not with you. Therefore, I have little to no respect for you anymore. I had little to no respect when you took them with you, to be fair, but it's massively dropped since. And I'm not going to stop holding you to that standard.
Normally when I decorate for Christmas, I like to do it like right at the beginning of December, like December 1st, so I can truly enjoy the decorations.
But let me guess, much like you starting a weight loss journey on the 1st of the month, which has to be on a Monday, if it doesn't happen at the 1st of the month, and on the Monday that is, you are no longer interested or considering it as an option, you have to wait until the next one comes by, which, much like any attempt at you trying a diet, will be in about a year's time, when you bloody well decide your health might actually be important to you. Another health scare will do it, and I don't want you to experience it, but apparently you need them to reprogram your brain to accept reality.
but it's like the middle of December. Christmas is pretty much almost over. So is there even a point? I don't know.
This is the part where, much like in every other video, there's been a baity part. This is it. Christmas is almost over. Today is the 13th of December. Christmas is not until the 25th. It is customary the tree goes up short in early December. It doesn't come down to early January. You have 3 solid weeks of tree that you could put up. That could be a video on its own, in fact. A live stream. You could live stream that to TikTok, because at least on that platform you might make some money of you waddling around a tree trying to decorate it, with the earlier mentioned missing signs of your cat that you didn't hand out.
Oh, also, someone made cookies out of me and Twinkies, so I've got to show you. And I got permission to show you guys. Like, look how adorable. I was like, okay. Like, that takes some serious creativity. If you guys ever do any sort of, like, fan art of me, that is respectful. Because I have seen some awful things, like making fun of my body and such. But again, that's just fat phobia, fat shaming, body shaming, and we ain't got time for that. But anyways, if you guys have any fan art, definitely send it to my Instagram, because maybe I'll show it in a Vlogmas video.
I don't care for fat phobia or fat shaming, because none of those things should exist as words. Holding people responsible for their decisions as adults, much like the only Fupa 5 failed adult film actor who's complaining about or has a mental breakdown over 100 guys railing her on one day and is now planning 1,000. Eventually, we as a society have to let you make your choice. I say let. We're going to judge harshly, because humanity and Cthulhu can alike do it anyway. Judge you for your choices. You may want to fob it off so you have a victim card or a shield to hide behind, but there is no shield big enough to hide you. The accountability will come when your body starts to hold you accountable. It may be used to where it is right now, but let's face it here, you have no values, no integrity, no dignity. These can be proven with your cat missing. They were proven, years earlier with all the girlfriends you've been through. Skanklin Reid is a great demonstration of your ineptitude as a person. The fan art stuff and the cookies, I have no criticism of that, because that's cool. That really is. I get sent wonderful art sometimes. It's lovely. And we should always be grateful for gifts we receive. Go put your tree up and make a video of it, though. That might actually count as one actual legitimate Vlogmas video.
Alright, you guys, so I hope that you enjoyed another mini Vlogmas. My goal was 3 minutes per day, and look at me. I have pretty much doubled that almost every single Vlogmas so far.
Weird flex, but okay. It's not much of a brag to make a 6-minute video. You still don't make enough in time to get mid-roll ads. There's no way you're making good money this month. I'm sorry, Amber, but you're not. I know I'm not, so I definitely know you're not. Today we're going to be responding to the video entitled Why I Didn't Vote in the 2024 Presidential Election full stop. A very, very, Merry Meggy Moistmas Vlogmas Day 13 video type moment situation deal, kind of. Understandably, being this is a very, clearly on time, dated, not at all out of video theme and topic, and very in theme with the subject of Christmas, or Moistmas. This video was universally downvoted. Top comment, ignoring mine, of course. It's been over 1 month since the election, why bring it up now? Sad about not waking up next to Tommy, but not very sad about not waking up next to a cat that had been by her side for years. Remember when she said if she went back in time she would be sitting with Rosa Parks and supporting her, but she won't even bother to vote? Trying to keep Tommy with that thumbnail, lol, you know she's lurking on another woman's Insta. And you absolutely could have voted. They make it incredibly easy to get an absentee ballot or vote early, period. This fascinates me, the idea of not voting, when not long before the election itself, Amber had said she was going to vote for Kamala because she'd done her research. I assume by her research what she'd done is read Taylor Swift's statement voting for Kamala Harris because you share values, everyone. The thumbnail, much like the previous two, is clickbaity. Amber's eating food on it. It implies something. Of course it does. The good old days, as it were. As far as her channel goes, video this month, videos, even plural, haven't done that well at all. She is averaging between 30 and early 40,000 views. Because of that, her channel is struggling. She can be as consistent as she likes and still get good views by the end of the month, of course she can. However, she knows she will not be making much money from this, so a 5-minute 5-second video isn't really a video at all.
Hey guys, welcome to another day of Vlogmas.
much like yourself, I have assumed the position and am preparing myself for a day of you doing literally nothing. Either sat down or stood in front of your, quaint little bookcase. If we get both in this video, do I get to call bingo?
So I am not ready at all for the day, so...
Ready for the day of what? Getting food shopping and doing nothing else? Because that's what I kind of expect.
Do not mind my appearance. I will be getting ready in a little bit because my mom was like, do you want to go to bingo with us? And I was like, I'll think about it. And I thought about it and I decided, yes, I'll go.
Hey, while you're there, I've got a great idea. Why don't you quit early, go back to Wisconsin so you can be with your loved one Tommy, or get a hotel and go find your cat. I am going to, at every opportunity when you go and do something, remind you that while you're doing that, Rarity is nowhere to be found. Allegedly. Because I don't believe you should be allowed, or you should be allowing yourself, more importantly, to enjoy your life while a member of your family is missing. Many states over, with winter now upon us.
But last night was the first night not sleeping next to Tommy, and it was terribly hard. Right before bed we FaceTimed, right when we woke up we FaceTimed. So we're definitely back to that long distance relationship.
Anyone want to hold bets that Amber's messaging other people on the side, or Tommy maybe as well, and this is a long distance open relationship? Amber can't be the dom, so options need to be a bit more open for her.
And I know it was by my choice, but I felt like it was the right choice for me in this moment.
When someone looks to the side when they're telling or making a statement, right, it's usually interpreted as someone being intentionally deceptive. I don't think it was your choice. I think Tommy wanted you gone. So you had to make the decision that your cat was nowhere near as important to you as Tommy is to you, or the relationship you wish to have with Tommy, given more time. All the offense intended here because your cat should still be number one.
So I'm not going to complain about it, but it still sucks and it still hurts because I love being near her.
See, I and many others know you're talking about Tommy, but in this moment, you should be saying the exact same thing with less of a smile on your face or less of a glint in your eyes when referencing your cat. Although I do genuinely now believe your cat is no longer alive and think that your hyper-focusing, your tunnel vision, is reserved for all the wrong reasons, because this further proves with your cat missing how much you take for granted.
We're already thinking like, okay, when is Tommy gonna come visit? Let's like plan a time, even if it's like far away in the future, but just so we have something to look forward to.
Oh, so that's why you spent $60 on the 2025 daily planner when you could have spent about a third of that on Amazon buying something easier to use and, let's say, more affordable. That makes more sense now, because you've got to plan those conjugal visits. Yeah. Maybe you could have bought a planner in Wisconsin, stayed there on the daily, and each page could just say, "Find my smegging cat."
Since I'm back home now, I get to use all the perfumes that I did not take with me to Wisconsin. And I didn't bring any of the Billie Eilish's with me, which is really weird. Of course, I decided to use Eilish 1 for today. I also have more of a variety of clothing that I can wear. Everyone kept asking, Amberlynn, why do you keep wearing like the same things? It's because I didn't bring my whole wardrobe with me.
I'm somewhat surprised you say that because you did order stuff via Amazon to have delivered at Tommy's. You were there for 3 months. Make all the excuses you can, but you could have had stuff delivered, or you could have had stuff brought with you. You could have put more effort in here. And not bringing the perfume isn't necessarily weird. You just think it is because you went to a Billie Eilish concert. That you somehow have to be in sync with that lazy format of music. Death to all but metal, everyone. Death to all but sodding metal.
But this is like perfect outfit for today because it's actually raining, it's cold, and this is like a sweater dress, so yay. Now I need to like choose some earrings or whatever, but I am getting hungry, so I'm gonna order some food.
I was waiting for the mini mukbang to make its entrance into the video because she does this get ready with me stuff but doesn't really do anything to get ready in the content. And she doesn't really do much in the way of the eating on camera because she just wants you to know she's done it. Dear Diary, I did the following things today, but in video form. I'm going to stand by my claim that she is nothing more than a recap channel, like the ones that do those crappy movie ones. However, at least in the movie ones, they have the decency to abuse the copyright system so much that they steal all the action scenes as well. Something Amber can lay no claim to, since there is virtually no action in her content.
So I ordered Wingstop. I want to show you what I got. I got some wings. This is the hot honey rub, I think is what they call it. I've never had it before.
The only thing I know about hot wings is generally per serving of 5 wings, it is 500 calories. It makes up 66% of your sodium, has 50% of saturated fat, but it has your protein, 60% of that as well, but 67% cholesterol. I pay attention to this because I've heard of Wingstop, and I totally haven't just Google searched this as well just to confirm my suspicion you've gone with something high sodium. I want to point it out because you've yet to really regain any semblance of control over your ever-increasing half-ton heifer status weight. You can claim you're going to do something maybe in the new year at this point, but that tells me you've given yourself free rein until then, which means you're going to get even higher. I fully expect for someone who was in the 480s nearer the start of the year to be up in the 560s when you start again next year. Those 80 lbs, everyone. She's all about those lbs.
And I asked them to cook it longer because you had the option to do so. So let's do a taste test. Oh, that's good. And I did request all flats. I don't think that they cooked it longer though. Oh yeah, that's good.
What is the point, Amber? You've edited that down. Your videos are so short, so give me a moment just to cook here. Unironically, considering you wanted your food to be a bit longer in the oven. Because dry chicken is best, you're wrong, but dry chicken is best. You have made a 5-minute, 5-second video, but because you removed all the eating out, where you could have just added some commentary as you went along and ate your wing, you cut it down even further to intentionally not go anywhere near the 8-minute mark. Why? Mid-roll ads would be saving your month right now. If you manage to turn this into a 10-minute video, you may as well, even if it is 5 sodding wings. That in and of itself could be a mini mukbang. You can make that into a 15-minute video. You chew more than Chantel does. I don't know why you're so desperate to reduce your videos down to their literal nothing burgers. It's one hell of a troll. It really is, but the thing here, for it to be a really bad troll, is that the only person that benefits isn't you, it's the audience that don't have to worry about the most rewatched part. The video's so short they can actually be bothered to digest it. If your haters want to digest it, that is, and there aren't many of them left. So why bother cutting it down? I know I've prattled on over something inconsequential, but for somebody during December who's making no discernible effort to make longer videos when they could by simply not editing as much out, it seems a bit silly and a bit redundant.
And then I also got some corn on the cob. These are Cajun seasoned. Oh my god.
So I took the liberty of Googling this one because I was interested to see whether or not you'd get more of your fats and sodiums. You get another 28% of your daily sodium intake from that, and you get another 26% on total fat. You've almost maxed out your sodium for the day there, Amber, in one meal. It's 300 calories, so not much. All you have to do is jog for 34 minutes. And I don't mean like that squeaky thing you did the other day. No, I'm not going to play it. Or walk for 83 minutes. Swim for 25 minutes. Buy a wide enough seat so you don't inhale through your anus a bike. And cycle for 46 minutes. Maybe you should buy a Peloton.
That's so good. If you guys hear that noise, I'm currently in the middle of doing laundry and I forgot how loud my washer and dryer is. I love corn on the cob. Literally one of my favorite things, I'm not gonna lie.
If only you could take your love and passion for certain foods and apply it to things you're supposed to or beings you're supposed to love, like your cat. And I'm not surprised you like corn on the cob. Many people find it a lot easier to push it out if it's still the same shape.
Bingo, 32. That's 41. 32. 68. 71. 63.
Hey, baby.
You know, that may well have been the most interesting content Amber has released throughout the month that was vaguely festive as well, with green and red markers. Not even a joke.
It's censored.
It's so cute. Oh, it is censored. That's cute. Okay guys, so I just got back from bingo with my mom and we did not win. So that was a sad moment in time. It was really nice to see her again after all this time, but it actually genuinely felt like no time has passed at all.
I'm not going to deny, messing with her videos in the way I have been of late has been one of the greatest joys. If I can find the time to do that to your content, by the way, you could do it yourself, Amber. It would make things so much more interesting. People would think you're glitching, and it'd be even funnier. It really would. You talking about how you missed your mum but time didn't pass, it felt like no time passed at all, it's all this blah blah, you didn't win, oh, much sadness. Is anywhere near as sad as losing your cat? And if you're reunited with the cat, are you going to say the same thing? Or are you going to go, oh, I guess I need to get rid of this replacement then?
It's almost like for those 3 months that I wasn't in Oklahoma, it's like time stopped. And then I just like came back. I don't know. It's like such a weird feeling. I don't really know how to explain it, but like I have no food in my fridge. I have like nothing to drink. I need to do like a whole grocery thing. I still haven't unpacked and I've been here for like 2 days now.
You'll find within your audience, no one cares. Because in 2 days, Tommy would have gotten home and gone back to work and not bothered to look for your cat because your cat is more than likely no longer on this mortal coil, which is entirely your fault. Yes, I will remain on this side of you have done and failed your cat. You did your cat dirty and failed your cat massively, basically. No one cares if you did or did not unpack, because let's face it, you took a fair bit, but you came back with something less, so really no one cares. All you've done in the time you got back is eat, no doubt, and fraternize with those you deem your subordinates.
So I should probably do that, but I'm kind of just like low-key sad. All right, you guys, so I'm about to do a Lego. I'm very much in the Lego mood right now. And I've had this one for months and months and months. So let's do it. Ta-da!
No one cares about the Lego. No one really cares about the topic either, nor do you for that matter, hence why you've not mentioned it in this video yet. No one cares about the Lego, because it's not your cat. No one cares who you did or did not vote for, or who you did or if you did or did not vote, sorry, because it's also not your cat. No one cares that you're finding ways to entertain yourself while doing nothing at the same time. You're just showing us the end results or showing us nothing at the same time. Because again, it's not your cat. Also, no one is watching as much of your content as you used to make, because this isn't content. At this point, this could be a slideshow on PowerPoint or a picture frame on Instagram. I do this on Twitter with the Warhammer I paint. I show my results as time goes by, because I don't do the format of recording a video of me painting. It's just not something I do. I'm far too ADD for that. I literally paint for at most half an hour and then I walk away for a bit. I've never had the attention span for anything. You, though, have all the opportunity to make content and you don't. But I guess much like finding your cat, you lacked the conviction to do anything and show us you doing anything.
Isn't that so cute? It's a roller skate. Isn't that adorable? I kind of want to get another one so I can have like a pair of roller skates. What I thought was really cool about this one is you could actually choose which design you wanted right here. I didn't realize that though until the end. But you could have also done that with like a cloud and stuff, which I wish I would have done, but they gave you the option at the end. But this Lego set actually came with 2 other options that you can build. You can do a skateboard and a radio. I was deciding between the skates and the radio, but I was like, duh, of course the skates. Like, look how adorable that is.
Right, no lie, there is about 40 seconds left of your video, and you've still not got to the point of the entire title for the video. Earlier in the month, you were doing it at the start, talking about the very title itself. Now you're going to the part where you barely mention it at all. And I'm kind of looking forward to this one, because if you don't, you're living up to your name and your video is by definition clickbait. If you only do 3 seconds of it, your video is still clickbait. If you manage to articulate a coherent point in 40 seconds, you've dragged your audience through a whole lot of nothing, nontent, which is your Vlogmas. Nontent Vlogmas is on the thumbnail. To do this. I could though believe that the reason you didn't vote is because you live in a state that's red, Oklahoma, and you went to a state, Wisconsin, that also voted red. So you didn't believe your vote would have counted for much, which you're right. You should still do it anyway.
So people are asking why I didn't vote this election, and it's because I was in a different state. I was in Wisconsin, where I did not live. I was not able to get the absentee ballot, etc., etc. So it definitely sucks, because this is the one time I really, really wanted to vote. It's my one vote that made Trump win, and it's my fault, folks.
As is well known, it is in fact possible for you to have voted had you considered or done a little research. Perhaps spoken to somebody who would know this a bit better than you. Reality is, you didn't want to vote. You didn't want to be a part of the system. You wanted to use Kamala Harris to endorse her because woman. You were following your idols in the social media space, the celebrities who have all been humbled by the fact that Time Person of the Year 2024 is the man now elected to serve as the 47th President of the United States by popular vote and electoral college. You can make all the sarcastic remarks you like, but it won't resonate with your audience because they still want you to find your cat. This is all redundant, and just an excuse for you not bothering to do something, which sums you up adequately, aptly, appropriately.
No, but for real, on a serious note, it definitely sucks that I wasn't able to vote. I was gonna vote for Kamala.
Why did you end the video there? You perhaps could have explained. You know what, you really are pushing your luck as a creator, and I use the word creator charitably to sum up what this is. All of your haters have been saying this for a while. You are not interested in being a creator, so you're taking advantage of what little support you have left to eke out your existence until you hit that baseline. And then when you've hit it and you no longer have anything else, you'll then start to make an effort again. Either that or you are also pulling one hell of a troll, like Nick Ocado. Sadly, I don't believe you have the brain power for it. He was many steps ahead. You can't even be asked to record enough content to get one step in front of yourself. We know this because if you managed to put in one more step, you might have found your cat.
Okay, guys, so that is the end of this Vlogmas. Again, thank you so much for spending it with me. I greatly appreciate you guys, and I'll see you in my next one.
You are lazy, bone idle, lacking in any creativity. Your channel is dying a slow, painful death. You brought it upon itself. And more important than all of that, you failed to do one simple task in Wisconsin when things went wrong. And that was do right by somebody you claimed to love, who you cried about multiple times in video form. When you got home, you were more upset about not being with Tommy than you were about having Rarity in your life. There is no respect to ever have someone as low in the social standing as you.